This guy in the army cooked a pot of porridge seasoned with rocks. The soldiers who ate it all went berserk like mad dogs. The ones who ate it gained incredibly strong bodies. Their manhood grew an extra 30 centimeters. The next second, Ra was already out there punching monsters, because he had awakened his superclass chef ability. He could analyze and even cook monsters. Any monster was just an ingredient for him to cook. And with that, let's get right into it. 1 month ago, the entire sky was a fiery red. Buildings were destroyed. Fires and explosions were everywhere. The world was collapsing. Communication between the base and the outside world was cut off. A frantic voice shouted, "Reporting platoon leader, sir. The internal network has collapsed. The radios have no signal either." What? What the hell is going on? It's not just the phone lines. Even the emergency communication lines are down. Someone stood above, looking down. The soldiers below shouted up questions. Are our units still safe? How long can we hold out here? Everyone knew. All communication with the military had been cut off. That was the beginning of everything. Someone spoke up. Things have been like this ever since. Looking at this desolate scene. Luckily, our unit is located high up in the mountains. The area around the unit is full of natural barriers, allowing us to defend ourselves. But the inevitable was bound to happen. We were slowly reaching our limit. Someone stepped forward and announced, "Our food supplies are dwindling rapidly. In order to survive, we must make a difficult decision." A man holding a large ladle stirred a pot, chuckling. He stirred with great momentum. At times like these, we need to eat well and focus our strength. He cooked a large pot of soup all by himself. Today's lunch will be a special kind of stew. Wiping his sweat, he smiled with satisfaction. Bear meat stewed with courage. The men grabbed their full trays of food. Everyone sat neatly in their designated seats waiting. One man, while eating, turned to ask the person next to him, "Is this really our only choice?" The person next to him laughed and replied, "Of course it is. Going outside to find food is basically a suicide mission." The first man ate heartily and praised it with delight. "Man, why is this so delicious? Should I get some more?" He ignored the confused frown of the guy sitting next to him. Everyone has different tastes after all. Suddenly, a man slammed his hand on the table and roared. Lieutenant Kim frantically gave the order, "Let's go. We need to move." He even stepped right onto the dining table. His entire body was bursting with energy. "We need to go out and fight right now. If you're already scared by this, can you even call yourselves soldiers?" All the other soldiers were fired up too. Full of spirit, they raised their clenched fists and shouted in unison, "Yeah, that's right. Let's go take down these bastards. Being cooped up in here is suffocating. Let's go hunt those monsters." An army really does march on its stomach. All those soldiers were now in a frenzy. They all stood up and rushed outside. "Hoo-ah, let's get some exercise and burn off this fat." The space instantly became boisterous and chaotic. In the mess hall, Shin Jiang-jun stood there smiling. He listened with satisfaction to the soldiers' shouts from outside. Long live the Army of the Republic of Korea. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. He is Sergeant Shin Jiang-jun, 20 years old. The soldiers' eyes glowed red. They charged straight outside, feeling no fear or fatigue. Shin Jiang-jun is the cook for this unit. It was a peaceful scene with white clouds and golden sunshine. A few people were playing ball on the field. An imposing gate was marked with the number 1. The sounds of people shouting at each other as they played soccer could be heard. "Hey, block him. Hey, that spot's open." They're even grabbing each other's heads to get a running start and jump for the ball. Don't miss it now. Some people were asking each other as they walked by, "Have you heard the new aespa song?" In the cafeteria, a voice rang out, "Oh my God, why does it taste like this? Today's lunch menu is nothing special. What about dinner?" A guy carrying supplies walked past this area. He sighed, looking at the long line of people. It's almost mealtime, and people are just eating whatever they can get their hands on. After saying that, he quickly carried the cardboard box away. "I need to get this to the kitchen fast." Shin Jiang-jun was standing in the kitchen. Skillfully wielding a knife, he prepped the ingredients. Each chop was precise and impressive. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Sergeant Shin Jiang-jun." The knife in his hand stopped. The large man rushed in, looking a bit panicked. "We were supposed to have stir-fried squid tonight, but we're all out of squid now." Hearing this, he was startled and whipped around, shouting, "What? I've told you so many times to check the food inventory carefully." As he was lecturing him about how many times he'd had to remind him, another guy poked his head in and called for him. "Hey, Sergeant, there's a call from First Lieutenant Kim. He doesn't want vegetable tempura for lunch." It was one thing after another, enough to drive him crazy. He snapped, "What does that guy want now?" But he's a first lieutenant. He couldn't just ignore the order. He had no choice but to wave his hand dismissively. "All right, just forget about it." The other guy stammered, confused. "Yes, Sergeant." He looked at the pile of chopped carrots on the table. I already had to take over kitchen duty because we're short-staffed, and now this place is being a pain in every way possible. No more squid for dinner. And First Lieutenant Kim doesn't want vegetables for lunch." After sorting all that out, he looked at everyone in the kitchen and shouted, "All right, listen up, everyone. We're changing the dinner menu. From stir-fried squid to pan-seared pork belly. Pan-seared? Does everyone remember the pork belly we stored during the last unit assembly? The others shouted in unison. Yes, Sergeant? He frowned at the guy next to him, urging him to hurry up. They're gonna love this. His commands echoed throughout the kitchen. Get the ice cream and chicken from the freezer, too. Lieutenant Kim likes pasta for lunch, so we are making chicken pasta. Let's move it. The atmosphere was so peaceful. The guys playing ball on the field still hadn't had enough. A tattered cardboard box was discarded in the woods. A single shoe lay on the ground. Near it was a pool of blood. It looked like someone had an accident. Someone had lost their life and no one knew. A figure moved constantly, making a strange noise. Grr, a huge monster with 2 glowing red eyes and a mouthful of sharp teeth was eating the corpse. That person's corpse. Back in the kitchen, no one had any idea what was happening. A guy handed Sergeant Shin a soda, encouraging him. Just a few more days until you're discharged, Sergeant. Hang in there. He took the can from him with a relaxed smile. That's true. But since there's not much time left, doing this stuff feels more rewarding. The chubby guy laughed and asked, I'm so jealous of guys who've finished their military service. So, Sergeant, what do you plan to do after you get discharged? He looked at him and answered honestly, Well, I don't know yet. He said while popping open the can, I think I'll study cooking properly and try to open a restaurant. Hearing that, the other guy exclaimed in surprise, Huh, isn't the food industry in a recession right now? Why cooking? That's not even my specialty. The sergeant looked at him with a faint, knowing smile. Although the guy said that, he was still very confident in his own abilities. I've found joy in being a cook in the Army. It feels pretty good seeing people enjoy the food I make. So I want to study it more seriously. The other guy, still looking puzzled, replied, Oh, that's impressive. So after we're discharged, would you like to come to the restaurant I used to work at, Sergeant? I can teach you as your senior. As soon as he finished his sentence, the sergeant spat out the water he had just sipped. Wiping his mouth, he yelled in annoyance, not pleased at all. Are you crazy? Who said I'd be interested in your place? I have no interest in Japanese cuisine. You idiot. The guy didn't get angry at all, even after being yelled at. He even tried to add, Oh, but Japanese food is delicious, you know. The sergeant put his drink down on the table. He gave a sly grin, looking the guy straight in the eye. I appreciate the offer, but doesn't the culinary world have a hierarchy? That's even stricter than the military's. There's no way I'd want to be bossed around by you. With that, he stood up, ready to get back to work and assert his authority. He immediately started ordering the chubby guy around. Anyway, I just noticed we're out of salt. Go get some from the storeroom and bring it here. The chubby guy obediently listened. Roger that. In the Army, the sergeant was his superior, so how dare he suggest the sergeant become his junior after they're discharged? No one would ever agree to that. Then he turned to the other guys and got cranky with them too. He pointed and yelled, It's almost mealtime! Hurry up and get everything ready. The other guys could only obey, Yes, sir. Although he said all that, he was actually paying close attention to what the chubby guy said. He thought about the delicious and beautifully presented dishes. He thought to himself, Japanese cuisine, huh? And become his junior. That doesn't sound good at all. But learning from a restaurant with a different style, I guess it's okay. He couldn't help but think of all sorts of delicious dishes. He crossed his arms and chuckled to himself. On the other hand, the pinnacle of cooking is definitely Western cuisine. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the kitchen. He jolted and looked in that direction. His face darkened with confusion. Was that Jun Hyung's voice? He rushed to the storage room. What's going on? He quietly opened the door and peeked inside. He couldn't see him anywhere. He softly called out for Jun Hyung, not noticing. A pitch-black figure in the corner of the room. His eyes widened in terror, sweat broke out, and his face went pale. Looking at that hulking dark figure, damn it. What is that thing? The monster had a long, slithering tail, and its mouth continuously let out strange cries. At its feet was Jun Hyung's body. It killed him. His eyes were still wide open. He saw him too. He fearfully wondered, Is Jun Hyung dead? His whole body froze on the spot. He didn't dare to move a muscle. A chill ran down his spine. His entire body trembled helplessly. No way, this has to be a joke. This is insane. That's not a wild animal. There's no way a monster this big could exist. Sweat poured down his face as he tried to calm down. His eyes darted away. That's right. But it's not impossible. But why did it have to be Jun Hyung? The splattered blood is still there. This is real. His jaw dropped. The hair on the back of his neck stood up and he was frozen to the spot, unable to look away. Damn it, this isn't a dream, it's real. Blood was pooled on the floor, along with the horrifying cries of the beast. Just then, a few other people ran over. Sergeant Shin! He quickly raised his hand to stop them. Wait, my mind started racing. I have to get everyone out of here first. Trembling, Shin waved his hands, signaling for them to leave quietly. The group of men stood still, looking at him with confusion. He then whispered, Quick, get down and go. One of the guys, completely oblivious, opened the door and asked, Sergeant Shin, what's going on? He didn't even see the monster there. Casually holding a cardboard box, he walked straight into the warehouse. The monster immediately noticed the new presence. Its two eyes glowed fiery red as they locked onto the newcomer. Only then did the guy see it. Petrified with fear, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Trembling, Shin quickly rushed in. Kid, run. He hurriedly picked up a large knife from the ground and threw it straight at the monster. Take this, you damn beast. Unexpectedly, the knife simply bounced off its body. It didn't even leave a scratch. The knife slammed hard against the wall and clattered to the floor. Its tail also flung the other guy far away. He crashed hard against the wall, groaning in pain. Ah! The monster had 4 legs and a tail. Its entire body was almost as large as the warehouse itself. He stared in utter shock, his jaw agape. What is that thing? It had no effect. It bared its razor-sharp teeth. Tilting its head back to the sky, it let out a roar. Quick as a flash, it charged straight towards where he was standing. Its mouth gaped open, revealing a snake-like tongue. Watching it charge thunderously, he frantically looked for an escape. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He thought of a plan and dove under a table. Still in shock, he couldn't believe his eyes. How could a monster like this exist in the real world? Having lost its momentum, the monster failed to bite him and crashed straight into the wall behind him instead. The wall actually cracked, but the creature was still completely unharmed. It whipped around to attack again. The others clutched their heads, screaming in terror. Sergeant, what the hell is that thing? Lying flat on the ground, a trembling Jin screamed back. How the hell would I know? The monster's foot slams down on the ground. With a whoosh, it sends the table flying. He no longer had any cover. Crawling on the ground, he screams, "Damn it!" The monster's hand swings out and his whole body freezes. His jaw drops, not knowing what to do. Scooping up a full ladle of oil, one of the men yells out, "Sergeant Shin!" He hurls a large ladle of oil towards the monster. "Get down!" Sign watches in astonishment, his teeth chattering and his jaw hanging open. The oil splashes onto the monster's face, scorching it black. The men on the side wonder in confusion. Did that actually work? He quickly scoops up another full ladle of oil. Seeing the monster in pain, he excitedly shouts, "Awesome! It can't stand the hot oil." He quickly throws another ladle, yelling, "Come on and die already." Sin watches this scene, teeth chattering, and quickly commits it to memory. No matter how tough your skin is, you can still get burned by oil. All right, we need to tell the people outside. What happened here? He calls out to the kitchen hand. The man turns sharply and replies, "Yes, sir." But just then a gray blur whips past. It's the monster attacking with its tail. It sends the kitchen hand flying. The massive, powerful tail whips him right across the face. So fast, so dangerous. Even he couldn't process what had just happened. Poor guy. The kitchen hand was killed instantly by the monster. He turns pale with horror. Even the kitchen hand is... The monster continues to smash the place apart with its tail. Its tail spins like a fan blade in the middle of the room. At this point, he's the only one left. It's aiming for him now, its tail rising high into the air. He quickly throws his hands up to cover his face. Damn it! It's gone berserk. Looking across the floor, he sees the others are all dead, lying in pools of their own blood. Seeing them only makes him more terrified. He wonders, am I going to die like this? He's so tense that he's breaking out in a cold sweat. Tears welled up in his eyes just like Jun-hyung and the kitchen assistant. Suddenly his eyes flew open in shock. The monster was attacking in another direction, not at him. He suddenly realized its eyes were squinted, disoriented. He wondered what was happening. Looking closely at its bloodshot eyes, the oil was making it impossible for it to see. This was his chance. Wounds were also starting to appear on its body. Its scales were turning red and cracking. Jin Rang trembled, gritting his teeth. He observed the exposed skin underneath. He furrowed his brow, focusing all his concentration, thinking hard. He clenched his teeth with determination. He might be able to do this. He was thinking that he needed something that could pierce deep enough. Suddenly, he saw a long knife on the ground. He recognized it as Jun-hyung's favorite knife. Suddenly, the monster clenched its jaw. Its 2 red eyes snapped towards Jin Rang. Jin tried to stay calm, not daring to move. He didn't make a single sound. If I make even the slightest noise, I'm a goner. That's right. He clenched his jaw as sweat poured down his body. In a moment like this, with his life hanging by a thread, he had to be even braver. I'm the one who decides my fate. Seizing the opportunity as the monster turned away, he dashed with all his might toward the knife on the ground. In a flash, he moved from one corner to the other. The monster realized someone was there, but its eyes couldn't see. He grabbed the knife and, quick as a flash, charged. He leaped high into the air, slashing down and shouting, "Die, you bastard!" The monster was in so much pain its long tongue shot out. His hand gripped the knife tightly. He plunged it forcefully into one of its existing wounds. The monster roared in agony as its entire body collapsed to the ground. He used all his strength to push the knife deeper inside. Its black blood splattered onto his face. He held on tight for a moment. After struggling for a while, the monster finally lost its strength. But it was still thrashing. He was determined not to give up. He had to win. It absolutely had to die. I have to kill it, without giving it a single chance to fight back. Either it dies, or I die. Gritting his teeth, Shin-Rang-Run pulled out his knife and stabbed wildly at the creature. He screamed with every stab. The monster finally fell still. All the pent-up rage, all the suppressed anger for the deaths of his comrades, he let it all out. Even though it was already dead, he kept stabbing. Die, you bastard! He held the knife in a death grip, stabbing relentlessly. The monster was dead, its teeth bared in a final snarl. After a moment, the room fell quiet. The ground was covered in a pool of black blood. Exhausted, he collapsed beside the monster. He couldn't even catch his breath. Overjoyed, like someone who had just returned from the dead, he let out a huge sigh of relief. I won. He looked at the giant corpse and shouted in triumph. I actually killed that thing. A bright light flashed in the air. A series of blue screens appeared accompanied by a voice. Congratulations, you have awakened. Awakener Shin-Rang-Run. Class apprentice cook. His eyes widened in disbelief as he wondered, what is this? There have been way too many surprises today. The sky was growing dark and the last rays of light shone down on this place. There was an indescribable silence. There are so many damn corpses here. Why are there so many monsters? I see dead bodies everywhere. Everywhere he went, he saw bodies lying all over the ground. Is everyone dead? He struggled to crawl out from under a huge fallen tree trunk. With tears welling in his eyes, he still couldn't understand. This is insane. What the hell is going on? What was that monster? And what were those weird windows? He had tried clicking on one of them earlier. It immediately announced a global event. The war between guilds will soon begin. Rise up together. It also told him, create a guild or join a new one. Guilds created early will receive exclusive benefits. A personal notification also appeared just for him. Current guild none. He frowned, staring at the screen floating in midair. He was completely bewildered. What is this three-dimensional image? It looks just like a system window in a video game. He even wondered if someone was playing a prank on him. Curiously, he reached out and tapped it. Instantly, a light flashed and another notification appeared. The global event, Capture the Flag, has begun. Every time he tapped, a new notification would appear. I'm the only one in this forest. He tried to look around to see if anyone else was there. Reading those notifications only made him more confused. A war between guilds. Capture the flag. His head felt like it was about to explode as he gritted his teeth. I don't know anything. I don't have time to worry about this nonsense. I need to get out of here first. But everywhere he went, there were only corpses. He kept searching, trying to find any survivors first. There's safety in numbers. He gripped the long knife tightly in his hand, not daring to let go. It was his only weapon for self-defense. He cautiously hid his body behind a large tree, observing. I have to survive at all costs. I'll check the surrounding area, even if I don't find anything. The entire place was quiet without a single sound. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. With his teeth chattering, Shin hid behind a wall and peeked out. Where did that gunshot come from? From the armory. I'm getting closer. But then he thought about the giant monster from before. He was skeptical. Maybe the people who couldn't fight. That monster already ran away. Back and flee to the ammunition depot, he thought. His spirits lifted considerably. There was still hope. Just then behind him, a monster suddenly appeared. It looked exactly like the one from before. It was massive, its two bloodshot eyes staring fixedly at him. Seeing it, he jumped in shock and yelled, "What the where did you come from?" Anxiety gripped his heart. Right now, I don't even have any oil. Suddenly, a light flashed in midair. The system displayed a notification. Skill God's Eye has been activated. The more he read, the less he understood. Meanwhile, the monster was getting closer and closer. He screamed in terror, "What is this?" On the screen, it said, "Material analysis complete. You have received the apprentice chef's cooking recipe. Preparing a tick. A tick's joints are very flexible and soft, which makes movement easy. Therefore, it is an ingredient that even someone with a little knowledge can process without any difficulty. First, you must block the arteries and drain the blood from the body. The left armpit area near the heart is easy to cut through, making the process of draining blood from the vessels near the heart much easier." Trembling, he read with wide, dazed eyes, "What is this? A method for butchering the monster is appearing in my head." Just then, the monster let out an impatient roar. It couldn't wait to devour him. In this narrow alley, it advanced step by step. He jumped in terror. "Oh God, it's coming!" He gripped the knife tightly, wondering if he could really do it, like he imagined. While he was still thinking, but is a method like this really possible? The monster charged again. With no other choice, he was out of time to think. He squinted, bracing himself for this damn thing. I have to try. The monster opened its mouth wide, tilted its head to the sky, and roared. Skill unlocked. Apprentice chef's knife skill. He managed to stab the monster in its left armpit. Blood gushed out immediately. When using a knife-type weapon, damage will be increased. But he thought to himself, I thought the knife would get stuck inside its tough skin. But contrary to my expectations, The knife actually pierced the monster, making it spew blood. Watching the monster collapse, he realized that if he followed that panel, it would actually work. The monster was completely dead. He couldn't believe it. I killed it in a single blow. Completely out of breath, he exhaustedly crawled away from the monster's corpse. Surrounded by blood, he shouted with joy, "I did it." His hand was still clutching the knife. If the system panel hadn't guided me, I would have been dead for sure. Suddenly, Shinron shuddered. It was as if he was drifting into another dimension. What is this feeling? Something was slowly welling up inside him. A sensation I've never felt before. A light flashed again. You have received experience points. In front of him, the system panel displayed Gourmet's eye. There is no ingredient that a great chef cannot handle, even those they have never worked with before. Targets can be appraised as ingredients. Appraisal can reveal standard recipes and preparation methods for the target. He read it, his eyes wide in astonishment. He looked over at the monster's corpse. So now they're considered ingredients, huh? He shouted in surprise. So, this monster is considered a food ingredient. The system switched to another screen. Recipe Gwangyuk. Its meat is special for its savory aroma and light flavor. However, if overcooked, it will become tougher. If the unpleasantness is not removed, it will become an ingredient that requires careful preparation. The recommended preparation method is... Reading up to this point, he couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "That's enough!" He sharply turned his face away, refusing to look as he shouted, "Are you crazy, cooking that thing? How could anyone swallow a monster that eats people?" His heart pounded. What an impossible situation. He panted, sweating profusely, feeling helpless. Just then he heard footsteps approaching. A soldier holding a gun was passing through the small alley. "Who's there?" He quickly replied, "I am Sergeant Shin Rangoon, a cook." The soldier recognized him and rushed over. "Sergeant Shin." He recognized the soldier as well. "You're Corporal Kim from the quartermaster unit," he exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, you're still alive!" While the corporal asked, "What are you doing here all alone?" He looked at Shin Rangoon's exhausted, blood-spattered state. He asked curiously, "What happened to you?" Shin Rangoon didn't answer. He slightly adjusted his clothes, frowned, and replied, "It's a long story." "Why are you here?" The two of them walked out of the alley together. Outside there were a few more people. All of them were holding guns. The corporal explained, "I heard voices from this direction. I thought there might be survivors. Let's get to the armory first. We don't know when those monsters will show up." He walked on, looking around anxiously and vigilantly. Suddenly, a few people ran past at full speed, shouting, "Run, hurry up!" The three of them sprinted for their lives. The two with guns ran ahead. He followed behind, knife in hand. The other guy asked, "But where are the rest of the chefs?" He looked troubled and said in a low, sad voice, "They're probably all dead." The guy quickly exclaimed, "I'm sorry." By now they had reached a safe place. He reassured him, "You don't have to apologize." Looking down at the ground, he thought of those who had died. They were good people. He remembered the scene of them with their arms around each other, laughing and joking around. This made him even more sad. "It seems I'm the only one who survived." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Report! We've found a survivor over here. Hurry and get inside." Shin Rangoon followed the men inside. He glanced around. Everyone here was armed with a gun. He thought to himself, "We've managed to fortify the defenses around the armory." Everyone looked completely exhausted. Some were even injured. They all looked worn out. Their uniforms were all different. He felt a lot more secure. Following the man named Kim, he remarked, "At least we've all gathered here. What a relief." A familiar light flashed before his eyes again. Skill acquired primate butchery. Secret recipe of an apprentice chef. He read it and jumped in shock. His eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Primate butchery. But looking around, the only primates here were humans. A chill ran down his spine as he thought to himself, could it be referring to these people? This was too horrifying. What the hell is going on? The system was even instructing him to kill and butcher people. Suddenly, a man ran up to him. "Hey, Sergeant, go inside and give your report," he asked in surprise. "Report?" The man didn't seem to notice anything unusual. He guessed, "It seems the others can't see this window." "Hey, that guy was right. Lieutenant Kim is in command here. High-ranking officials from each department are having a meeting. Even after hearing about Sergeant Shin's survival, he immediately summoned you. Hearing that, you followed him inside right away." "All right, let's go," he said, pointing the way. "As soon as you enter, there's a door on the left." Wiping the dirt from his face, he thought to himself, "Is Lieutenant Kim the only surviving commander? But the monsters definitely didn't just attack military personnel. Well, time to go in." The door was already ajar. He was a little hesitant, standing outside for a moment before going in. Peeking his head in, Sergeant Shin Rangoon spoke softly, his teeth chattering. "I heard you were looking for me, sir." Inside the room, there were a few other men. The moment they saw him, one of them exclaimed, "Oh, Shin Rangoon, you're alive." The man Lieutenant Kim frowned when he saw him. Gritting his teeth, he sneered and announced, "Looks like we're in for some big trouble." He told him, "Have a seat, let's talk." Just sit wherever you feel comfortable. Shin Rang-un looked at him calmly and agreed, all right. He addressed everyone present. There are still quite a few survivors. He picked up a notebook and handed it to the guy next to him. Continue checking the list. Is this the transport team? Looking at the man in front of him, a flash of displeasure appeared in his eyes. Sweat trickled down. Lieutenant Kim. His arrogant attitude. He knew him as a dirty, greedy, low-ranking officer. He had once expressed disgust and criticized the food he cooked. This is disgusting. Who could possibly eat this? I'll just eat those other dishes later. There were times he would even come all the way to the kitchen to arrogantly order him around. I'm suddenly craving some pasta. Make it for me right now. I was in the middle of something else, but I had to stop what I was doing to ask. You mean right now? All of it. I did not have a good impression of him. Even now, he still had that same attitude. This guy is our unit's current commander. He scanned the room and asked the men, is anyone from the transport team here? What about Captain Junkyo? The guy sitting nearby turned and answered, ah, yes. Sergeant Kim Junkyo has passed? No. He's gone to a better place. Kim Hyun-sok was startled when he heard that and asked again. The leader of the transport team. All the other men's faces darkened. They were silent, not daring to say a word. Everyone looked incredibly sad. Kim Hyun-sok observed all of them and thought, half of them aren't competent enough for this position. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and volunteered. Right now, Sergeant Park's mental state isn't stable, so I'm here to take his place. Kim Hyun-sok leaned over to get a look at the one who had just spoken. What's this? He thought, looking at the calm demeanor of the men sitting there seriously. Only the most clear-headed ones were here. He held up his notebook to review the summary. Reconnaissance Unit 7 people. He frowned, considering. Transport Unit 10 people. And the Logistics Unit has 1 person. They were tallying up the survivors. Roughly, there are about 100 people left. Nearly half the battalion were casualties. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Can I take a look at that? He agreed and turned, Min-jae, what is it? This Min-jae is a sergeant in the Communications Corps. He was sweating bullets from anxiety as he voiced his own assessment. I reconfirmed with the higher-ups before I came here. It seems we've lost all contact with the outside. Kim Hyun-sok yelled out in astonishment. That guy calmly recalled what had happened earlier. All phones had lost their signal, and the emergency communication network was down as well. Even the TV's, radio's internal networks, and even the military's radio frequencies. He reported, I've tried every method I can think of, but it seems we've been completely cut off. This was not good news. Saying it out loud only made everyone more panicked. We're screwed. Only Shin Ryujin sat quietly to one side, observing. The others started talking frantically among themselves. Wait! You mean we can't contact the outside world? Did North Korea launch an EMP? Others disagreed. The military has protection against EMPs. Then what the hell happened? All this damn panicked chatter. Are we all just gonna wait here to die? If we can't contact the outside, what's going to happen to our families? A scared soldier frowned and asked their leader, First Lieutenant Kim, what are we supposed to do now? I feel like I'm trapped in my own unit. You can see everyone's starting to worry? He looked at all the frightened faces. But if a clear objective was set, he figured the soldiers' anxiety would lessen a bit. Kim Hyung-chol sat there helpless. He couldn't answer his subordinate's question. As the commander, he was the one who had to resolve this chaotic situation. I have to calm everyone down now. As the only officer here at the moment, everyone is waiting for my decision. Kim Hyung-chol thought for a moment, but still couldn't find the words. That is, Everyone, including him, was staring intently. They were waiting for an answer. One man grew impatient and yelled out, What the hell? Don't tell me even the first lieutenant doesn't know what to do. Then what are we supposed to do? Hearing these words, he became even more furious. He narrowed his eyes silently, cursing this crazy bastard. And so he stood up, spreading his arms as if he knew it all. Just go ahead and do it. It's dangerous, but it's necessary. Just choose the volunteers and proceed. Everyone was astonished. They asked again, volunteers. Seriously, June was not at all satisfied with this answer. He thought to himself, he still wants to go through with this. Look at this shameless guy. He doesn't deserve to be a commander. He wondered, doesn't he want to be the commander anymore? If he makes the wrong choice right now, he will have to face the consequences. He's still trying to evade responsibility by saying he needs orders from his superiors. He knew it wasn't easy for him either. This situation is truly very difficult. But this isn't the attitude that a commander should have. He was furious but could do nothing. He could only grit his teeth. First Lieutenant Kim? And to think I once placed my hopes in you. How foolish. That guy has no shame. He raised his hand and looked around. If anyone disagrees, do you have any better ideas? He added, if not, then let's just pick a few volunteers. A few others mumbled in agreement. I guess we don't have any other choice. Hearing that guy Kim Hyung-sil was delighted. Good, so everyone agrees. But there was one person who couldn't listen anymore. He screamed, is that something a first lieutenant should be saying? In a situation like this, The others quickly tried to intervene. Hey, calm down. There has to be some other way. He watched this chaotic scene, only able to hold his head in helplessness. Only when trouble strikes do you find out. You can't expect anything from these commanders. That guy Kim Hyung-seil was silently seething. He gripped the chair tightly and said loudly, "You said we lost contact, right?" So he made a suggestion. "Why don't we send a few people to high command and try to contact them, whatever we're going to do? We need to get orders from our superiors first." Once again, everyone stared at him in amazement. Shin Rang-un couldn't stay silent anymore and said in a cold voice, "Isn't that extremely dangerous?" The other guys stared at him in shock. He didn't care what they thought. He had to say it. They're on a mountain 1,400 meters above sea level. And even if we drive, it will take a very long time. It'll take 2 hours to reach high command. And during that time, what if some monster attacks? Some of the men who heard him agreed, murmuring amongst themselves. The distance is too great. We're fine just staying here. Kim Hyung-seil didn't dare to look at him. He looked away, flustered. The rest of the soldiers will stay at the unit until we can make contact with high command. The ninja silently glanced over. He had the same expression on his face. The sky was beginning to darken. They moved on to another topic. "Let's check our unit's status. Rang-un, how much food do we have left?" He stood up and reported. "About 5 days' worth of basic rations. And 6 weeks' worth of Type 4 emergency rations." He recalled what was left in the storeroom. "Since our numbers have decreased, I estimate it will last us for about 2 months. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-seil looked at another soldier and asked, "What about ammunition?" The supply manager reported, "We used up all the training ammo last week, so now all we have left is the live ammunition in the reserve warehouse. It's not a small amount, but if we don't get any supplies..." His voice faltered as he thought about the ammunition. After all, they're just a bunch of monsters. And after that, a lengthy discussion began on how to deal with the monsters remaining inside the base. That guy Kim Sel had to struggle to keep everything under control, especially the power and water supply. But despite everything he did, I still wasn't satisfied at all, because he wasn't actually accomplishing anything. Ultimately, their plan was just to wait for contact from the higher-ups. But the good news was that the soldiers seemed to have calmed down. The guy in charge took some notes and said, "All right, that's enough." He was about to end the meeting just like that. "Go and inform the other teams." I was stunned, my jaw hanging open. Is the meeting really ending just like that? He hasn't even mentioned the most important part. So gritting his teeth, Shin stood up again. He looked at all of them and asked, "Shouldn't we be discussing the awakenings?" Everyone stared blankly. Kim Sel asked in surprise, "Awakenings? Sergeant Shin, what are you talking about?" He repeated himself. "Didn't you say you all hunted the monsters?" The other guy broke out in a cold sweat, looking confused. "That's right, we hunted them with guns." "What about it?" No one had any idea what he was talking about. It was only then that he realized how different he was. "What is this reaction? Am I the only awakened person here?" So he pulled the knife from his belt. The knife was still covered in blood as he held it out in front of him. "I have something I want to show you." The others panicked, backing away from him. "Why did you take out a knife? What do you think you're doing?" With the sharp, pointy knife in hand, he approached the table. The others continued to back away. Every single one of them was on high alert. Obviously, his earlier words combined with his current actions made him look completely insane in their eyes. "But I'm out of options. You can say whatever you want, but it'll just make you look like a crazy person. I'm the one who killed that monster. And this is just an ordinary table." He took a deep breath to calm himself. "It's just like slicing vegetables." So Shin acted decisively, slashing a series of cuts onto the table. His hand wielded the knife skillfully, his expression serious, as he replicated the movements he had used to kill that monster. When he stopped, the table didn't look any different, but in the blink of an eye it cracked and fell apart, exactly along the lines he had cut. The entire room was stunned. Everyone's jaws dropped in amazement. "Whoa," some of them even exclaimed, "that's insane. How did you do that?" The table was cut just like paper. The system displayed a notification. "Talent apprentice chef's knife skills." He had proven himself. He held up the knife and told them, "After killing the monster that broke into the kitchen, I awakened an ability and can now do this." That guy Kim couldn't hold it in and screamed, "What? Killing a monster and awakening an ability, huh?" He completely understood their surprise. He asserted firmly, "That's right." At first I found it hard to believe too, but he had already proven it with his actions. They stared at him dumbfounded. "Haven't you all seen it with your own eyes? I don't know how I managed to survive before, but in this situation I wouldn't be surprised if I could die at any moment. You never know when you'll run out of ammunition and food. We still don't know how many monsters there are." His hand gripped the knife tightly. It was the weapon that would help him survive. "I only have 3 days left until I'm discharged, but now I'm about to die here. Just thinking about it pisses me off." His fighting spirit surged within him again. "Number 1, I will survive. I'm going to leave this place and open a restaurant of my own. To survive, I have to feed this battalion. I can't let them lead me by the nose into these useless plans. I have to speak up. All right, then our top priority is, from now on, I will be with you guys to awaken this entire battalion. Just then, a loud noise from outside interrupted everything. A panicked man ran in to report. We're in trouble. The monsters are coming this way. Kim Hyun-sol looked out and screamed, What? How many are there? The other guy reported at least 5 of them. But we can't be sure yet. Just as we finished our meeting, they appeared once again. The whole room fell into chaos. Hurry up, let's move. Get back to your positions and prepare for battle. Hearing the order, the men shouted in unison, Yes, sir! He also hurriedly clenched his teeth and ran outside. Damn it, why do they keep coming here? Outside, the soldiers could only fire their guns continuously. They opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the monster. Luckily, they've only just reached the inhabited zone. The soldiers talked to each other as they fired. It's taking us almost a full magazine to kill them. The other guy shouted back, Conserve your ammo, aim! Aim as high as you can. Some monsters were even climbing over the fence from the outside. Seeing them get shot and bleed all over, he felt a glimmer of hope. At least the bullets can still hurt them. But this isn't a good strategy. It takes 20 to 30 rounds for one monster. We're not going to have enough ammunition. After taking on 10 monsters today, he thought about their limited ammunition supply. They say we can still hold them off for now, but if we don't get more supplies, we're all going to die soon. After a barrage of gunfire, all the monsters were dead. A relieved cheer rang out. It's over, it's finally over. All right, garrison check for casualties. Squad leaders, do a head count of your members and report back. Looking at the bodies on the ground, we lost 2 people today. A few men cursed in frustration. Damn it! A trembling soldier stepped forward and asked, What do we do with the bodies? One of the men told him, There's a cemetery we made behind the unit. Most of them will be put in body bags. And for cremation. A soldier came over and urged the others, Hurry up. They quickly carried the bodies away. Yes, Captain. He broke out in a cold sweat standing there and watching, unable to say a word. And just like that, the battle with the monsters was over. The things that were discussed in the meeting began to be implemented. Kim Hyung-chil looked at the 2 of them and asked, Are you sure about moving the troops? I know, but first, let's send a request for support to the higher-ups and wait for contact. Confident-looking man replied, Yes, I know a place where we can rest the troops. We have enough fuel, and we won't have to face off with any monsters. He added, We also have a warehouse to stock up on ammunition. Hearing this, Commander Kim seemed very pleased. Good. Very good, then. I'll provide cover for you until you can lead the next troops out. Overhearing their discussion, he had a different plan in mind. Right now, we need to discuss how to increase the number of awakened people. The others looked at each other confused. Why can't we awaken? I'm sure I killed a monster. Hearing their confusion, he spoke up. It's probably because you killed it with a gun. A recon sergeant, prompted by Shin, turned around in surprise, his teeth chattering, and asked, What? You mean without using a gun? The entire group was in disbelief as they thought of that enormous monster. Could it be? He did say he killed the monster with his own hands. We soldiers always shoot it with guns, but we always shot it from a great distance, so it was never able to get close. Listening to them talk, he knew that was the only difference. I thought so too. Shin Rang-run calmly looked at the men and explained, There must be a source of energy that you absorb when you kill it. All of them gathered around him, listening intently. Perhaps the monster releases energy when it dies, and you have to be close to it to absorb that energy. I wonder if that's what really happened. That guy, Kim Hyung-chil, was also listening, but he seemed horrified by this idea. He frowned, thinking uncomfortably. Then you'd have to face the monster head-on. Then the men surrounding him began asking questions. Did that message tell you about the weak spot in its armpit? He answered honestly, it did. The knife went right through it with ease. Another person asked, but you didn't know about that weak spot. Before you awakened, did you? He answered each question in turn. Oh, I poured boiling oil on it and its skin peeled off. And just like that, Shin Rang-run recounted everything. That's when I took my chance. Kim Hyung-chil's jaw dropped in shock. Boiling oil? So you didn't need to surround it. He couldn't stand it and blurted out, Regardless, that still means you have to get close to it. How is that any different from a suicide mission? One of the men rubbed his hands together, having made up his mind. All right, let's do it this way. The man, now convinced by him, stood up and announced to everyone, Anyway, we can still kill the monsters, easily with a few bullets. And as you all saw, it hurts them and wears them down. Imagine just continuously shooting at the monster. Then right before it's about to die, we'll have someone else go in and finish it off. By that point, the monster will already be weak, so it won't be too difficult. And remember to strike its weak point directly. Kim Hyung-chil stroked his chin thoughtfully. So we'll need bayonets to exterminate them. Possibly. We'll need to form a maintenance team to sharpen those bayonets with a grinder. The other guy raised his gun in agreement. Yes. Since the slashing range is wider, bayonets will be safer. Hearing his words, he had to admit it was a smart strategy. Taejun is a scout, so he might be weaker in actual combat. In return, however, he has strategic thinking skills. With that thought, he suddenly grabbed the man's sleeve and pulled him back. Grinning playfully, he said, "All right then, Taejun will take care of this side, okay? We're going to eat." He shouted in surprise. "What?" "In a situation like this." He laughed casually and replied, "It's precisely in a situation like this that you should eat. Look at all those people working over there. I don't know what else to do. I'm starving now." Taejun weakly protested, "No, I don't think so." He looked over at Kim Hyung-chel and Taejun and proposed, "It's already past lunchtime. I'm going to start preparing dinner now. Captain, may I have your permission?" He agreed immediately. "All right, we need to eat to be able to fight. I'll give you 2 soldiers. Shin Rang-un replied with satisfaction. "Yes, thank you, sir. Then we'll have dinner at 7 o'clock and change shifts. Before that, we have to inform the soldiers about the awakening." The group shouted in unison, "Yes, Lieutenant!" A truck drives deep in the forest. There are 2 people in the truck. The truck just keeps plowing forward, driving while cautiously looking around. Outside the kitchen, a soldier stands guard with a gun. Shin Rangren is cooking in the room. He skillfully chopped with a knife, questioning reality. How is it this easy? The whole cooking process has been so relaxing. It wasn't hard at all. He cooked all by himself with no one to help. Could this be the effect of the apprentice chef skill? I was worried I wouldn't be able to cook it all by myself, but now it's not a problem anymore. Before long, the cooking was done. Apprentice chef's crispy pork belly has been completed. Excellent temperature control ability. Chef stats have increased. Chef's sincerity has just increased to moderate. Cooking stats will increase slightly. Today, the dish is emitting a strange light. When eating the apprentice chef's crispy pork belly, health and agility will be enhanced. For a period of time. He finished reading, his eyes wide with surprise. Eating this dish will increase stats for a certain period of time, but I don't know if it's an increase in strength and agility. Can be added to the premium sauce skill. He looked in surprise at the notification on that system panel. The more he read, the more confused he became. Premium sauce. Suddenly his hand started to glow brightly. There's a strange energy in my hand. He couldn't believe his eyes, trying to understand. So if I use this energy, can I control the emotions of the person who eats my food? To a certain extent. Thinking back to the soldiers outside, he knew everyone was confused and trembling in fear. I have to try this glowing hand quickly. I hope this dish will help them relax a little. Add sauce. Premium peace of mind. Item 3. Just slightly charred by an apprentice chef with an added bit of peace of mind. He finishes the dish, wiping away his sweat with a satisfied smile. All right, time to eat. In the mess hall, a group of men line up dutifully. Sergeant Shin, I'm going to take a little extra, all right. He generously scoops the food for them, telling them to eat their fill. As he serves the food, he waits with nervous anticipation. I wonder if it'll actually work. The men eat heartily, grinning from ear to ear as they praise the meal. Whoa, this is seriously good. One guy even asks, "Did you cook all this yourself, Sergeant Shin?" He just watches everyone's reactions intently. He knows it's not going to make their biceps bigger or give them six-pack abs. I can't tell if it's working if there's no visible effect. Looking at the soldiers before him, he wonders if this skill is completely useless. Suddenly, one of the guys enthusiastically gives him a thumbs up. Sergeant Shin thanks for the meal. A few guys crowd around him, chatting excitedly. That monster. It made my heart feel all sensitive and vulnerable. But I feel a lot better now that my stomach is full. Others chime in saying, yeah, me too. I feel totally energized. Can I get seconds? Shin's eyes light up. Delighted, he replies, of course you can. He realizes it seems to be working. Looking at the meat in the pot, he thinks, I'm not sure about the stats. But the whole mess hall is definitely more lively and cheerful. This might be a good ability after all, if it can boost their morale like this. Suddenly, the entire room begins to shake. The soldiers are instantly on high alert. The building trembles violently. Shin grits his teeth, looking up at the ceiling in panic. Damn it, not again. He bolts towards the emergency exit. They won't even let me take a break. The sky is pitch black. People burst out of the building shouting, over there, by the barracks. Shin Rangjun also ran after, the crowd clenching his teeth and thinking to himself, the gunfire has stopped. Is everything okay? A group of soldiers, all holding guns, stood there pointing and talking amongst themselves. He asked the people standing there, hey, what's going on? I just got back from a meal. One of them turned and stammered, well. Suddenly he looked ahead and was startled. Seeing a familiar face in the crowd, he called out loudly, Taejun. When he saw him, he also turned and said, oh, you're here too. The guys he knew were all there. You guys are here too. Ninja, what the hell is going on? The ninja frowned and replied tensely, we saw a monster, so we chased after it. It's just like you said. We need to awaken quickly. He then pointed forward. Those two are ready. The monster lay motionless on the ground. He asked, is it still alive? Yes, Taejun replied. His hand moved to his gun's safety. The ninja stepped forward. I'm going to stab it now. But he stopped them. Let the people from the meeting awaken first. A surprised June asked why. He explained, Those people who only know how to cause a ruckus, they won't understand. If we tell them to approach the monsters, without using guns, to achieve some kind of awakening. He shared his thoughts with the two of them. I think it would be better if we awaken first, and prove that it isn't dangerous. Taejun stroked his chin thoughtfully and finally agreed, yeah, but we can't do it with the entire army at once. That's right, Shin Rangjun confirmed. So let's start with the higher-ups. There was a round of applause and cheers as he lifted the gun, which was covered in blood from the monster's body. A flash of light fills the space. Congratulations, you have awakened. A system panel announces the awakened person, Limisa. He was now able to see this screen. With his very own eyes, he screamed in shock. What the hell is this for real? The others also started to get curious. What are you seeing in front of you? Have you really awakened? Only Shin Rangrun knew what was going on. He smiled and asked, Hey, has the system window popped up yet? The man couldn't help but smile. Feeling the power in his hands, he yelled triumphantly, Whoa, this feeling is amazing. You were right. I can feel a strange energy flowing through my body. Hearing him say that he was just as happy. Oh, so you succeeded. He thought in amazement, I can't believe that I can confirm it visually like this. Even though the others couldn't see the system, they could see the two orbs of energy in the ninja's hands. Everyone looked on in admiration, exclaiming, Whoa! Hey, look at the brilliant light in my hands. This is so amazing. I can't believe it. You don't believe me, do you? He excitedly ran over to him and asked, What is your class? The man held up his two hands, which were crackling with electricity, to show him. I'm a novice mage with an affinity for electricity. He explained, My skill is called Thunderbolt. He was so happy he forgot everything else. He then asked, Are there any other mages? The man had to remind him. Hey, I'm the first one who awakened. Remember, and just like that he understood. Both he and the man came to a conclusion. So does that mean your class is determined by your talents? Regardless, this made one thing clear. He could awaken too, by killing a monster at close range. At first, no one believed it, but seeing it with their own eyes changed everything. One man raised his gun with determination. Then I'll be next. It was Taejun. He couldn't wait any longer to awaken. The ninja immediately agreed. You should do the same. Only he looked at him and warned, Taejun, be careful. The other soldiers also watched nervously. Look, it's Sergeant Park's turn. He told them, everyone pay attention. He walked forward, each step tense. Taejun furrowed his brow, concentrating with all his might, looking at the huge monster lying on the ground. It was still alive. He didn't dare to strike right away. He still had to psych himself up. It's a little scary. It's definitely not dead. Suddenly, the monster's eyes shot wide open. He flinched. It's moving. He still stepped forward and said, Hey, stay still. Raising his gun, he said, I'll be done in a minute. He placed one foot on the monster's body. He aimed his gun down, preparing to stab it. But this time, the monster still seemed strong. Its eyes glowed full of death. It suddenly let out a roar. Its whole body trembled, its mouth wide open, full of sharp teeth. Taejun's eyes flew open in terror, unable to speak. It's moving. A scream echoed through the area. The air filled with panicked shouts. Everyone watched tensely as Shin Rangun yelled, Taejun. He was bitten on the leg by the monster and dragged to the ground. Its mouth full of sharp teeth bit down hard. He roared in agony, Ah! Damn it, you damn monster! The monster's eyes were still glowing red. After getting a bite in, it became much more excited. Manhwa asked anxiously, Hey, Rangun, aren't you going to save him? The soldiers behind him grew impatient and shouted, Sir, should I open fire? Give the order and I'll shoot immediately. But he raised his hand to stop them, saying, Don't. Everyone stop, he has to be the one to kill it. It's too dangerous. Jun was frozen in fear, unable to move. The man had to shout to urge him on. Jun, what are you doing? Finish it. Tears and sweat streamed down Jun's face like he'd been in a shower. He gritted his teeth through the pain and managed to shout. Mustering all his strength, he raised his knife. You bastard! I won't let you live. His eyes blazed with determination as he roared and stabbed with all his might. With a single strike, the monster died on the spot. Everyone stood still waiting. All of them stared with their jaws dropped, unable to look away. He did it. Jun, holding his gun, was completely out of breath. He squeezed his eyes shut, feeling a strange sensation in his body. This is it. The system displayed a notification, Congratulations, you have awakened. A system window full of text appeared. He knew this was it. Someone from the crowd ran towards him, worried and panicked. Jun, are you okay? What are you doing? Call a medic quick. Our medic is just a physical therapist. He can't handle a wound like that. We're better off without one. Dude, look, the monster is really dead. Everyone burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Jun was drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth against the pain and turned to them. I have a system window too. Hearing this, the other man grinned and replied joyfully, You did great, you son of a bitch. You had me holding my breath, I almost fell over backwards. He quickly helped him up. I'm glad you're okay. The wound on your leg isn't too serious. Since the monster was about to die, Its bite wasn't that strong. My leg wasn't mangled. He could barely walk. I'd almost lost my will to fight. The other soldiers also rushed over. Hey, go help out over there. Be careful, buddy. A crowd of people gathered around, concerned. We'll be back as soon as the doctor arrives. And with that, the chaos ended. Two men, June and Minza, had become awakeners. A corps that could fight monsters without using bullets was being formed. The problem was the soldiers on the battlefield had spread the news about the awakening process. This caused a commotion at the armory. Everyone was talking about it. Even so, there were still other high-ranking officers who refused to try and awaken. This big guy was cornered by a teeth-gritting Taejun and Ninja, pinning him to a wall. He still stubbornly refused. I refuse. His eyes widened as he scowled angrily and shouted, I won't do it. I'm not doing that damn thing. Looking at the big guy's spineless display, Ninja was getting pissed off. You think Taejun and I weren't scared? The thing I killed earlier was just like a mosquito. He even slammed his hand hard against the wall, yelling at the coward. Don't you get it? Officers like us had to set an example. Threatening sparks of lightning even crackled from Ninja's body. The other man, terrified, stubbornly backed away, his voice trembling. But I can't do it. Helpless Ninja could only curse, damn it. The man tried to explain. No matter what you say, I just can't do it. There's no way you can guarantee that nothing will happen to me. You could have been seriously injured yourself. In front of so many people, how could he be so cowardly? The other soldiers started whispering, Kang and John, isn't he the ace of the facilities unit? I heard he's an expert. The other people also looked at this big guy with annoyance. I know, but he's a bit self-conscious about his size. He can't do anything. That requires going up high. And he can't watch horror movies. I was surprised, because he looks like he could beat a monster to death. Apparently he's a big guy, but a total coward. Shin Rangoon overheard their chatter. He thought to himself, I don't want more people refusing the awakening just because of this. A helpless voice was heard. Just do what you want. After saying that, Bin Ra turned sharply and left, ignoring the guy who called out to him in confusion. Are you sure? The shameless guy said, stuttering his thanks. Minja stopped and shot him a sharp, disdainful glare. But in the future, don't even think about being treated as a superior. Hearing that the man was bewildered, what? But Minja, furious, cut him off harshly before he could speak. Just because you've been here longer doesn't make you a superior. Everyone else stood still, listening to Minja. Becoming a commander is a very important role. His eyes narrowed as he declared bluntly, the commander we need right now is someone who has awakened. Gang and Zeon stood there frozen and tense. You refused that. He knew he was wrong and didn't dare to argue. Minja added one last thing, so you'll have to live with it. Shin Rangoon frowned, thinking, and realized, yeah, he's right. The other soldiers were also indignant, unhappy with the attitude of the big guy, Gang in Zeon. There's no way this guy could ever become a commander on the battlefield after this. Not a chance. He used to be famous for his abilities. But he was still saying, I get it. But the ninja refused to listen. He said to the other soldiers, let's go, he's a lost cause. One by one, the others turned their backs on him. Only he stood there resolute. No, it can't end like this. If this keeps up, the other soldiers' morale will be affected. He walked over to that ninja Minra. I need a word with you. He looked up in surprise. Huh, what is it? Then he turned to gently dismiss the big guy, Gang in. For now, just return to your post. His head hung in shame as sweat broke out. Yes, sir. With that, he grabbed Minra's arm and dragged him away, ignoring his shouts. Hey, what do you think you're doing? He just kept pulling him in a different direction. Just come with me. Thinking about this place, he knew that for the good of the unit, he couldn't give up. Inside the warehouse, the two of them spoke alone. Jingun tried to reason with him. Brother, I understand your anger, but we can't let it end like this. He asked helplessly. I know, but what else can I do? Jingun frowned and told him, this isn't just about one person. What I'm saying is, it's going to affect the entire battalion. The man still didn't understand what he was saying. He blurted out in surprise, what are you talking about? Thinking of the weak and injured soldiers out there, Jingun figured there was a chance that a lot of them were now thinking about deserting. The ninja had never even considered that. He grimaced. I mean, there are monsters out there, so they're what we should be worried about. Jingun told him. It's been a while now since the incident happened. So you could say that some people will start breaking down soon. The ninja began to understand the gravity of the situation. His voice trembled slightly. Hey, we're in the middle of the mountains. It's an hour's drive to get down. Besides, we're safer from the monsters if we stay in a group. Ba Xin gritted his teeth and planted his hands firmly, affirming, that's right. That's why up until now, no deserter has left. But at this point, many people want to leave. They want to check and to see if their families are still alive. Thinking about the soldiers out there, he had to admit the man had a point. Actually, that's a possibility. So if we want to survive, we need to make our unit stronger. Then they won't even think about running away, because they'll feel safe here. You make a very convincing argument. The ninja, sweating bullets and frowning, questioned, right. But there's one important thing to mention. Gang In isn't the only one who's scared. Besides that big guy, there are definitely others. That's right. If even one person manages to escape, you'll have a lot of crybabies, because they couldn't do it themselves. Then there will be conflict with the awakened soldiers. The more they talked, the more problems that needed to be solved came to light. The ninja held his head and sighed. This is so complicated. The other man added, that discord will eventually lead to division and weaken the unit. The ninja's eyes flashed as he stared at him. So what you're saying is... The man frowned seriously. A refusal to awaken is unacceptable. He was silent for a long time, thinking carefully. I know. So how are we supposed to convince Kang In? He thought about the situation from earlier. Being looked down on is humiliating enough, so he won't do it just because of that. I've said everything I could, but he hasn't changed one bit. I have to think of another way. Meanwhile, that guy Kang In was still working as if nothing had happened. Shin Rangun decided, I have an idea. Just give me a little time. The ninja guy didn't seem to trust his plan very much. He crossed his arms suspiciously. Do you really think it's possible? I can see that you're very determined, but it's not going to be easy. He just replied firmly, yes, I'll do my best. The other guy silently frowned as he watched him leave, not saying another word. He had no idea what he was planning to do. Shin Rangjun said to himself, damn it, what the hell am I even doing here? He ran off in a hurry. If I had a different job, I would have left my unit and run away. He broke out in a nervous sweat. But I'm a rookie cook. Basically, I'm just support. I can't even fight for myself. That's why. To make the most of my skills, I have to become a better cook. He knew. I don't want this unit to become hopeless either. So I'm going to make it stronger. He rushed to the dining hall. All those soldiers out there weren't even trying their hardest. And as for him, he couldn't fight. He and they had to work together to move forward together. He put on his chef's uniform and prepared his tools. Looking at the ingredients before him, he smirked. Kang In, I'm going to turn you into a real soldier. He started to cook, beginning with an onion. His hands chopped as fast as lightning. Let's keep it simple with some fried rice. Each slice of onion was cut with machine-like precision. Carrots, too. Both were stir-fried together in the pan. The quality of the main ingredient, the meat, is not good. The dish's stats will be slightly reduced. The quality of the secondary ingredient, the seasoning, is too good. The dish's stats will be slightly increased. The dish is made for a specific target. If the intended target eats this dish, its effects will be enhanced. His hands began to glow, and finally he held the special sauce over the pan, sprinkling in the ingredient. The chef's special sauce has been added. Special sauce. The emotions of the person tasting the dish will be altered. His eyes lit up as he wiped his sweat, staring intently at the pan. This is how food should be made. It was almost dark. Go ask any soldier if they know Gang In from the logistics unit. If they do, tell him to come to the self-service dining hall for me. Shin brought a heaping bowl of rice and placed it in front of him. Here, your special dish. Gang In's face went pale, looking at the bowl of rice in disbelief and confusion. Sergeant Shin, this is... Before he could say anything, the sergeant just urged him on. Just eat. He put on a deep act, pretending to be very concerned about him. You almost never come to eat. I'm sure you must be hungry. So just eat up, it's delicious. The man furrowed his brow, staring at him in surprise. He fell silent, lost in thought. He looked down at the delicious-looking heaping bowl of rice. Moved to tears, he shouted, yes, I will enjoy this meal. He picked up the spoon and took a full scoop of rice. The sergeant stood there, his hands in his pockets, watching him eat heartily with a slight smile. Novice chef's brave chicken fried rice. The strength to overcome fear and find courage. I did my best to make it as good as I possibly could. As he ate, he couldn't help but praise it. This is really delicious. Sergeant Shin smiled and told him, there's plenty more, so keep eating. He just stood there patiently thinking to himself, we can talk more after he's full. A voice called out and Sergeant Shinon exclaimed, huh? The other guy asked, confused. I'm sorry. In the room with only the two of them, Kang In-jon's voice rang out, I'm sorry. It's scary. Shinon sat across from him without saying a word, just quietly drinking his water. The guy frowned and confided, I've been like this since I was a kid, and I was always taught to act like a man. Hearing him speak, Shinon just nodded slightly without replying. The guy put his cup down and just kept rambling on. I was once told that exercising would make me feel more confident. So I started working out and practicing martial arts. But it didn't change a damn thing. Shinon finally understood. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, so that's it. That's why he acts this way. So he tried to comfort him. Well, in that case, you must have had a tough time with yourself. Kang In-jon's eyes welled up with tears as he looked down. He thought to himself, I tried to take on part-time jobs because I didn't want to be a burden to others. Thinking of the days, and when people admired him for his large build, he said, I used to think I was lucky, and when people finally started to acknowledge me. But I never thought something like this would happen. But in the silent room, Shinon just sat there listening to him open up. Sergeant Shinon fought that monster, even after seeing it kill his comrades. At that moment, Shinon suddenly cut him off. He stated firmly, I get scared too, you know. Startled, the guy looked straight at him in surprise. Shinon also looked to him in the eye, serious. But if we don't do anything, we'll just become their food. Back then, there were only two choices, either it dies or I do. Just thinking about that huge, terrifying monster, he told him. So in my case, I mustered up all my courage because it had killed my comrades. Looking back at what I did, it all happened in such a short time. But I think my survival instincts were what really drove me. No one taught you any of the things you did that day. It was all pure instinct. As he said this, his voice suddenly dropped to an angry growl. His hand clenched the paper, crumpling it completely. On top of that, I was in my prime. To die here, it's just not fair. But his attitude changed in a flash. He was suddenly laughing cheerfully. I still want to get out of here and open a restaurant. Hearing this, the guy just froze. You're incredible being like that even in this situation. He glanced around this dining hall. It took so much courage. This place is so run down, you'd never want to stay here. His eyes glistened and his voice trembled, but he smiled as he spoke. My judgment and the decisions I've made have brought me this far. Now I want to survive together with everyone. And perhaps the other veterans feel the same way. At last, the words got through to Gang and Xion. That's amazing, he exclaimed. Filled with a sudden burst of spirit, he shot to his feet. Hearing about your actions makes me feel like I should try harder too. I suddenly felt a strange sense of trust for him. Seeing him like this, the man couldn't help but wonder. Did the food actually work? There was a different kind of fire in his eyes. The guy's eyes were practically glowing. He had really changed. In a determined growl, he declared, the next monster is mine. Let me be the one to kill it tomorrow. And sure enough, he charged a monster with his bare hands, shouting, everyone stay back. Let's try to help. His eyes were still burning bright. It was like a strange power was coursing through his entire body, screaming over and over. My chance to test my courage is finally here. He's beating the monster bloody with his bare hands. The others just stood there, jaws on the floor in complete disbelief. Staring wide-eyed, they couldn't look away, whispering to each other. He's lost his mind. What's gotten into him? The monster's not even knocked out, and he's attacking it with his bare hands. What's more, this guy Gang and John was actually getting hyped up as he fought. Ha ha ha, die you monster! The bewildered ninja turned to him and demanded, what the hell did you do to make him act like this? Aren't you going to stop him? Even Shinrang Run himself had no idea what was going on. Confused, he thought to himself, maybe he's being too reckless. But the guy over there didn't care about what anyone was saying. He just kept wildly pummeling the monster. It was like he was afraid someone would steal his kill. While he's fighting, let's just try to wait and see. It's better than wasting this opportunity. The onlookers screamed in fear, but he could get seriously hurt. His voice trembling, he tried to reassure them. If that happens, we'll step in. The monster's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. It lunged forward with its razor-sharp claws. Gang Injion's eyes flashed as he gritted his teeth. Focus and fight. Seeing the monster's claw reaching out, he raised his hand without a hint of fear. With one hand, he grabbed the monster's head, and with the other, he powerfully blocked its outstretched claw. Their arms met in a clash of equal power. This guy's a total beast. It was the first time the monster had ever faced such a strong opponent. It threw its head back and roared at the sky. But this guy was even more savage than it was. He roared back, refusing to give in. I am the goddamn invincible Gang Indomitable. The crowd watched on the edge of their seats. Pointing, they cheered excitedly. He's stronger than the monster now. The ninja nudged him, laughing proudly. I can't wait to see what kind of abilities he'll possess when he awakens. He then turned and replied with a smile. I'm glad he's doing so well. But he's fighting bare-handed. Should we toss him a knife? While the two were talking, someone suddenly shouted, Look, Sergeant! Minra immediately looked in the direction he was pointing. It was Gang, in who was baring his teeth and biting down hard on the monster's arm. He was actually using his teeth to rip a chunk of flesh from the monster's body. He's more like a wild beast than a man now. He just kept frantically biting and tearing at it. No need for a knife like the others. One of the monster's armpits was torn to shreds, blood gushing like a fountain. All the soldiers present were horrified. The ninja's jaw dropped as he watched. Sergeant Shin was just as surprised, trembling. Everyone was speechless, not knowing what to say. This Gang In was the most ferocious person they had ever seen. He actually dared to bite the monster's flesh. After tearing it off, he spat the piece of meat onto the ground. Murmurs erupted from the people around them. What the hell is he doing? He just bit the monster's arm. Isn't that the same guy who was always whining about how scared he was? Watching this, he was horrified and felt a twinge of regret. Maybe I used too much of the special sauce. Then he reminded himself, I never thought a cooking could make things turn out this well. From a coward who didn't dare to do anything, Now he was exceeding all expectations. The soldiers' voices kept rising, pointing, "Look, he's throwing rocks at the monster. Didn't that thing already die from that hit? Why are you just standing there and watching? Stop him! Isn't it over already? That guy Gang-in still hasn't stopped." He held a large rock in his hands, raising it over his head, and continuously smashed it down. The monster was gasping, struggling to breathe. The soldiers watching grimaced. The two of them, Shin, Jun, and Minja, also watched nervously. No one could say a word. One final fatal blow. His body was covered in the monster's blood. As it lay motionless on the ground, suddenly a bright light flashed. A system window appeared in front of Gang-in. "Congratulations, you have awakened." Only then did he let out a sound. Ah! He dropped the rock. For him, now it was truly over. He had single-handedly beaten a monster to death. No one would dare call him a coward anymore. He let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! His eyes gleamed as he looked towards the other soldiers. "Look, you recruits, I've awakened too. I can see a blue system window in front of me." Now the others joined in his joy, cheering and praising him. "You crazy bastard, you did it. Amazing. That's the fourth awakened person." They quickly ran over to him. "This bastard really scared us. Congratulations, Sergeant." The soldiers couldn't stop praising him. "That was the best fight I've ever seen. You did great, Gang-in." His face was pale. He staggered forward, his eyes wide, grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha, he looked terrifying. He glared at him and shouted loudly, "This is all thanks to you, Sergeant Shin." Minja was suddenly scared of him and instinctively recoiled, moving away slightly. The other soldiers were also momentarily terrified. The others couldn't help but ask him in surprise, "What the hell did you do to him?" He could only scratch his head and give an awkward laugh. What else could he say? He thought to himself, "I'll have to be more careful with the dosage next time." The others kept talking about Gang-in. Manhwa asked him, "What on earth did you just do?" "He's like a completely different person." But Shin Rangun, of course, didn't reveal his secret. He just answered vaguely, "I just made a few dishes and sat down to talk with him." "That's it!" The other guy shouted in disbelief, questioning him. "Do you have some special talent for persuasion?" Looking at Gang-in, who was laughing and talking cheerfully with the other soldiers, he concluded with one line, "It's all about listening to your heart." The guy asked back, confused, "So we just need to talk to them, and then everything will be okay?" Shin Rangun replied philosophically, "You can't overlook the power of listening." With that, he turned to the guy and smiled cheerfully. The guy broke out in a sweat, stunned. "No way! It can't be that easy." He didn't dare to look the guy straight in the eye anymore, and looked away, thinking to himself, "That's right, it doesn't make any sense." Thinking about everything that happened with Gang-in, it was all thanks to the effect of my skill. But I can't reveal it yet. He knew it was different from splitting a table in half, as everyone had seen. There was also his unbelievably aggressive personality. After seeing the Gang-in of today, he really does have a pretty scary other side. He even dared to bite the monster, he guessed. But it could also just be a temporary change. The proof was that he was back to normal now. He wasn't as scary as when he fought the monster anymore. This ability could be dangerous if used incorrectly, he asked Ninja. But this guy is a maniac. Wouldn't it be a little dangerous to trade your sanity just to get stronger? What? After hearing his question, the guy seemed a bit flustered. Well, our survival is on the line. So when you think about it, it's actually a good thing. He chuckled. True, but look at those people happily chatting over there. Anyway, from now on, just bring the awakened children to me. It's a dangerous job. So, first we should feed them some special dishes. Upon hearing this, that ninja immediately glanced at him. Are you reminding me? Can we even do that? It doesn't seem like we have that much food. Thinking about the amount of food left in storage, most of what's left is emergency rations. For emergencies. They have to be eaten quickly before they go bad. We have to eat a lot, if we don't want any of it to spoil. The guy then let out an ah of agreement. He rested his chin on his hand and sighed with a smile. I'm eagerly counting down the days until I can have a proper meal. He broke out in a sweat, harboring his own worries. Emergency and combat rations don't involve any cooking. I wonder if I can use those skills on them. A monster was running at lightning speed. Voices shouted from behind it. It's running. Look at all those soldiers chasing it with guns. They yelled to each other, lure it that way. Aim at it and fire. Don't miss, keep firing. Well, there are always a few exceptions. Bullets tore into the monster, preventing it from getting any closer. But overall, the awakening process went smoothly. Looking at the monster's lifeless body on the ground, the men questioned each other in frustration. Hey, who just killed it? Another voice asked, confused. I'm sorry. Manhwa angrily yelled right in his face, damn it! Another failure. While hunting the monster, they couldn't just kill it with their guns. They could only injure it to a certain degree. Then they had to kill it with a knife to trigger an awakening. Shin Gongjun was also annoyed by this scene. He sighed and looked away. Well, it wasn't exactly smooth sailing. Monsters kept appearing one after another. The biggest problem was that it wasn't easy to keep the monster close enough for someone to land the final blow. especially with brawny soldiers like these guys around. This made him think even harder. And this was a group of seriously tough guys. Most monsters would go berserk right before they died. This made it impossible for them to get close. The awakening had to be done safely. We can't afford to slow down. One fine day, just like any other, the soldiers, as usual, shouldered their guns and went to hunt monsters. A loud shout echoed, "Sergeant over there!" You really saw it. At least someone was doing their job right. He was always there, quietly observing them. In a bush, a monster had been critically wounded by gunfire. Manhwa watched it struggling to breathe and shouted gleefully, "Hey, good job! Now we just need someone to kill it." A few soldiers stood still, or they would look away when asked. So who's going to be the next one to awaken? Shin Gang-gun decisively pointed to Soo-hyuk from the transport unit. He listened in surprise as Shin Gang-jun spoke. "Soo-hyuk, it's your turn." He quickly stepped forward. Yes, sir." Manhwa added, "Are you confident enough?" "Just aim straight for its armpit." Soo-hyuk stepped forward holding a long, sharp iron rod. He replied quite calmly, "I've practiced a lot for this." Everyone started cheering for him. "You got this, Soo-hyuk, make sure you succeed." Although he was confident when it was time to do it for real, he was still a bit tense. Sweat dripped down his pale face. He decisively plunged it straight into the monster on the ground. It shrieked in pain. One man and one beast faced each other. The monster's bloodshot eyes glared wide. Suddenly a light flashed. Seeing the system window appear before him, Soo-hyuk shouted with joy. "Yes, I did it. I can see a system window in front of me. My skill is sharpshooter." As soon as they heard about this skill, everyone cheered and congratulated him. The ninja laughed heartily and turned to him. "Awesome, that's the fifth person to succeed." Sergeant Shin was still trying to process it all. He asked blankly, "A sharpshooter, like a sniper?" Suddenly a series of screens appeared before his eyes. He stared blankly, not understanding anything, and yelled, "Hey, what the hell is this?" He backed away, calling out to Shin for help. "Sergeant Shin, a strange phrase just appeared." A light flashed through the space, followed by a system notification. "Forming a faction." A similar screen appeared in front of him. "You have formed a faction of 5 people. This is the minimum required number." The ninja had one in front of him too. The group asked each other in surprise, "A faction? What does that mean?" Everyone who had awakened could see it. After reading it, he wondered to himself, "I don't get it. What the hell are these notifications even talking about?" He stared intently for a moment, trying to make sense of it all. He realized it happened right after Soo-hyuk's successful awakening. A similar window appeared for all 5 of the awakened. Gang-in also saw the Unity achievement. "You have succeeded in forming a faction faster than most." Everyone started clamoring, asking Shin Gang-gun, "What do we do now?" He quickly told them to hold a meeting first. The awakened ones held an emergency meeting. A voice quickly called out, "Everyone get inside." The room was pitch black with only a single lamp. Manhwa sat there looking at the group of people in the room. 10 people. This is getting more and more like a game. Soo-hyuk looked over, confused, and agreed. "That's right, a faction. I guess the condition was to have 5 awakened people." Shin Gang-gun stood in the corner silently calculating. If that notification is correct, then we can advance. Faster with the growth elixir? Gang-in, with his arms crossed, looked at Manhwa and shared his opinion. "I'm more concerned about the phrase third place. If we're in third place, does that mean there's a first and second place too? Could there be monsters outside our area?" Hearing this, Manhwa also frowned and bit his lip, troubled. He didn't know what to say. Finally, he spoke up. "I guess so, but what about our families?" The group started to think about their loved ones. "If it's like this here, imagine what it's like outside." Shin Gang-gun quietly observed them. He knew. Everyone's mind was filled with thoughts of their families. They could be getting swept away by the monsters. He couldn't let their morale collapse like this. He stepped forward to reassure them, "Don't think the worst about it." Startled, Manhwa looked up. He calmly spoke to the others. "I'm also worried about the situation outside, but first we have to ensure our own safety." Soo-hyuk was still a bit bewildered. "Right, but—" He cut him off decisively, speaking in a firm, loud voice. "I don't know, but that means we're still ahead of the other people in this game. So we should prioritize our own safety first. For now, let's just focus on that." The ninja was silent for a moment, thinking. Finally, his eyes lit up as he decided to go along with him. "Yeah," Gang-gun added, "he's right. When you think about everyone in this camp, only if we survive, can we find a way to rescue our families." Gang-in stopped arguing. He brought up a more practical point. "But we have over 100 surviving soldiers and only 5 faction members. So does that mean they only count the awakened?" The ninja agreed, "Right. We need more awakened people. But that's difficult." Gang-gun lowered his head thoughtfully. He isn't wrong. Thinking about the ordinary soldiers out there, the world just suddenly changed. If you're not one of the awakened, you're not even considered human. Suddenly, the ninja looked up and asked the group, "Oh, speaking of which, didn't you say you're a sharpshooter? It's definitely reflected in your marksmanship. You were famous for it after all." Soo-hyuk burst out laughing. "Haha, really? Manhwa asked again. So what about your trait? He thought for a moment and replied, it says that my accuracy and power will increase when I shoot. Manhwa clenched his jaw, his brows furrowing. He immediately thought of the worst-case scenario. When you shoot, is that really okay? I'm worried about the possibility of us running out of ammo. Hearing this, the other guy laughed smugly and replied at once. Don't worry about that. Imagine soldiers carrying guns into battle. If a normal soldier needs 10 shots to kill one monster, he confidently declared, I only need 2. Hearing this, SSS-Rank was immediately excited. That will definitely help us use less ammo. So with your skills, we'll be able to take down the monsters much more easily. The ninja visibly cheered up and patted Soo-hyuk on the shoulder. Exactly. Then, you'll be in charge of stopping the monsters from moving forward. He immediately agreed. Yes, sir, the ninja exclaimed excitedly. Well, that's good news. He was secretly thrilled. Thank God. This will take some pressure off me for a while. Looking over at Soo-hyuk and that Gangan guy, he thought to himself, only 5 people in our faction, huh? SSS-Rank smiled and decided, there's no more time to sit around and be discouraged. To survive, we have to move forward. In the following days, the soldiers continued to kill beasts to awaken. He knew they had to keep going to awaken the others. One man stepped up. It's my turn. Seeing this, he was much more satisfied. Fortunately, most of the soldiers were willing to awaken, without much complaint. But a coward still showed up. He sat right down on the ground. He threw his hands up in front of his face, flat out refusing, shouting, I'll definitely die. He looked at him and thought, even so, a few people are still refusing, trembling in fear. At times like that, he would always step forward to reassure them. Come on, calm down. Let's grab a bite and talk it over. The other guys were surprised and confused when he invited them to eat, exclaiming Sergeant Shin. The ninja wasn't happy with his approach, but he didn't say anything. The strange thing is, whoever goes to eat with him comes back ready to grab a weapon and kill beasts right away. And he's even praised by NDT0. He suddenly changed too. The ninja started to get a little suspicious, staring at him without looking away. This happened several times in a row. Whenever someone gave up, he would run over. Calm down, relax, come with me. They would all ask in surprise, why is that? The ninja narrowed his eyes again, observing intently. After they returned, that soldier once again had enough courage to kill beasts. The sounds of praise rang out endlessly again. Is he always this reckless? That's right, he's going insane. He didn't notice the ninja looking at him with suspicion. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted, Hey SSS-Rank, I need to ask you something. Completely unsuspecting, he casually asked back, What do you want to know? He walked closer to him, surprised. Why so sudden? The man frowned, narrowing his eyes and staring intently at him. He confronted him directly. You're hiding something. Some kind of ability that we don't know about. Every time you tell a soldier to go have a little talk, they come back looking braver and stronger. Hearing him say that, SSS-Rank froze and broke out in a cold sweat. Panicked, he thought to himself, damn it, he's figured it out. A little flustered, he explained, I just had to do it, and for the sake of the battalion's unity. But he clearly didn't buy it. With his hands on his hips, he shouted, Huh! And what is that supposed to mean? Left with no choice, he had to tell the truth. Deep down, he knew that he couldn't keep hiding it any longer. He held his hand out towards the ninja. The ninja was startled and confused. The two of them just stood there talking to each other. He revealed all his secrets about the food, and that increases courage. There. After he finished talking, he turned out not to be an unreasonable guy. Looking at him, the man rejoiced silently. Luckily, Manhwa understood him and focused on waking up the troops, and so the two of them split up. He managed the soldiers outside fighting beasts, while the man stayed in the kitchen preparing food. While I decided to focus on cooking, the system suddenly displayed a long notification. SSS-Rank was surprised as soon as he read it. 82 points. What just happened? I thought they only increased when I killed monsters, or cooked well. Looking at the number displayed on the screen, he knew he could probably use these. It was related to what he already knew. Usually in games, points are used to buy items in a shop. Maybe there's something like that here. With that thought, he immediately tried it, touching the system screen. Let's see. A point shop. Suddenly, a light flashed. A notification announced opening the point shop. Another screen appeared right next to him. As soon as he saw it, SSS-Rank exclaimed, This is it! He rejoiced silently. That's right. You can only do so much, with just your basic abilities. Looking at it, he wondered to himself, why didn't I think of this before? He reached out to touch the screen to see. Instantly, smaller screens appeared all around him. He tapped on the rye bread item. He broke out in a nervous sweat. It's mostly just stuff for combat. The only thing I can use is the rye bread. When he tapped it, nothing appeared. Surprised, The system showed a series of notifications, detailing the functions of this bread. He couldn't help but exclaim, They look pretty good, but they're so expensive. He closed his eyes to feel it out. I still can't afford to buy them right now. With that thought, I decided to close the extra windows. I'll check the shop again later. Skills and traits are more important, so I have to test them out. His hands continuously moved across the screen. I'm using the special sauce and the god of cookings, a chef's label. Jin Rangun kept exploring like this, never getting bored. He remembered training with that big guy Gang In. I know a skill that allows you to master various combat styles naturally by using a dagger. I've tried sparring with Gang In and was quite satisfied with the result. Now his hand holding the dagger was very skillful. He could spin it in his hand at will without looking. I had never even been in a fist fight, let alone a knife fight, but at least I'm pretty good at this. He looked at the dagger in his hand and thought to himself, if this is just the apprentice level, then what would the master level be like? Looking at the words apprentice's passion displayed on the screen, he knew it was just like Jin Rangun's hot hands from the pan, a skill that appeared. When I accidentally grabbed a hot pot, I can hold a flame in my hand for about 30 seconds. This will be really useful if I keep practicing. He smiled with satisfaction. Last but not least, the most important skill is apprentice cook. I've been collecting data since I revealed it to the ninja, but he once gave me feedback. It tastes great, and I have to say it's strangely invigorating. And my stats on the status board have increased. He asked in surprise, really? He thought to himself, I saw that stats like strength, +3 were added to the dish. Even when it's finished, the effect is still there. Back then you even frowned and asked for more details. It seems like no one even noticed, he replied. That's not it. Because unawakened soldiers don't have a status window. A status? What? You're just remembering that now, that's right. Just like the effects of the food you all ate. They don't seem to show up, like a system notification either. The regular soldiers just ate it and said it was delicious. It has never told me about its effects. You mean your cooking? I'm certain you would have realized my ability if you had gotten a notification. Xinjiang Jun, who had never experienced it before, asked Miza. So what does it feel like? He answered honestly, the effect is massive. Because my strength stat is 9, and it actually went up by 3. On paper it's only a 30% boost, but it feels way better than that. He stood in the kitchen, his arms crossed over his chest, deep in thought. The power is definitely working. He looked at the knife and the ingredients on the cutting board. If ninja is right, then at least in this situation, my chef skill is nothing to scoff at. He stroked his chin, his mind racing. If only this kind of power could be applied to the entire battalion. Just then a man rushed in breathlessly. Sergeant Shin, we need you. He was panicking, unable to catch his breath, gasping out a report about the armory. Startled, he turned and asked, what's wrong? This chubby messenger was having a hard time just from running. They had to wait for him to catch his breath. It's a new monster. Remembering the sight of that monster, he screamed. It's completely different from those lizards. Xinjiang Jun and Ninja went up to the rooftop. The men up there greeted them as soon as they saw them. Greeting, Sergeant. The ninja furrowed his brow, looking annoyed as he asked the group, Hey, you said this was urgent. What is it? Did another monster appear? The guy reported, well, I was keeping an eye on this area, when something I have never seen before. It caught my attention. As he spoke, he handed a pair of binoculars to the two of them. Its appearance is completely different from anything we've seen before. You'll understand once you take a look. Manhwa took the binoculars. Shin Rangrun, standing behind him, noticed. He looks pretty scared, doesn't he? The soldier pointed towards the hill. It's gathering on the mountaintop over there. Both of them raised their binoculars to look. I can't even tell what kind of monster it is. The ninja asked Rangrun, hey, do you see it? Staring intently through the binoculars, he replied, it's still just a normal lizard. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. In the distance, besides the familiar monsters they had seen before, there was another one that was completely different. He jumped and shouted, wait, what is that? A huge, muscular, deep purple monster. It was completely different from the ones they usually saw. The ninja also exclaimed, whoa, I see it now. That strange monster's entire body was emitting a red glow. It looked especially dangerous. It's moving. Its large, bright yellow eyes glared forward, looking straight at them. Immediately a growl echoed out. They could even hear it from where they were. Both of them jumped in fright. With goosebumps on their skin, they immediately lowered the binoculars, unable to watch any longer. Just by looking from a distance, they could feel the deathly aura. The danger from this horde of monsters was palpable. Shin Rangrun broke out in a cold sweat, anxiously thinking, damn it, it's heading this way. The group began to discuss a strategy. That thing has to be over 3 meters long. And then there are the normal lizards around it too. I guess it must be the pack leader. Monsters that live in packs. You feel like something's not right too, huh? That's strange. The lizards our army has attacked only moved in groups of 1 or 2. The ninja frowned, clenching his teeth in surprise as he guessed, could it be that these ones are from a different place? Looking at that pack and its leader, that's likely the case. Over 20 of them are following one distinct lizard. If they had all arrived at the same time, but there was only one that looked strange, so they weren't too worried. Manhwa calmly replied, we'll have to use a lot of ammo, but I don't think it'll be a problem. We have Shu Hook after all. Shin Jong-jun didn't say anything. He silently calculated. He felt that yes, they had more people, but thinking about the battles from the past few days, the soldiers had gradually gotten used to using guns to shoot down those lizards, and we also know the monster's weak spots. He still felt uneasy, but something about this was off, so he turned to the person who first discovered them and asked when they appeared. He replied, "At dawn this morning." He then asked how they had been behaving. The guy thought back confused, nothing unusual. They were just wandering around, outside the camp showing no signs of attacking. Yeah, it's really strange. The ninja couldn't help but exclaim, really? Could it be that they're scared? Shin Jang-jun didn't jump to conclusions. He just said, I'm surprised why they haven't attacked when they have such a large group. Just as he said that, he himself jumped startled. Thinking of that pack of monsters and their leader, a sense of dread filled him. Oh, damn it! He figured it out immediately and hurriedly shouted for everyone to hear. That must be it. They're waiting for the right moment. The ninja looked confused and asked, what was that? Shin Rangjun furrowed his brow, looking tense as he explained. They know about a raid. That's why they've been lurking around us. They're scouting. But the other soldiers found it hard to believe. Manhwa immediately said, that's ridiculous. Suhook looked skeptical. You think those monsters are that smart? Sin's expression hardened, completely confident in his assessment. He asked them back seriously. Do you all know how smart wolves are when they hunt? They walk on 2 legs. So they must be even smarter than wolves. Only Gang In was the first to agree. He nodded in agreement with Sergeant Shin. So what if we attack them first? The whole group was taken aback. They looked over and said in unison, attack them first. Everyone looked completely bewildered. But he immediately objected, we can't. We have the advantage here in our own base. If we go out there, we'll be at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Gang In had a moment of realization. It's not like we can just fight whenever we want. The men went over to the railing, looking out at the horde of monsters. The ninja agreed as well. We can't go out there. Let's keep a close eye on their movements. We need to take our time and form a strategy. He also told Shin to report this to the company commander. See what he thinks. Shin Rangjun added, tell everyone to be on high alert. After saying that, he fell silent, deep in thought. He told them bluntly, once this news gets out, the entire army will be gripped by fear. The fear of an unknown enemy. We need to reassure them so they don't panic. The horde of monsters was still out there just waiting. Life went on as usual. Shin Rangjun was in charge of cooking the meals. The chef's special sauce. The chef's cool as a cucumber composure. In every dish, he adds a special sauce. The soldiers ate and chatted amongst themselves. At least now the core is in a place that the monsters can't get to. Even if we go outside, there will most likely be monsters. The guy sitting next to him also agreed. So it's better to stay here. He adds a different sauce to each dish. The chef's special sauce. The chef's comforting octopus kimchi. After eating the food he cooked, the soldiers' mindset also changed. At first I was honestly a little scared, but I think I'm used to it now. After fighting for a while, I feel like I've become more at ease. Day by day, the sauce gradually changed everything. The chef's specialty confidence. Faith was awakened in the braised meat and vegetable dish. Once you eat it, you're hooked. The effects kick in immediately. The men confided in each other. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. But I have faith in my family. I'm still alive, so I'm sure they must have survived somehow too. They changed day by day, according to what he fed them. Shin Rangun silently observed them. Somehow, the soldiers' morale remained high, so the defensive line didn't waver. Now there was a significant change in the army. The awakenings were also successful. In total, there were 20 people. That's almost 1/5 of the entire battalion. He and the guy who first spotted the monsters were standing on the upper floor. He turned and asked him, nothing's changed, right? The man reported, yes, they're still just milling about outside the barracks. However, looking at the horde of monsters that was always standing in the distance, he knew their numbers had more than doubled, compared to the first time we saw them. That guy suddenly started sweating bullets with worry, his voice trembling. I don't know what will happen when there are over 100 of them. Shin Rangrun turned to reassure him. He has quite a few awakened snipers, so it'll be fine. He recalled all of them. Out of the 20 awakened people, 3 of them were snipers. It's an insane job, being able to hit a target with such precision with a standard K2 rifle. He smiled confidently. If we fight back, we won't be defeated. If we keep growing at this rate, we'll come out on top with our food supply. Shin Rangrun held a notebook, personally taking inventory of the food. We'll run out of military rations next week, and half of the people we have will be awakened. Looking at the few canned goods left at that point, the military will still be stable, without needing my power. He quickly wrote in his notebook, that's all the inventory I need to do. Just then the entire room went pitch black. Startled and confused, he looked around. What's going on? A power outage. He frowned immediately on guard. How could this have happened? The maintenance unit said the generator was still running fine. He wondered to himself as he walked around to inspect. Does this affect the entire base? Suddenly he jumped, thinking of those monsters. Wait a minute, what if they make a move? The more he thought about it, the worse it seemed. He rushed outside yelling, "Damn it! We're in trouble." He even tossed his notebook aside. It was too urgent to delay. He shot out into the courtyard like a bullet. His whole body tensed as he clenched his teeth. This is dangerous. He's standing on the roof, gun in hand. I thought the snipers could handle it, but that's only possible in situations where our line of sight is guaranteed. I've got it. If there's no light, the entire military base is pitch black right now. Then the snipers will be completely useless. In the dark of night, the commander's booming voice roared, "Hurry up! Get to your positions. Hey, sniper, get up on the roof. Anywhere you can get a clear view." The men quickly shouted their acknowledgement. That guy Kim Hyung-se was also present. He frantically pointed and yelled, "The rest of you are the awakened. Focus on your assigned missions." He sure sounded like he knew what he was doing, but in reality he wasn't doing a thing. The soldiers moved to their designated spots. They held their guns ready for battle. Everyone was on edge. One of them reported, "Lieutenant Kim, all soldiers have gathered in the armory." He pointed and ordered, "All right, seal the entrance." They were forced to shut the door tight, carefully sliding the bolt into place. The ninja observed the scene before him. Leaning on his hand, he asked his trembling companion, "What's the situation?" "We've almost finished deploying the soldiers," he told him. "Luckily, we still have some flares. That way the snipers will know where we are." I don't know if this will even work. But looking at that neatly arranged pile of supplies, he still couldn't feel at ease. Sweat poured down his face. The monsters aren't infinite in number, but if we don't subdue them quickly, we're going to be in big trouble. He quickly looked around. "Where are the awakened?" he asked. "I've arranged them around the snipers. The mages are split between defense and offense, while the soldiers have taken up defensive positions. Their morale has improved ever since that meal. And that's not even counting your morale boost." Looking over at the people focusing on deploying their powers. Everyone was in position, weapons in hand, ready for the monster's attack. "Everyone's in position." The ninja turned and asked him, "So where are you planning to go from here?" He held up a long knife. "I'll be using this." The moment he saw it, the ninja yelled in astonishment. "You're going to fight in close combat. Wouldn't it be better to fight from the rear?" He chuckled, raising his knife confidently. "Hey buddy, I was the first one to awaken here." The ninja frowned in confusion, looking unconvinced. "But that doesn't mean I'm not going to stop you." He didn't have any faith in that tiny knife at all. Just then the alarm blared. The monsters are getting close. The entire ground shook violently, with their every step. The ninja quickly took out a flashlight to see. Terrified Shinrang Run also looked into the distance. His jaw dropped. "They're here?" Flares were quickly fired brightly, illuminating a corner of the sky. The entire sniper camp could now see. Kim Hyung-seo stood looking into the distance with binoculars, his face pale with fear, unable to believe his eyes. The horde of monsters was getting closer and closer. The flares were ready, but that guy was so scared he just stood frozen. It wasn't until a soldier had to scream a reminder, "Captain, give the order," that he snapped out of it a little. But still trembling with fear, he roared the command, "All soldiers open fire." 4 squads of soldiers began firing frantically at the beasts below. They could do nothing but shoot recklessly, hitting the monsters with as many bullets as possible. They fired non-stop and plenty of beasts were hit, but the creatures showed no fear, and just charged forward like that, covered in wounds, screaming horribly. Grr, grr. A good number of them were killed. Their mouths continuously let out a hissing sound. Watching them fight so ferociously without any fear, Shin Kong-jun thought with satisfaction, "Excellent. My cooking skill is working." But he couldn't let his guard down yet. He knew that if it weren't for those flares, they would have been in big trouble. "We need to be more careful." Just then, a distinct purple monster was rushing through the horde of beasts, heading straight for the camp. Someone shouted an alarm. "The ringleader is here." Its 2 eyes glowed yellow as it bared a set of sharp snow-white teeth. Grrr. People pointed and shouted, "That's the most dangerous one." The snipers focused their fire on it. Magazines were swapped out one after another. The others kept urging them on. The sniper Soo-hyuk raised his rifle. "I'll take it down." Watching this, Shin Kong-jun suddenly felt that something was off. He thought in confusion, "Wait, what the hell is this?" In his eyes, there was now an analysis system. Where did this come from? The system displayed a notification, "Your skill, Chef's Eyes, has been activated." Information about the pack leader appeared right before his eyes. Name Alpha Lizard. Extremely rare and the strongest among the lizard species. No one dares to compare to it or challenge its decisions. He read it in astonishment, gritting his teeth. An Alpha Lizard. You really couldn't let your guard down with that thing. It charged forward like a speeding arrow. Even the snipers found it hard to hit. Someone shouted, "It's too fast." And it's even dodging all the bullets. Seeing how it was both cunning and agile, he couldn't help but think, so they're all the same species. In the end, Shin Kong-jun furrowed his brows in anger, his eyes locked onto it. It doesn't matter how strong it is. It's foolish to stand on the front lines as their leader. Look at it standing up on its 2 hind legs. Its entire body is radiating power. There's no doubt that it's the pack leader. He thinks it's just making itself a target, to be shot at. Suddenly it tilted its head to the sky and opened its mouth wide, letting out a series of strange sounds. A wave of power spread out from it. The other monsters all stopped. Upon hearing those sounds, they became even more agitated than before. They began to spread out and continued their attack. The sound echoed all the way to the camp. The soldiers who heard it all clutched their heads in agony. They were being attacked from a distance. Even Jun had to cover his ears tightly, unable to bear it. What in the world is this kind of attack? He forced his eyes open to look towards the pack leader. The system displayed a warning. You have come into contact with a powerful individual of a similar rank. He understood now. A battle cry. All strength, speed, and health of the lizards have been increased. The soldiers' eyes widened in shock, gritting their teeth as they watched. They read the notification in utter confusion. Temporarily, all lizards will also be granted bullet resistance. The men froze in terror. All surrounding creatures that are not lizards will be thrown into confusion, losing their focus and accuracy. Fighting them was already exhausting enough. Now they've even gotten a power-up, while the soldiers have been weakened. This was going from bad to worse. The ninja looked at him, bewildered. Jun, what's happening? He didn't know any of this either. Sweat poured down his face as he gritted his teeth trying to think. This is incredibly dangerous. The soldiers' formation was now completely broken. Screams echoed everywhere. What's happening to me? I'm so dizzy. Are you okay, Lieutenant? All the snipers have been affected. That guy Kim Hyung-sale couldn't do a thing. He just stood there wide-eyed and open-mouthed screaming nonsense. Does it really have that much of an effect? He hasn't awakened, so he can't read the system panel. He has no idea what's going on. Just then someone pointed forward. The monsters are over there. He quickly looked over. On the other side, the monsters, having been empowered, were charging forward like lightning. They were many times more aggressive. Everyone was frozen just staring. Even Soo-hyuk couldn't focus enough to shoot anymore. Helplessly, he clutched at his head in frustration, thinking, damn it. This is exactly what that notification said would happen. This confusion will make everyone lose their focus. His hand gripped the gun tightly. Our defenses are weakening. He whipped around and yelled at the others. What the hell are you doing? He roared, cursing them out. Get back into your defensive positions and start firing again. God damn it. The unawakened soldiers, under the command of that Kim Hyung-sale, were completely useless. They stopped firing after just this little setback. Below, the horde of monsters charged relentlessly. But unlike at the start of the battle, the gunfire from the barracks had decreased significantly. The monsters that weren't hit were moving even faster and more aggressively. Shin Rang-woon stood still observing. He realized their firepower had dropped drastically. It must be the effect of that special lizard. The continuous screams of the snipers rang out. Our shots aren't effective anymore. Give all the ammo to the snipers. The regular soldiers can't fight any longer. You can see it too. The attacks from the unawakened soldiers. They can't even scratch it anymore. Min-ra clenched his fists, enraged, and yelled. If it had that kind of power, why didn't it use it before? For them to only realize this now, we've been completely caught off guard. Shin Rang-woon turned and explained to him. The notification said it's only a temporary effect, so it should wear off soon. It's probably waiting for the right moment to strike. Looking at the beast now, it's like a commander. Quietly observing from a distance, he couldn't help but be amazed. That monster really thinks that far ahead. He quickly patted the man's shoulder and ordered, gather all the awakened ones now. He yelled to make sure he was heard. Ranged attacks are useless now. We're preparing for close quarters combat. Shin Rang-woon's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. This was the last thing he wanted. Soon the awakened were gathered. He gave each of them a small snack. They took them surprised and said in unison, one for each of us. No one understood what was going on, getting gathered in the middle of a battle just to be handed treats. They couldn't stop wondering, Sergeant Shin, what is this? Is this some kind of light snack? Sergeant Shin Rang-woon smiled. He decided to reveal his long-held secret. Now I'll reveal it to everyone. He recalled the times he cooked, his hands glowing as he added the seasonings. Some of you may have already guessed it. My cooking skills can grant power to others. All of you have eaten something I cooked before you awakened, haven't you? Take Kang-in, for example. His personality did a complete 180. The soldiers erupted in a clamor. So that's why I suddenly got so courageous. We were then empowered by the following dish. Trembling Shinrang looks over at the ninja. To be honest, I don't know what these monsters will do, so I prepared this in advance. That's why this special item is for all of you. The power will be adjusted according to each person's ability. Minjia also nods in confirmation. That's right, so there's nothing to be afraid of. If we train persistently, we'll have a chance. They encourage each other. Let's try our best so we don't lose this place. All the soldiers agreed, shouting, yes, sir. Their rallying cries to advance echoed. His eyes lit up with determination. Now the entire battalion has received a power boost. He walks right up to the biggest guy in the group, Gang-in, and pats him on the shoulder. Hey, you take care of the alpha monster, all right? Without hesitation, he eats the candy. His spirit immediately flared, his eyes burning with determination. I'm going to smash it to pieces. Because high-quality ingredients were used, the dish's effectiveness was also enhanced. The snipers were fighting off the monsters all by themselves, while the awakened were in a meeting. They had already run out of strength, screaming in despair, "Damn it! What is everyone doing?" He glares furiously and roars. "I can't hold on any longer." They're closing in. The awakened quickly ate the candy he gave them. Their stats will be maxed out for one whole day. Every single one of them was fired up. The ninja was no exception. His lightning became visibly stronger. The attack enhancement effect has been applied. The monsters got closer and closer, their eyes glowing bright red. A warning cry rang out from the soldiers. "They're here!" They leaped right up. The two sides clashed head-on at the fortress walls. That guy Kim Hyung-chul was scared stiff and couldn't do a thing. Now it's time for the awakened to take the stage. They fought with everything they had, taking on almost all of them. The one named Gang, focused and charged straight for the leader of the pack. He swung a powerful fist, landing a punch directly in the face of the monster, blocking his way. The monster was sent flying to the side. The others continuously rushed in. He still couldn't get close to the leader. Punching relentlessly, he took them down with his bare hands. The others were also fighting non-stop, using all their strength and abilities. Everyone used whatever they were best at. Two monsters charged at Gang In at once. "To your right," a voice shouted in warning. "Everyone stay close to me." Manhwa rushed forward, yelling, "Don't spread out!" The group continuously charged in, punching and brawling. The sounds of people screaming mixed with the growls of the monsters. It was a chaotic scene. Shin Rang-run couldn't just stand by and watch. He quickly grabbed his knife and joined the fray. One man, one knife, sending monsters flying. His grip on the knife never loosened. But it was clear that the force of his slashes on the monsters was no longer as effective as before. He thought to himself, "Looks like I need to eat something too." He looked over at the other soldiers, who were also getting beaten up by the monsters. He knew that the lizard leader had made them all stronger. He quickly took out a cookie and ate it. "I can't face them all alone, even if I am a top-tier chef." A system window appeared before his eyes. "You have eaten a courage cookie, made with the passion of an apprentice chef." When a dish is made for a specific person, the effect of the dish will increase significantly when that person consumes it. All stats have greatly increased. He yelled as he slashed wildly at the monster. Time for the special sauce die. The chef's special is applying the moderate courage effect. You can now control the tide of battle with your average courage. His entire body glows as he fights tirelessly. His attack power has also increased. He can feel it. The regular lizards are no longer a threat. The brave warriors are now in control of the situation. The enemy's stats will be revealed, crushing their morale. His eyes dart toward the leader monster. Is it running? The leader monster turns, weaving through the chaos as it flees. Its two eyes glowed a brilliant yellow, its mouth agape full of sharp teeth. It looked terrifying. Your teammate has unlocked new skills. It's Gang In. His power is continuously growing. The combat trainee is fighting like a madman. The effects of average courage have dispelled the chaos. He's no longer restrained by the leader monster's power like before. The men shout, urging each other on. "Let's go, guys, Gang In is going berserk again." His entire body glows as he throws his head back and roars at the sky. A battle for survival awaits us. The barracks gate can no longer hold back the monsters. They're pouring over the fence in droves. The soldiers scream, sounding the alarm. The monsters are approaching the entrance. All soldiers gather at the entrance now. It takes 2 or 3 regular soldiers just to take down one monster. Gang In will clear this path. The rest of you just focus on fighting whatever comes at you. All they can do is fight with all their might. Gang In is the strongest one now. He doesn't even know the meaning of fear anymore. He just charges forward recklessly. His 2 eyes glow brightly, his teeth clenched and bared. He looks no different from a monster himself. He has caught up to the leader monster. The two glare at each other face to face. The monster, its 2 eyes glowing, bares its fangs and charges forward. It opens its maw wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth. The 2 fists smashed right into each other. Evenly matched, neither side was willing to give in. The ninja saw this and burst out laughing. Isn't this just fantastic? His whole body was getting stronger as well. It was like watching his stats double. What did you do? Over on the other side, Shin Gangjun was also fighting against the horde of monsters. It seemed like his skills weren't suited for combat, but with just a single knife, he defeated the monsters, just like any other awakened soldier. Myunga enthusiastically gave him a thumbs up with a cheerful smile. With this power boost, we'll definitely be able to overwhelm them. At this rate, we'll clear them out in no time. You'll be a core member of our unit just as expected. But he couldn't bring himself to be happy. Observing his surroundings, he frowned and reminded everyone not to lower their guard. We need to keep these lizard men busy for as long as possible, while Gang In is taking on the boss. So let's focus on range support. Manhwa took out a lightning staff, coordinating perfectly. Got it, leave it to me. And so the two of them, each with their weapon, charged forward as fast as lightning to kill off all the minion monsters, leaving the leader for Gang In to focus on. Just hold on a little longer. Victory was within their grasp. Everyone was giving it their all, killing as many monsters as they could. The snipers were also positioned up high, firing their guns continuously, in coordination with those below. Sweat was pouring off Shin Gung-jun like rain. He stared intently toward the boss monster where Gang In was. Over there, he was fighting it all by himself, but still hadn't gained the upper hand. He was landing a barrage of punches on the monster. But it didn't even flinch. It stretched its body, craning its neck upwards. Its mouth let out a continuous clicking sound. Its two eyes bulged, its tail whipped out like a fan blade, and in the blink of an eye it wrapped tightly around Gang In's neck. Its tail coiled around his neck and slammed him hard onto the ground. His eyes went bloodshot as he gritted his teeth trying to endure the pain. But it still sent him flying towards the fence. He collapsed in a heap. The beast roared and growled, flicking out its snake-like tongue, asserting its dominance. Suddenly, its entire body jolted in shock. Another soldier rushed in from nowhere, grabbing it tightly. The others swarmed in, some grabbing its arms, while others held its legs, shouting, "Hold it down!" They were all injured, but they still gathered their strength to help Gang In pin it down. The monster opened its mouth wide and bit down hard on one of them. The monster thrashed in a mad frenzy, but it was pinned down. Two men slammed its entire body to the ground. It couldn't stay on its feet. At that moment, Gang In had also recovered and shot up to his feet, brimming with power. He walked over. Good job. His eyes were bloodshot and blazing as he gathered all his strength. He lunged forward like a blur and mounted the monster's body. Every punch came down on its face like a sledgehammer. He punched relentlessly without a hint of fatigue. He roared, raining down one heavy blow after another. Blood spewed from this monster as it shrieked in agony. It couldn't resist anymore. And so Gang In pummeled it to a pulp. He wasn't just punching. He was like a man possessed, using his teeth to rip and tear the flesh from its body. The sight was truly gruesome. Its body was a mangled, bloody mess. And just like that, the monster was beaten to death before it could even draw breath. The entire area became silent. There were no monsters left alive. Monster corpses littered the ground everywhere. We had achieved a total victory. In the first battle, against the monsters, trembling Xing looked at the soldiers and hurriedly asked Han, "Is everyone all right? Don't let your guard down. There might still be some monsters out there." All senior officers, quickly confirm the status of all members in your units. The soldiers finally let out a sigh of relief, hugging each other and laughing with joy. We won. He could finally rest easy. We had won. He looked at the ordinary people before him, even in a situation where these soldiers' guns had been disabled. We did it. A light flashed. The system displayed a notification. Control has been secured over the entire area. 17-2. His eyes widened in astonishment. He frowned, staring intently at the system panel. This was something the other awakened could also read. World event. Career combat status. Everyone who read it exclaimed in confusion. Battalion 4023. Gang In also stood there dumbfounded, reading the information. Major area. Humanity's first conquest of the downslope has been confirmed. Great achievement unlocked. Awarding the #1 position. After reading it, he was momentarily stunned. Looks like the adrenaline hasn't worn off yet. He still looks pretty fierce. The sun was rising and the sky was getting brighter. They had fought all night. Everyone looked exhausted, but now they were all overjoyed. He burst out laughing. We got the #1 spot. Day was breaking. The ground was also littered with the wounded. Those who were still able-bodied worked together to carry the injured to the medical bay. The entire barracks became bustling and noisy. Inside the infirmary, screams echoed continuously for the, "We're at capacity with the seriously wounded. Stay with me. Get more water, Sergeant Park, get in here." Everyone was scrambling as fast as they could. Bring the most critical cases over here. After the battle, the busiest soldiers were the ones who had just awakened. With healing abilities, they worked tirelessly to save and heal the wounded. No matter how severe the wound, they found a way to heal it completely. Fortunately, the healers and the doctors on duty were able to handle the situation. They were drenched in sweat. There were just so many wounded. As they treated the patients, they would shut their eyes and pray, "Please." Thank God they finally burst out in joy. The wound is healed. Now go help the others. Manhwa and Shin Rang-run stood outside the infirmary door, looking in as they spoke. "I think we're finally getting things under control." He turned to the other with a grateful smile. "You did great, Senior." But he immediately deflected the praise. No, it wasn't me. It was all Gang In and Shu-hook." He thought about how the two of them were also injured, and were now out cold in their beds. His admiration for them grew even stronger. They both collapsed from complete exhaustion. He looked at him and asked, "By the way, have you seen the battalion commander?" Manhwa replied, just as confused, "I don't know. I thought he was right there when the battle started. Where could he have gone? It's going to be tough for us to clear out the armory. Hearing that, he felt a pang of disappointment and thought to himself, just as I figured, how disappointing. Sound of people talking. Have you checked everything? How far out is our safe zone? Shinrangrun replied. I think we're secure throughout this entire mountain range. Manhwa exclaimed in disbelief. The whole mountain range? He pointed to a few spots on the system map. Look at this. It says we've taken control of the mountain range. They looked out at the long, sprawling mountain range ahead of them. We're stationed on the highest peak of the range. Besides us, the only force spread across this area is the Titchdik. He looked over at him and blurted out, ah! He was still staring intently at the screen. If you think about it, could it be related to whoever is occupying the most strategic position? The soldiers were all at work. They needed to clean up the monster corpses. If you're right, we defeated the Tick-Dick on this mountain. So does that make us its owners? He agreed, responding. Right, I guess that's what it means. Shingongjun chuckled and looked at him. I think that's good news for us, Manhwa affirmed with her hands on her hips. But that's not all. He asked in surprise, what else is there? According to him, I'm not entirely sure, but I bet the Titchdik have been severely weakened. With all the casualties from yesterday's battle, maybe we should launch a counterattack. He seemed very intense, determined to make his point at this moment. We could wipe them out. But he didn't think so. It would definitely be difficult. The ninja couldn't understand why. He calmly explained it to him. Yesterday's battle, it was quite complex, but generally speaking, we had the terrain advantage. There's a big difference between being in a defensive position and having to overcome one. Thinking of the monsters charging to attack, he knew that even in a defensive situation like that, a single mistake could have cost them everything. The ninja was silent for a moment, thinking, but he still didn't fully grasp his point. He spread his arms, trying to persuade him. But we also are aware that combining this with the corn that you gave us, wouldn't that be easier? The moment he heard this, Shinrangun immediately frowned. He raised his hand to stop him, refusing outright. It's best if you don't count on that chef anymore. He was even more surprised and questioned, what? Why, thinking about everything he had to do, the ingredient quality and personal taste. Each of these dishes is cooked for at least 47 hours. It's truly very elaborate and time-consuming. He hadn't expected it to take that long. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, really? So these aren't simple dishes, are they? He added, letting him know. Besides, I've had to prepare a large amount of food over a long period of time. If I had to start all over from scratch, it would be impossible. If the ingredients aren't up to standard, and the number of awakenings increases, well, I guess an average chef could still pull it off. Ah, now he understood, Seogam thought pensively. I hadn't given it that much thought. Well, we need to plan for the future. He immediately agreed, all right. Looking over at the other soldiers working, the ninja raised his hand and called out to everyone. Come back when you're done. They immediately replied, yeah, there's still one more truck. He asked excitedly, there's still more. It felt like the team's supplies would never run out. Looking at the monster corpses on the ground, we can't burn them all, and where can we possibly bury them? Meanwhile, Shinrangun opened the system to check something. Have you thought about the privileges? He asked in surprise, the privileges for being number one. I've seen them before, but I didn't know which one to choose. His eyes lit up as he read through the 7 privileges. I've looked at them, but I'm not really sure either. The ninja chuckled knowingly. Finally, he encouraged him, you should just pick one. I didn't expect him to just hand over the decision. It caught me a little off guard. What's so hard to believe? I know it seems important, but I'm just saying. He cut him off. What you choose isn't important. Not unless you have some information. And I'll feel more comfortable with you making the choice. He thought of the soldiers who always trusted him. He knew the others wouldn't complain if you were the one who told them you'd made the choice. Shinrangun tensed up. He shut his eyes tightly, sweat breaking out as he thought it through. And we can't even ask the commander? Because he's not here. I guess I have to decide then. All right, I'll choose it. I'm choosing the Bamana Mobile Fortress. Mingjie asked in surprise, why? He turned back to explain. The name itself tells you its purpose, he said decisively. I want to see if we get a giant vehicle or something like that. The other guy asked in return, do we even need vehicles? Thinking about having to walk out of here, he answered. Even though we don't need it right now, we will soon enough. Eventually, we'll run out of food. So at some point, we're going to have to leave this place and move on. Looking at the blue sky and the high mountains before him, he felt a moment of contemplation. I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm sure it'll be useful somehow. The other guy didn't argue anymore. He was in full support. All right, that's a logical reason. We'll use privilege number 2. Go ahead. Shinrangun smiled at him happily. The other guy smiled back, full of trust. The two looked at each other. No more words were needed. They always trusted each other's decisions. Seeing that no one else had any objections, he made his selection. I'll choose it right now. He tapped the screen. A system notifications appeared. You have selected the privileged Bimana Mobile Fortress. The summoning power of Bimana will be granted to Shin Jiangjun. A surge of power wrapped around Jiangjun's arm. His entire body could feel it. He knew this was the summoning power. I'll summon it right now. He eagerly shouted, "Summon Bimana!" The two of them stood silently waiting. But after a long while, nothing happened. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. The system announced, "Not enough space to summon." The ninja shouted in surprise. Really not enough space? Just how big is it? And as for him, he guessed, is it because there are too many dead bodies here? And so the two of them went to find a more spacious area. Then how about the barracks over there? That's right. Let's go check it out. With that, the ninja waved his hand and told the soldiers to stay behind. Finish up here, all right? They replied immediately without any objection. Yes, sir, we will get everything done. The two of them left together just like that, both wondering to themselves, just how big is it? The sun began to set behind the mountains. An entire day had passed, and they still couldn't summon that thing. Even the area next to the barracks wasn't big enough. The two gave up and headed back. I can't check it out. This is so frustrating. Shin Jiangjun sat on his bed and opened the system to check. At least I got some experience points. I receive experience points whenever someone eats my dish made with corn. He snacked while staring at the system, thinking to himself, aren't things gradually getting better? I feel like I'm getting stronger. And the army's awakening is also going well. Just then a knock echoed from the door. That guy Kim just pushed the door open and walked in. Hey, Jiangjun? He grinned slyly. There you are. He quickly threw down the bag of snacks. He was startled. Lieutenant Kim. He stood up perfectly straight, raising his hand in a perfect military salute. Reporting, comrade, I was resting in room 3. He looked at him waiting. He looked at him and smiled, not saying anything for a moment. That guy Kim Hyung-sel placed a hand on his shoulder. I've heard that you went through a tough time. Good job. He stood there awkwardly replying to the man. No, Lieutenant. I just did what I could. Seeing his humility, the man gave a fake smile and offered some insincere praise. Not many people could have done as well as you did, especially since you're a cook. Listening to him talk made him sick. He thought to himself, I don't need this kind of praise. Remembering the terrified, frozen look on the man's face, when the monsters came, he inwardly despised getting it from someone with no integrity. He clenched his teeth, his brow furrowed in frustration as he thought, you can talk the talk, but when things actually happened, you left everything to the soldiers and ran away. He was deeply resentful of him, but there was nothing he could do about it. At least not right now. Suddenly the man reached out and grabbed his wrist. Thank God that you and Ninja trained the awakened so well. I've been checking my contacts, just in case. He put on a regretful expression. I don't have any good news yet. But hearing this, he was a bit startled. What about the 2 drivers that you, sir, sent to the upper units? At the mention of those men, Kim Hyung-sel slouched down on the bed, his face showing no sympathy as he replied cockily, I don't think they're coming back. It's been 10 days. We should have heard something by now. Hearing that, he became furious and clenched his teeth. He thought of his 2 comrades, driving through the forest. He imagined, if he had been one of the ones sent out, there's no way you could escape that. He glanced at his snack package. I heard that today. We'll have to close the diner and eat rations. He nodded and replied, That's right, sir. That's the plan. I will bring you your meal when it's time. The man stared at him and smirked. Come on. Can't we have some real food? The warriors who were severely injured couldn't even eat right now. Yet this guy didn't seem to care about them at all. He flatly refused, I'm sorry, but we're having a tough time right now, and we're trying to conserve food. Everyone will have to eat combat rations. Seeing his firm stance, the man's expression changed to a sly grin, as if giving a warning. So what, no one can argue with me, because I'm the boss. You cook delicious food for those kids who are about to awaken. His face darkened and he didn't argue back. He wondered in confusion, I don't know if I want to do that. He thought about using his ability to cook for everyone. He explained, that was special care to help them relax, because the awakening process is extremely dangerous. He told the man, Lieutenant Kim, if you also wish to awaken? The man cut him off, changing the subject. Then what did the ones who have already awakened eat? He glared at him. As I reported last time, in case of a monster attack, this time before he could finish, the man, uninterested, cut him off again, questioning, what? Using food to boost their power. Then what's the difference if I eat it? This bastard was really going too far. He refused to awaken, refused to contribute anything, and now he was even fighting for food with the soldiers who had earned it. His hands clenched into fists, trying to suppress his helpless anger. I can only blame myself. There's really nothing I can do about this. His provocative gaze was fixed on him. He frowned, glaring at the man, but all he could do was try to calm himself down. That man is the only officer left in my battalion. You know it well. If there's anything left of the military in the outside world, and one day we manage to contact them, then sadly, he will become an important figure. Gritting his teeth, he tried to endure it. I have no other choice but to put up with this. He straightened his back and forced himself to say, "Actually, we could eat some of the reserved food?" Suddenly, the man shot to his feet and shouted, "Hey, forget it, I'll eat the combat rations." He looked up in surprise at the man standing there, who leaned on his hands and said loudly, "Whatever the situation is, I'll just go along with it. An awakener shouldn't be like you." After saying that, he ignored the other's dumbfounded, wide-eyed expression and walked straight out of the room. Gritting his teeth, he silently watched him leave, biting his lip to hold it all in. The door slammed shut. He was the only one left in the room. Only after he left could I let out a sigh of relief. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. Ever since the mountain region became our territory, the monster attacks have been cut in half, or even less. We still run into them occasionally, but they're easy to defeat. I subdued them, and used them as tools to awaken more people. Cheers erupted in the room. For real? That's great. That means things are stabilizing. We did all the hard work, while you were just lying there. A guy sitting on a hospital bed laughed and replied, "Yeah, I heard all about it." From the injured rookies. "Thanks for your hard work." With trembling teeth, he sat on the chair and spoke to him, answering humbly, "Everyone is working their hardest." Looking at the cast on his leg, he asked, "So you really can't get it treated?" June looked a bit sad, but still managed a wide smile. The healers and priests said that, if I had been treated immediately, I would have been fine. But too many days have passed. Now he has to use a wheelchair, but his spirits are still very high. Luckily, I'm still healthy, even though I have trouble getting around. Sung Jinwoo frowned, looking at him with a hint of regret. He thought back to how he used to be. He felt it was his fault. If only I hadn't asked him to awaken me. "I'm sorry, I've been tormenting myself over it." Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Hey, Sung Jinwoo, it's not your fault, so don't make that face." All the other patients looked at them as June spoke loudly. "If we hadn't tried so hard to awaken, we would have been eaten by those monsters right then and there." Everyone fell silent, listening to him speak. "This injury just happened during that process, so you don't have to blame yourself like that. In fact, the other soldiers who didn't awaken were injured much more severely than him, so this really wasn't his fault." He smiled cheerfully and patted Sung Jinwoo's arm in encouragement. "You're the reason we're still here." Tears welled up in Sung Jinwoo's eyes. June looked at him and suddenly said, "Come outside, I want to show you something." Outside, the sky was pitch black. He sat in his wheelchair, and Sung Jinwoo stood beside him. A blue light began to emanate from his body. "My job is an astronomer." Sung Jinwoo asked in surprise, "An astronomer, what's that?" He tilted his head back to look at the starry sky and explained, "Well, I guess it's like reading the constellations, to glimpse into the heavens, and predicts the ups and downs for travelers. It's very complicated, but that's all you need to know." He also looked up at the sky and asked in surprise, "Predicting the future by reading the constellations, or something like that? Stars." He smiled at him and confirmed, "That's right. In short, that's what it is." Chinran Jun's eyes widened with excitement, teasingly calling him a human-powered scanner. Jun continued, "It might not seem directly related to actual combat, but we can detect danger ahead of time. It can be really useful for planning and strategy." He didn't expect him to say, "That's the reason I wanted to meet you." Hearing that he knew something was up, there was no way. But he nodded seriously. "That's right, I've discovered 2 things. He was stunned, his mouth hanging open as he listened to every word. Right then, under the sparkling, starry sky, June, like a fortune-teller, foretold a few things about the future. "We're going to have some visitors tomorrow." He asked in disbelief, "Visitors, what do you mean?" His hands gripped the arms of his wheelchair. He just gave a small smile and said nothing. Finally, he reminded him of one thing, "And you'd better hide your claws." Chinran Jun was stunned and just kept staring at him, but that was all he could say. He didn't say anything else, just gave a mysterious little smile. The night sky was still just as full of stars. He had no idea what tomorrow would bring. The night passed and a new day dawned. In a forest lush with greenery, someone shouted, "There's a military base over there." The civilian pointed towards the camp. Everyone gasped in surprise. "Really, let's go check it out." A crowd of civilians scrambled towards it. There must be soldiers there. They looked like a total mess, and you could even hear children crying. "Mommy!" A woman hugged her child tightly, comforting them. "It's okay now. We're going to survive." The group of people sprinted towards the camp, shoving and pushing past each other. "Come on, everyone." They ran straight to the camp gate, shouting, "Over there!" Several soldiers were gathered on the roof, looking out towards the forest. The soldier who spotted them reported, "There are about 20 people. They look pretty rough and at their current pace. They'll reach our unit in about an hour." On the morning of the 11th day after we were attacked, Shin Jang-jun and the ninja were lying on a cliff looking towards the forest with binoculars. "We've spotted some people coming up the mountain." The ninja gave him a confused look. "They're completely ignoring the no-entry signs for the military zone. Where could they have come from?" Looking at the bustling crowd, the two wondered what they should do. The ninja guessed, They probably have nowhere else to go. I was thinking the same thing. These civilians must have traveled a long way to get here. Let's just let them in. He didn't argue, agreeing immediately. Right. We have to save them. Shin Jang-jun lowered his binoculars, lost in thought. This matches what Tae-jun told me back then. Could these be the people Tae-jun was talking about? Before long, the group had entered the military zone. A soldier stepped forward, holding up a hand to stop them, and shouted, "Everyone, please calm down and form a single line. Keep it orderly." He handed them a notebook, requesting, "Please write your names down here." The other soldiers started bringing out drinks from their supply. One soldier seemed reluctant but still had to say, "We have water, so please drink as much as you'd like." Shin Jang-jun and the ninja were also there watching. The ninja said, "I counted 25 people, all different ages and genders," he said, turning to discuss it with Shin Jang-jun. "All right, let's move everyone from the third-floor dormitory down to the second floor, and let these people live in the dormitory on the third floor. Should we increase the number of people on night patrol?" Hearing what he said, his eyes lit up in agreement. "Good idea. All right then, let's go clean up the second floor." Just then, that guy Kim Hyung-seob showed up again. He was greeting a soldier. "Oh, right. Thanks for reporting to me." Seeing him, the main character narrowed his eyes, clearly annoyed. "Isn't that the commander?" Minna also sounded completely unenthusiastic, saying flatly, "Is he here to take command?" An old man from the crowd of civilians spoke up. He said loudly, "So you're the one in charge here?" I was worried, because I've only seen regular soldiers. The guy immediately replied, "Yes, sir, don't worry, I'm here now." The other civilians also started asking impatiently, "What's the current military situation? I want to know more details. Is there any food for us here?" The crowd grew restless, with everyone shouting questions at once. "The children are starving." Annoyed by the noise, he yelled, "All right, everyone, don't worry about a thing. You just need to fill out some paperwork. We will prepare everything for you." After speaking, he turned to the soldiers and ordered, "What are you standing around for? Get to it." The soldier could only obey. "Yes, sir. That guy is all talk. When it's time to do the work, it's always someone else." He immediately asked, "Where are Minna and Shin Yu-sung?" Minna smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's time for us to step up." The two had no choice but to run over. "Sergeant Minna reporting." He saw two men, Kim Hyung and Sel, and immediately spoke to the civilians. "They are experienced people. If I'm not here, go to them." He put on a professional act, furrowed his brow, and asked, "Sergeant Lee, is there room for them in the housing area?" He answered nervously, Yes, sir." Hearing that, Lieutenant Kim shouted, "All right, that's great." As usual, he didn't do anything himself. He just delegated the work. "I'm putting you in charge of guiding them." The two men froze, their faces stiff as they stared at him. He wasn't doing anything himself, yet he spoke as if he was. "I'll contact you later to make sure you're doing a good job. Report any problems immediately." But they couldn't argue back and could only say, "Yes, sir." After giving the task to Minra, he then looked over at me, my teeth still chattering. "Everyone must be hungry, so go ahead and prepare some food. There shouldn't be any problem. If we add 25 more servings, right?" I was speechless. "Yes, sir." The two of us were pissed off but couldn't say a word, especially not in front of the civilians. Arguing wouldn't look good anyway. Deep down, I knew the truth. 99 soldiers plus 25 survivors. Increasing the number of meals by 1/4 was not a good idea. I was just lying to them. But that Lieutenant Kim and the civilians, how would they know about this? He just shouted loudly, "All right, the soldiers will take care of it right now. Just follow their instructions." The crowd of civilians was no longer as noisy as before. They had calmed down and were telling each other, "Okay, we understand, as expected of an officer. He works lightning fast. I think we're safe now." That guy Kim Hyung. Sel was smiling cheerfully, chatting with the civilians. Typical of someone who doesn't have to do any real work. Always so carefree. To make up for Ninja and Shin Jang-jun, who had to shoulder everything. He was so angry he gritted his teeth and glared. Look at that smile. Am I the only one who hates him? He couldn't stand it anymore. But all he could do was advise him. "Well, all we can do is follow his orders. Look at how stable the situation is now." He said to him, "When our soldiers lead the way, they don't even bother to listen. It's completely different with that guy Kim Hyung-sok. He just stands there smiling and talking. But overall, it's effective," he said. "But then Lieutenant Kim shows up, and they listen to him instead. Maybe they only care about his rank." Minra was now realizing that too. The civilians even gathered around and shouted, "Lieutenant, thank you so much." And that Kim Hyung-seok just basked in it. "Ha ha. A soldier's duty is to protect the people. I'm just doing my job. Everyone is safe now." The crowd cheered endlessly. "We're going to survive thanks to you." Even though he knew his title was important, Ninja still couldn't contain his anger. He crossed his arms and glared. "He's greedy and won't even fight. All he's good for is talk." Shin Jang-jun could only try to reason with him. "This isn't the time for us to be talking. I'll go to the mess hall. You stay here and help them, okay?" He agreed immediately. "All right, you go. Get someone to help you too." He rushed off at once. I'm off! The barracks were now much more lively. A soldier was leading the group up to the third floor. Everyone was happily enjoying themselves. Gang In tried to encourage the old man. Please just try, sir. The monsters will attack the first floor first, so this is the safest place in the entire building. It really is. But the old man was adamant. No, I don't feel comfortable here. The soldiers were getting a headache. Dealing with people like this is exhausting. Then some people found the shower area. Wow, we can finally take a shower. We can finally take a shower. A soldier explained a bit awkwardly. There's no hot water, so you'll have to make do. The woman snapped back. What I can't stand. Taking cold showers. Luckily, there was a reasonable guy there. Just deal with it. This isn't a hotel. You're all refugees not on some vacation. They even stood there arguing and making demands of the soldiers. The dining hall was now also filled with civilians. The children ate happily, their eyes crinkling with smiles. I finally get to eat a full meal. Another old man chimed in. That's right, this is so nice. People looked at the meals on their trays with delight, praising, I never expected steamed rice to be this delicious. But it's really good. Is this really the military rice I know? Gang In heard the endless praise and smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, I'm still a bit surprised because it all happened so suddenly, thinking about the scarce ingredients. But I'm also worried about our supplies. Even though it's just a percentage, it has already increased by 25%. We're almost out of regular food, and we have to rely on emergency and combat rations. Thinking about this, he couldn't feel happy anymore. He broke out in a nervous sweat. At this rate, we'll have to go outside in over a month. Just then someone walked over. That was a truly wonderful meal. He also smiled politely in response. I'm glad everyone enjoyed it. The tall young man laughed and praised him. It was more than just good. He let out a laugh. Ha ha, thank you. The man suddenly stared at him. You're really good at this. What's your profession? The moment he heard the question, he immediately became wary. A profession. The system showed his profession as cook, but he didn't answer right away, thinking it through carefully. How could he ask a soldier what their profession was? I was just about to say I was a cook. He tactfully replied, You mean before I joined the army? I was a university student. The other guys nodded. That makes sense. The food was delicious. He silently watched them talk, a sense of vigilance rising within him. Watching them leave, he couldn't help but wonder. So weird. To just randomly ask a soldier about his job, he knew jobs weren't like they used to be. Now they were more exclusive. They only appeared in the status window that only the awakened could see. He started to sweat. At least I'm a cook. If other soldiers heard this question, they'd just say they were a warrior or a healer. Suddenly, he recalled his conversation with Taejun. That meaningful look in his eyes. He suddenly thought, is this what Taejun was talking about? Minra walked down the hallway of the barracks. He looked extremely irritated and grumpy. We already have to worry so much about the monsters, and now we have to take care of these survivors too. He was thinking about what the soldiers had been saying, talking amongst themselves. How did we get stuck in this mess? That's right. I can't even get a moment's rest. One of them grimaced openly, voicing his discontent. I can't take it anymore. Lieutenant Kim just makes everything worse. Now we have to worry about every little thing. Another one said, I'd rather have those sergeants in charge. Their methods are way better than Lieutenant Kim's. He was hiding behind the wall, hearing everything. These soldiers were venting their pent-up frustrations. That's right. And we've all been through so much together. I feel a strange sense of camaraderie from him. Hearing this, he himself felt conflicted about that camaraderie. They seemed to really admire him and Shinrang Run. One person spoke up. I wish Lieutenant Kim would just disappear somewhere when we're fighting. He's not even there. And yet he's more than happy to be the one welcoming the survivors. But they could all see how ridiculous it was. One person frowned and said he has a high rank. There's nothing we can do. But the other person didn't give up. However, they knew there was a difference in rank, but that couldn't suppress their dissatisfaction. We're the ones fighting against the monsters. A commander like that is going to get us killed, not help us in any way. Isn't that right, Sergeant? It was then that the ninja realized. We all feel the same way. He thought to himself as he walked away. I've always felt uneasy about Lieutenant Kim. He won't fight alongside us. Deep down, he silently made a decision. He knew who would follow him. A commander who always vanishes from the battlefield. Standing in front of his door, he hesitated for a moment. If this continues, the troops' morale and unity will fall apart. He bit his lip, his brow furrowed with determination. We need to do something as soon as possible. 2 on the rooftop. The soldiers gathered together. The men wondered about Sergeant Ninja. It looks like everyone's here except for the wounded. Another soldier asked his buddy, Are we having a secret meeting? Someone else agreed. That's right, this is necessary. The men all looked at each other, wondering. Just then a serious voice rang out. I apologize for calling everyone here so late. It was Ninja. He stood above them all, his eyes scanning the crowd. But I don't think this matter can wait any longer. I can't just stand by and watch everyone struggle. A glint appeared in his eyes. He declared, "I met with Lieutenant Kim." As soon as they heard that, the crowd broke into a commotion. They looked at each other in astonishment. Seriously, what are you talking about?" Seeing that everyone looked panicked, he calmly reassured them it's no big deal. "I just told him to put himself in our situation. And I asked why he doesn't at least ask for our opinion, the men who are fighting in the trenches, before making such big decisions." He paused for a moment and looked around. He said with disappointment, "But as you can imagine, it didn't work." He recalled that moment in that guy Kim's office. He had spoken to him bluntly. He had said, "Sir, please try to listen to our advice." But that Lieutenant Kim clearly refused to listen. He even pointed his finger and yelled back. He said that wasn't something that a soldier could force him to do. Hearing that it sounds just like him, the soldiers fell silent with disappointment. Finally, someone exploded, "That bastard! He never pays any attention to us. He doesn't even want to fight with us." Shin Rangjun also stood in the crowd, growing even more bewildered as he watched this heated scene. Damn it, this was nothing new for Manhwa. He knew the soldiers didn't like that Lieutenant Kim, who was just adding fuel to the fire with that squint in his eyes. This is not an issue we can take lightly, because our very survival is at stake. That is why I've arranged this meeting. Everyone stood still, listening to him. My first proposal is— The men waited in silence, filled with curiosity. Ninja said harshly, "To get rid of Lieutenant Kim." As soon as the words were out, a stir went through the crowd as they looked at each other. What are you trying to do? Wait, is that really a good idea?" Shin Rangjun couldn't hold back either. He shouted, questioning him. "What's wrong with you? What the hell are you talking about? We can't just get rid of a lieutenant." He hadn't expected him to react with such a scolding. He narrowed his eyes and shot back a question of his own. "You don't agree with me? Shin Rangjun, think about it. How much longer are you going to let him drag us down?" Sweat broke out on his pale face as he stammered. "No, he's still an officer. Even if he makes strange demands, we have to discuss and decide things together." Just thinking about that old man's defiant finger-pointing attitude made Ninja furious again. "I'd wonder if this happened just once. Maybe. When more survivors join us, our group will be much larger than it is now." He also agreed, "That's right." He just continued, "And what will happen if he's always the one representing us in those meetings?" At this, Shin Rangjun fell silent, not knowing what to say. Manhwa glared and shouted angrily, "Then we'll have a lot of people thinking that he's our leader." The thought of that guy Kim manipulating everything by himself, it just makes my blood boil. It'll get to the point where we can't do anything on our own. What do you guys think? Am I wrong? He just yelled it out. If he had the strength, we'd all listen to him. But we all know he doesn't. Few soldiers, seeing his point, spoke up. "That's right. He's right. It's scary to think about Lieutenant Kim being in charge of us all the time." Another guy started bad-mouthing him. "I shared a dorm room with him once, and it was the worst." All their frustrations with the old man came pouring out. However, in their hearts, they were still hesitant. "But we're comrades. We can't just ignore this. He's done a lot of good things, back when the world was still normal." Manhwa looked helplessly at the speaker gang in. He continued to speak his mind. "I don't know, but isn't civil war the ultimate form of modern warfare? What a dangerous idea." Hearing this, gang men reluctantly agreed, "Good idea. And that's exactly why we have to execute a plan of our own, and quickly." Both Gang In and Shin Gangjun were surprised and wondered, "What's this?" The ninja stood between the two. He laid out his plan without Lieutenant Kim. "The only commissioned officer in our unit, the highest rank, will be the two sergeants, Park Tae-jun and Shin Gangjun." He added, "Even ordinary soldiers can take on the role of commander when there are no officers." Everyone fell silent, their eyes wide as they listened. Just then, Ninja suddenly raised his hand. "If we have to face an army from the outside." He casually threw an arm around his shoulder with a smile. "No one will run into trouble when you're leading us. Jangjun." He grabbed his shoulder and announced to the others, "The reason I called you all here to discuss this matter is that we need to remove him without getting caught." But the others immediately looked skeptical. "What the hell did you just say? A cook can't be a commander." Manhwa refused to back down. He was determined to convince them. "Why not? He's the one in charge of the corn, and most importantly, our food." But he just patted his back. He glanced over at the other soldiers. "My second proposal, and this is the most important one, is that Sergeant Shin should take command." After saying this, he even yelled, "If any of you have any objections, speak up now." Sin, trembling and speechless, glared at him, trying to get him to shut his mouth. "He has to stop. They'll never accept a cook as their commander." The soldiers started looking at one another, discussing Sergeant Shin. "He always thinks of us first. He's lifted our spirits so much with his meals." It seemed the situation was more promising than he thought. They were even praising him. "We can trust him. If it wasn't for his corn, we would have definitely become Monster Chow by now." Seeing no objections, Manhwa asked again, "Anything else? So does everyone agree?" He tried to shout to stop him, "Hey man!" but he completely ignored his protest. He just placed a hand on Shin Gang-jun's shoulder and declared, "From now on, model, our commander will be Sergeant Shin Gang-jun." A senior officer warned him. "You're disrespecting the chain of command." He turned to look at him and smirked. "Just accept it." Suddenly a light flashed. A notification screen appeared in front of him. "To all who have awakened. 4. Establish a guild. You have successfully established the Mini-Raid unit." "A 30-player guild?" Kim Gang-in exclaimed in surprise. The system explained what a guild was. A guild is the first step to becoming a comprehensive force that goes beyond the scope of a single party. It is a level of bonding that far surpasses the ordinary gatherings of a meetup party-wide area. The second guild has been formed in the Rho sub-area. The first guild was formed in Dock 17. Minja also frowned in astonishment. The system continuously displayed the comrades' achievements. The comrades have received the Pathfinder's reward. Second reward group skill. Shin Gang-jun touched the token on the screen. "You are now the commander of Guild 423. He just stood there dumbfounded, staring at the words on the system screen. He was bewildered, realizing he had actually become a leader. Dusk was falling on the rooftop. Everyone was still standing around talking. So that's that. The soldiers shouted in unison, cheering him on. "You'll have to be our commander from now on." "Good luck, Sergeant." Shin Gang-jun felt extremely awkward. He broke out in a sweat, closing his eyes to think carefully. "If this is how it's going to be, I have to do this right." And so he stepped into his new role. He stood before the group and spoke with a serious expression. "All right, then. My first order as commander is that we will not be getting rid of..." Lieutenant Kim Gang-in watched him in silence. Minja even yelled, "Gang-jun!" Everyone spoke out in protest, but this was a hopeless situation. "You know what we're going through. Please accept this decision." Seeing everyone react so harshly, he quickly spoke with a calming smile. "Everyone calm down. Listen to me." The crowd fell silent, staring at him intently. "If we start choosing people just for our own benefit, we might survive physically, but we'll lose our souls." They listened but didn't understand what he was saying. His eyes shone brightly. "To sincerely hold on to our humanity. Think of the soldiers with their arms around each other's shoulders, laughing without a care. We shouldn't kill anyone, unless they attack us first." He was extremely serious. "I want everyone to promise me this." Hearing this, the ninja had to look over, smiling to himself in admiration. So this is what he believes, he thought. What a great leader. They knew they hadn't chosen the wrong commander. Then they started clamoring with questions again. "We'll follow your request. But what about Lieutenant Kim? If he's not our commander anymore, why should we let him live? When he doesn't do anything," his calm voice cut through the noise, interrupting them all. "We still need to kill him." The soldiers looked at each other in confusion. What? But then he explained it to them. "He's a person who only causes harm. However, getting rid of him would be a waste." A cunning glint appeared in his eyes. "We can use him." Now they all stared at him, with looks of utter disbelief. Speechless, they could only wonder about Lieutenant Kim. Finally, the meeting was over, model. A guy was standing by the window, looking down at the soldiers below. He chuckled and turned back to report. "Looks like the soldiers are back, boss." The blonde guy who had struck up a conversation with Shin Gang-jun this morning was lying on the bed, going for a walk as a group in the middle of the night. "Don't you think there's something off about that, boss?" The blonde guy smirked contemptuously. "They're just a bunch of kids in their 20s. The underlings sitting across from him listened in silence. One of them still said, "Their commander seems strong, but he's not with them." The blonde guy asked coldly, "Did you check the things I asked you to?" An underling smiled brightly and nodded, "Yes, boss. I checked on a few of the soldiers, but no one has awakened in a long time." He recalled the scene where he struck up a conversation with the soldiers. "We even had multiple people split up to ask them, so we wouldn't arouse suspicion." The big guy sitting on the bed, propping himself up with his arms, said, "I peeked, and they also use guns to kill monsters." The blonde guy burst out laughing, delighted. His eyes lit up. "Good. This means it's a great opportunity since no one isn't awakened. I think it's time for us to make our move." The men immediately looked at each other. One of them asked hesitantly, "So should we go now?" The blonde guy's face darkened with caution. He instructed, "Just in case, wait a few more days. Be careful not to get hurt." They shouted in unison, "Yes, boss!" The next day, the sound of conversation rang out. "I'm ready to eat. I like to wait until the kids get back." Shin Gang-jun was standing in the kitchen. He held the silver ring in his hand, looking at the system notification. "Token code represents your position in the guild. It grants you a reward. Stats depend on the size of your party." Shin Gang-jun happily clenched the ring in his hand. He smiled cheerfully. "I can't believe it. This is my first piece of equipment." Looking at the food neatly arranged on the table provides a reward for all members of the group, which will create a powerful effect. Thinking about this, his face looked a little sad. "It's a shame I don't have a suitable subject to represent it." Just then a shout rang out, "Oh my God!" Our numbers are gone, but the name and title of our guild still remain. Still confused, he turned to look at Manhwa in disbelief. "But am I really the commander?" He smirked and replied, "It's fine, just look at their reactions." It's true, no one is objecting at all. Thinking about the things he had done before, he was extremely pleased. "And there's a rumor that you're strong enough to kill monsters with just a single sword." He also asserted that they wouldn't oppose him, because they know you're trustworthy. "The situation is unstable on many fronts, and we need a strong leader like you." Looking again at the large physique, and the two aggressive, bloodshot eyes of Gang In, the ninja covered his mouth and whispered, "We have the overwhelming madman Gang In, but he's too gentle, and sometimes too aggressive, to be a leader." He asked doubtfully, "Is that so?" He confirmed, "That's right, so you're the only option left." In the dining hall, a soldier gave him a military salute and shouted, "Loyalty." Shin Rangrun looked over at him, smiled with amusement, and asked, "Oh, you're already here. Did you tell everyone what I asked you to?" The man reported honestly, "Yes, when someone asks about our profession, we shouldn't act suspiciously, or mention the status window." Hearing him say exactly what he'd been told, he praised him with satisfaction. "Good job." He then added, "I also told them to avoid talking about the awakening as much as possible, so they'll be okay." He always kept in mind what Taejun had told him. "You should probably keep your mouth shut," he thought. Taejun had said, "I don't know exactly what will happen, so we need to keep it under wraps as much as possible." Even though he was hiding it, he still told the soldier, "But that doesn't stop us from increasing the number of awakened people." The man straightened up and replied, "Yes, sir. We're going to rely heavily on the awakened marksmen to defeat these monsters, so that's not an issue." Hearing that made him feel a wave of relief. Thank God the sharpshooters have awakened. It was apparently hard to tell them apart from the other soldiers, who were armed. Suddenly, the man reported to him, "But it seems we have another problem." Intrigued, he replied, "Oh." The soldier was sweating bullets, looking a bit tense. "The survivors keep insisting on talking to us. There's this one woman in particular. She's constantly begging for the military's help. She says she needs to tell us a story." Shin Rang-woon immediately asked, "Is it important?" Thinking back on that encounter, the man said, "I don't know, but she seems to be the leader of the group of survivors," he told him. "So we thought you should be the one to talk to her, Sergeant Shin. What if Lieutenant Kim finds out and chews us out?" He fell silent, stroking his chin in thought, thinking of that guy Kim Hyung-chul. "Look, just leave the issue with Lieutenant Kim to me." Surprised, the soldiers asked, "What are you going to do?" He patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, I've got a plan." The man was still confused. He gave the order. "But take care of this first. Choose 3 representatives from the survivors and tell them to come to the meeting room on the 2nd floor of the residential building." After dinner, he gave a specific warning and cautioned them not to tell anyone. The other guy obeyed, "Yes, sir." Before he left, he added, "Good luck." A bowl of hot, delicious spaghetti. Shin Rangoon looked at the pasta and thought to himself, "Now it's just a matter of time. I'm planning to get a few things in order." Late at night, he carried the bowl of pasta down to the basement by himself. A few soldiers saw this and started talking amongst themselves. "What's that place below the kitchen?" one asked. "You don't know there's a basement under the dining hall?" Seeing him go down there surprised them even more. "Really?" the other guy told him. "It was built to supply hot water and electricity for the dining hall. It has a boiler and a generator. It's pretty big, so it's also used for storage." He then ventured a guess. "I think it's being used for something else now." The other guy chuckled. "Who knows?" Down in the basement room, Shin Rangoon continued deeper inside, holding the plate of hot pasta. As he walked, he thought, in any case, "Your idea of using this place as a prison was brilliant." He felt it was perfect for a jail. Just then, Shin Rangoon stopped in front of a room. With a serious frown, he quietly opened the door and went inside. On the single bed in the room was the figure of a man. The moment he saw him, he cried out in alarm, "Shin Rangoon!" Shin Rangoon chuckled and replied, "That's right, Lieutenant Kim." Kim Hyung-sol looked exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. He broke out in a cold sweat as he stared at him. At that moment, the wooden door slammed shut. Shin Rangoon Minra, along with another soldier hiding outside the room. His hand quickly grabbed the doorknob. With one push, he burst into the room. Inside the room, Lieutenant Kim was sitting in front of his computer screen, completely unaware of what was about to happen. By the time he turned around in surprise, it was too late. From the doorway, Minra charged in wielding the Thunder Fist and attacked. A single bolt of lightning was enough to take him down. Lieutenant Kim's entire body was electrocuted, causing him to collapse in his chair. His eyes rolled back into his head, completely helpless. But before he passed out, he managed to see 2 faces, Minra's and Shin Jang-jun's. Finally, he blacked out, completely oblivious. When he came to, he found himself locked up down here by them. He continuously screamed and begged, "Jang-jun, listen to me. I'll apologize to all the soldiers I've ever wronged." Surprised, he exclaimed, "What?" And just like that, the guy started confessing on his own, admitting to all of his sins. The other day, I spilled coffee on the Jada device and broke it, so I blamed it on the guard who was on duty. He could only stand there speechlessly and listen. I made a mistake during an inspection and pinned the blame on some other soldiers. Looking at the pitch-black room, with only a single simple bed, he thought to himself, I bet it's really uncomfortable, being stuck in a cell with nothing to do. You must be wondering why we brought you in here. Lieutenant Kim just kept rambling. What else was there? Was it when I made a soldier to do my work for me in the warehouse, and that person got injured? No. This guy has done so many bad things, he was getting sick of listening to it. It's just one thing after another. I look so desperate. This is all my fault, so please you have to help me. But you seem to be on good terms with them, don't you? But Shin Kong-un put on a sad, helpless expression. Holding the bowl of pasta, he replied, I tried my best to persuade them, but most of them were against it. There are many who resent First Lieutenant Kim more than I ever imagined. This guy had no idea this was all part of my grand scheme. He was just completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened, refusing to accept the reality of the situation. His hands trembled as he listened. I didn't think that was possible. Hopeless and broken, he collapsed heavily onto the bed. He just sat there in silent despair, sweat pouring down his face. Shin Kong-un knew the man was in a hopeless situation. He must be remembering those incidents with officers who were killed by their own soldiers during the war. After letting him stew in his silence for a moment, he held out the bowl of pasta. But don't you worry. I'll find a way to persuade the other soldiers. I know you've endured a lot while being imprisoned, so I brought you something to eat. The man looked up at him, his face full of grief and resentment. But Kang-jun, he started, but Kang-un gently cut him off. You like Italian food, don't you? I made some pasta. In this kind of situation, just having someone show him some care was more than enough. Thank you. Thank you so much. With a fork in one hand, Kang-jun poked at the plate of pasta. He took a small bite. The moment the food entered his mouth, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed over and over, Whoa! This is delicious. It's unbelievably good. He started shoveling it in like a starving man. The food was so good it actually brought him to tears. Finally, I feel like I'm alive again. Watching this, Kang-un couldn't help but smirk to himself. Looks like feeding him was a good move. He just stood there watching the man eat, completely lost in his own calculations. Go on, enjoy this little moment of happiness. He didn't know anything and was just eating and chuckling. He couldn't stop laughing. One day, the ninja looked at Jin Rangrun suspiciously and asked, Did you cook the meat of a tenebris? He answered without hiding anything. That's right, we're running out of food. The guy was completely shocked. No way, but is it even okay to eat monster meat? At that moment, he himself didn't know if it was okay. He could only admit, I don't know. But right now, I don't have a better source of food. The ninja felt sick to his stomach hearing that. Looking at the food in front of him, he got an idea. So I experimented with a few new things, and I found out that, perhaps because it contains magical power, the flavor and effects of the dish were enhanced. The other guy listened in disbelief and asked, Really? He nodded. Yes, I've tested and confirmed it. Not to mention, while I was cooking, the system changed my title to the Pioneer title, a title given to someone who makes a completely new breakthrough in their field. The effectiveness of skills and talents related to the job increases by 100%. He shared, and I received this title. He also told him directly, I think that I can try a dish made from this monster with Lieutenant Kim. The guy seemed skeptical. Lieutenant Kim. He reassured him, that's right, just leave it to me. Before long, the pasta was ready. Tenebris rosé pasta, filled with happiness. He looked at the bowl of pasta, his eyes lit up, and he smiled with satisfaction. Now in the dining room, he couldn't help but smile. Lieutenant Kim was eating and praising it non-stop. I haven't had a decent meal in so long. This is fantastic. He looked at the sparkling clean plate. Shin Rangrun replied politely, I'm glad you enjoyed it, sir. The man was dazed, still drooling. He let out a goofy laugh. There's nothing left at all. From that day on, Shin Rangjun cooked in the kitchen every day. It was still the titch-dick dish for that Lieutenant Kim. As he cooked, he thought to himself, I'm glad I can feed you every day, to make your tongue and brain addicted to my food. Suddenly he raised a hand to his chin deep in thought. Lieutenant Kim's eyes widened as he suddenly screamed, Wait a minute, is this the only thing I get to eat today? He had it all planned out. I will suddenly stop and replaced it with tasteless combat rations. Unable to eat the titch-dick meat, he threw a fit smashing things and screaming at Rangjun. You bastard, is this how you treat me? Go and bring me a proper meal. But he couldn't care less. He decisively opened the door and walked out. Standing on the bunker lid, he was extremely satisfied. Just as expected, this should be enough. He smiled triumphantly. Time to get to work. The ninja and gang In watched him from a distance. The two of them looked at Rangjun's smile and wondered in confusion, what the hell is Rangjun thinking? He serves Lieutenant Kim 3 meals a day. Gang In agreed. That's right. He broke out in a cold sweat, guessing in confusion. It seems like Lieutenant Kim is a die-hard fan of titch dick meat. Gang In frowned, thinking of that monster. By the way, Sergeant Shin told us to go catch him. An awakened Tick-Tick. The ninja exclaimed in surprise, "What, another one?" He broke out in a nervous sweat. Surely he isn't. The sky was still just as blue, but things were gradually starting to change. In the dark bunker, a cry echoed. Screaming and wailing, "Not this thing!" Lieutenant Kim was still throwing a tantrum, yelling loudly. "This is an order. Bring me a proper meal right now, Shin." Rang Run stood there looking at him uncompromisingly and replied firmly, "That's not right, Lieutenant Kim. If you want to eat something more delicious, that is not the attitude you should have." It was the first time he had been treated this way by a subordinate. He couldn't stand it for a moment and glared. "What you actually—" Shin Rang Run looked at him expressionlessly, thinking to himself, "The emptiness you'll feel when the happiness you've gotten from eating these past few days is gone will be immense." He was still the same, just screaming and making threats all day. "I'm saying this to you as your superior. My order is absolute." Seeing this, he decisively turned to leave. "If you don't change this attitude, then I'll just have to come back tomorrow. Think carefully about it until then." The man named Kim Hyung-seo's eyes widened in shock. He knew his hope was gone and quickly called out, "Wait!" He dropped to his knees on the ground and started to beg. "Please, I'm begging you. You can't do this. No matter how much I eat, I still don't feel full." He even clung tightly to his pant leg. He looked down at him intently. This was exactly what he wanted. That's right, the man couldn't take it anymore. He just kept on crying. "Please cook something for me. I'll do anything." This was the sentence he had been waiting for. He nodded slightly, his eyes wide and his voice menacing. "All right, then I'll cook for you, but on one condition." Drenched in sweat, he lifted his head to look up. The door opened, revealing a lizard inside. "Because the jobs that each person receives upon waking are random. Therefore, Lieutenant Kim could become a lottery ticket." The moment he saw the monster, he was startled and stammered in fear. What is that?" Until now, he had always avoided fighting monsters. He screamed in terror at a slime, but he was answered with a calm reply. "That's right. If you want food from me, you need to kill that monster." Fresh blood pooled all over the ground. Kim Hoon-guk panted heavily. His hand clutching the knife wouldn't stop shaking. In front of him, a status window appeared. Class Trainee Commander Level 1. Innate skill. Can increase the stats of soldiers under your command by 10%. Kim Hoon-guk was stunned, staring at the status screen in front of him. "Does this mean I'm awakening?" Shin Rang-chun approached and looked at Kim Hoon-guk's status window. "Oh, this percentage increase, it's better than I thought." Kim Hoon-guk looked at him and asked, "Rang-chun, what is all this? Please explain it to me." Shin Rang-chun smiled, looking at the terrified Kim Hoon-guk before him. "It means the lottery ticket you scratched for good luck was a winner." In the kitchen, Shin Rang-chun opened his own status screen and continued his research. There are two main ways to increase people's stats: a flat stat boost and a percentage-based increase. A flat stat boost is more effective if the target has low stats. On the other hand, a percentage-based increase is effective on targets with higher stats. So with First Lieutenant Kim's innate skill, it could be effective in increasing the stats of the entire Legion. I can learn a lot from this experiment. Shin Rang-chun also received an achievement called Irresistible Flavor for successfully bringing someone under his complete control through his cooking. This is one of the greatest achievements you could ask for as a chef. Achievement reward, high-grade ingredient. Dragon's Heart. You have gained a lot of experience. You have been upgraded to Apprentice Chef Level 10. You have been promoted from Apprentice Chef Level 10 to Sous Chef Level 1. So that means the maximum will now be 9 hours. My stat increase is about 2%, instead of 1%, and now the apprentice talents are replaced by intermediate talents, even with apprentice skills. I've already reached a professional level compared to before. I wonder what it'll be like now. He looked at the carefully prepared dish in front of him. Combat rations completed. Oh man, I love this skill so much. He reached out, grabbed the ration bar from the tray and took a bite. This is the new combat rations skill. It allows you to make preserved food for battle. It has less energy than a normal meal, but its shelf life is longer, and it contains a lot of calories in such a small size. It's also easier to carry around. The taste is pretty decent too. It's perfect for when I have trouble providing food for the whole team. Who would have thought that the useless Lieutenant Kim would become so useful? I'm saved now. The kitchen gradually fell silent. Shin Jang-chun raised an eyebrow and looked out the door. Another day with a very, very blue sky. In the military personnel's dormitory area, Shin Jang-chun easily spotted a few acquaintances moving around inside. Of course, Lieutenant Kim wasn't with them because lately he's been sick from the food Shin Jang-chun made. Chun cooked and Min-chae will go in his place. Kang In-jan dazedly asked, "Huh? What you mean it's because of your cooking?" Shin Jang-chun pointed at Min-chae and said, "Everyone don't worry. Just listen to him." He's the most educated person in this unit. And he's also a good speaker. Min-chae nodded slightly, but his expression was a bit reluctant. Do you think I don't know that? And you're just shifting the responsibility onto me. Shin Jong-chun grinned and said, I told you everything yesterday. And now you just have to do it all over again. I agree to be the commander, but don't expect me to take all the responsibility. Min-chae sighed reluctantly. All right, let's go. Let's do this, guys. Everyone stay calm. At the dormitory, Min-chae's group, Shin Jong-chun and Kang In-jun entered the room. Those civilians had all gathered here already. They're really early. No one said much, just nodding slightly to greet each other. Shin Jong-chun's side also slowly sat down. Shin Jong-chun observed them closely. There might be someone among them who wants to harm us. According to what Tae-chun said, I need to hide my abilities from them, so I'll just have to settle for talking for now. To get as much information as possible from them, without having to reveal anything about myself. Min-chae was the first one to speak up. Hello everyone, I'm Sergeant Min-chae, and I will be leading this meeting. The people on the other side were clearly surprised, because they thought the one leading this meeting was supposed to be Lieutenant Kim. Min-chae said, he said it would be better for me to come, since I'm one of those people in charge of the operation. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll run this meeting smoothly. Lee-sanga nodded slightly. It seems she believes what Min-chae said. Her reaction is indeed a bit peculiar. Only the big guy sitting next to her seems a bit defiant. I think? I won't be talking to just any regular soldier. You'd better bring him here, Min-chae calmly replied. The two soldiers sitting in front of you are top members of the division, responsible for the unit's daily operations. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Park Won-sang said, Of course. I want to know why it took 3 days to prepare for this meeting. Min-chae's brow furrowed slightly, but he could only manage a smile and reply, It was to let everyone rest and recover. After all, everyone was exhausted from the long escape. And we also wanted to give you all time to think about what you wanted to know, as well as choose a representative. And as usual, we were also busy with our military duties. Park Won-song seemed to be deliberately provoking him. He asked, So you're saying your work is more important than us? Please don't think of it that way. Why not you just said it yourself? Shin Rang-chun sighed helplessly. Occasionally, they'd run into people like this, people who think they're kings and queens, because the taxes they pay are what pay our salaries. You're a soldier, you're supposed to put the people first. What could possibly be more important than us? Just then the girl sitting next to him, Lee Sang-ah, suddenly shouted, Hey, Park Won-sang. The guy clearly flinched. The others also looked a little scared. It seemed the one with the most authority here was this girl, Lee Sang-ah said. The others were also a little scared. It seems like the most reliable person here is this girl, Lee Sang-ah said. They took the time to come and talk to us. I understand your frustration, but it's best if you keep quiet for now. Park Won-sang said, Fine. Shin Rang-chun smiled to himself. Oh, that's just like her. After scolding him, Lee Sang-ah then looked at Min-chae, who was sitting across from her, and said, I'm so sorry about that. Mr. Won-sang was a bit out of line, Min-chae said awkwardly. No, it's understandable, really. After all, we're taking up everyone's time. But this wasn't what we wanted either. Lee Sang-ah smiled and said, Yes, I know that. I'm Lee Sang-ah. Before all of this happened, I was the owner of a small clothing store. Min-chae gave a forced smile and said, I see. I'm glad you were able to quiet your group down. So, before we begin to gather more information, I think it's necessary for us to understand each other's situations. Could you tell us a little about what happened to your unit? Lee Sang-ah nodded. Yes, I'd be happy to. Shin Rang-chun couldn't help but be impressed. Min-chae is handling this very well. His gaze was fixed on Lee Sang-ah, observing her. Lee Sang-ah began her story. Well, as you know, about 2 weeks ago, monsters suddenly appeared. At the same time, we lost all internet connection, TV, and even our phones. We were attacked by many monsters, and some people were injured but survived, only to eventually turn into zombies. It was complete chaos. Shin Rang-chun and Min-chae were both horrified. Wait, what is she talking about? Zombies. The military personnel in the room all started murmuring among themselves. After all, they had never heard the word zombies before. A bewildered Min-chae leaned closer to Shin Rang-chun and whispered, They're talking about the lizards, right? We haven't seen any zombies. To be honest, Shin Gong-chun couldn't believe it either. Seeing their reactions like that, Lee Sang-ah couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. What's wrong? Is there a problem with me mentioning zombies? Min-chae quickly laughed it off. No, it's nothing. It's just that we don't call them zombies. Really? But we're sure they're zombies, so then, what do you guys call them? Min-chae panicked even more. His brain's CPU was running at full capacity trying to think. I mean, the living dead. That's what we call them. What the heck is he thinking? Shin Gong-chun thought to himself, this seems a little off. But the other guys seemed to believe it immediately. They even suggested calling them the living dead from now on. Min-chae quickly said, Ha! Now that I think about it, I think calling them zombies is probably more accurate. So let's just stick with that. Lee Sanga's eyes widened in surprise, but she didn't ask anything further. If you say zombies, then zombies it is. Although they were a little clumsy, at the end of the day, they still got through it. Minche continued the story. So what happened next? Please continue your story. The story that Miss Lee told went like this. After escaping from the zombies, she joined a group of survivors that she happened to run into. And while they were looking for a safe place, one of them told them about their military base. It was the old man sitting next to Lee Sanga. Kang In-jon looked at the old man and asked probingly, "How did you know about our military base?" The old man calmly said, "A friend who works in the construction industry told us about it. He worked at a military base near our town, of ours. I remember him saying once that the base was located deep in the mountains." Lee Sang-ah continued, "We don't know the exact location either. However, we figured that we had to go there one way or another. So why not take a gamble?" The people who had been facing the horde of lizards for a long time were all astonished. To get past all those monsters, Minche blurted out. That must have been a long journey. Shin Gong-chun couldn't sit still any longer. He actively raised his hand to ask, "I have a question. I don't see any of you carrying any sort of weapons, just holding iron bars in your hands. So how did you all manage to escape from that horde of monsters?" Lee Sang-ah said, "You probably won't believe this, but we've awakened supernatural powers. Here we go again." Some of the military personnel grew a little anxious, looking over at Lee Sang-ah. As for Shin Gang-chun, he kept that same sharp, cold gaze fixed on Lee Sang-ah. "Here we go again. How could they awaken anything if they don't have any potential?" Lee Sang-ah said. "Out of the 25 of us, I'm the only one who has awakened. Thanks to that, we were able to make it here." An interesting revelation, Shin Gang-chun thought to himself. But is it really possible with just one person? Lee Sang-ah pushed her chair back and stood up. "You may not believe me, but I can prove it." Those men probably didn't expect Lee Sang-ah to be so direct, so their expressions showed a bit of surprise, which conveniently looked just like they were astonished by Lee Sang-ah's supernatural powers. She smiled at them and gave a slight nod. All eyes in the room turned towards Lee. Sang-ah held a large pair of sewing scissors in her hand and said, "These are sewing scissors. They're used for things like fixing curtains, so they're a bit bigger than regular scissors." Shin Rang-chun was surprised and thought to himself, "I heard she used to work in a clothing store, a tailor shop. So is that where she got her ability?" The scissors in Lee Sang-ah's hand shifted slightly a few times, as if she was testing their sharpness. Lee Sang-ah closed her eyes, concentrating the energy within her body. Her body seemed to glow with a faint red aura. She rushed forward, aiming the scissors at the edge of the table in front of her. Her brown hair was blown back by that powerful energy. Lee Sang-ah frowned and applied force. The table in front of her was cut directly in half. There were even a few cracks spreading across the tabletop. Of course, everyone had already stood up, so no one was hurt. It's just that Lee Sang-ah is the obsessive-compulsive type, so the table was cut perfectly in half. Min-chai jumped up, looking at the cut table in shock, and exclaimed, How is that possible?" As for Rang-chun, he suddenly felt this scene seemed a little familiar. Lee Sang-ah spoke calmly as usual. "When I was working at the store, some very strange-looking people started attacking us. The situation was terrifying. But I tried to stay calm and grabbed the scissors that were near me. In that moment of crisis, I stabbed a zombie. After it died, a blue screen told me that I had awakened. It gave me superpowers, and now I can take out a horde of zombies with just one snip of my scissors," Lee Sang-ah said, and of course she didn't tell them how she had cried, out of fear back then. Shin Jung-chun frowned slightly. She stabbed a zombie. Could it be that zombies are another condition for awakening? He cautiously probed. Didn't everyone else fight zombies too? So why is she, Lee, the only one? Lee Sang-ah said, "I've been wondering about that too. I don't know what the required condition is either." Those who knew the situation were a bit worried and confused. "Don't tell me they killed zombies, but failed to awaken. If so, that's really strange." Shin Jung-chun frowned slightly. Tae-yoon once said that someone might harm them. What the hell is going on? Is she the only one who awakened? Or are they just hiding something? Do you have anything you want to tell me about the awakening? Yes, Lee Sang-ah said. I don't know what the exact criteria are, but I think it's just a random awakening. That happens when you kill a zombie. I felt I should share that information with you all. Minche nodded and said, "That's really helpful. Thank you very much. If you're ever in any danger, give us a call. We'll make sure to help you." Shin Jong-chun gave a faint smile. He thought to himself, I guess they don't have any ulterior motives, because if they did, they'd be signing their own death warrants. Min-chai said to Lee Sang-ah with a bright smile, "I want to tell you about the current situation in our unit. Also, I'll ensure everyone is properly supplied." Lee Sang-ah smiled and said that would be great. Looking at Minchi's face, he's definitely on Lee Sang-ah's side. He looked towards Kang and Zeon and said, "Kang In, clear the table and find a replacement." Shin Jong-chun smiled. "It looks like we can't dig up any information here, so I'll set a trap outside on the training grounds. Shin Gong-chun sat on a large container, lost in thought. Those zombies, they said, there are countless monsters running rampant in the city. That means we'll never know what to expect. He sighed, looked up at the blue sky, and lamented, this is such a headache. Just then, nearby, the sound of footsteps echoed, followed by the voices of a few girls. Sergeant, we finished washing the dishes. He stood up, smiled, and said, thanks. You really didn't have to do that. The girl replied, we need to do something useful. Besides, we took turns. Shin Gang-chun opened the lid of the container he had just been using as a seat and said, I just made some snacks. Have some? You made snacks? Inside the container were 2 popsicles. That looked quite delicious. Shin Gong-chun smiled and said, consider it a reward for helping me wash the dishes and clean up. Seeing the popsicles, the 2 girls were both happy and surprised. Popsicles, you made them yourself. Shin Gong-chun smiled and said, there were some ingredients left over, so I used them to make something new. I tried to make it taste like the ones I've had before, so it probably isn't that bad. Let me try it. Here, you try some too. Shin Gong-chun watched them anxiously, the 2 popsicles in their hands. It's happiness-flavored ice cream, with the chef's special sauce. I'll start spreading a rumor about getting a reward after finishing a job. The 2 girls took a bite of the popsicles. The taste of the ice cream slowly melts in your mouth, and then what was bound to happen happened, an explosion of flavor. The quieter girl also seemed much happier. One of them happily laughed and said, wow, this is so delicious. What flavor is this? I've never eaten anything like this before. You think so too, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be this good. Are you smiling? Me, ever since your parents passed away, you haven't smiled. I just don't know why, but I feel strangely happy. Finally, I get to see you happy. Don't cry, isn't this a good thing? I'm sorry, I can't help it. Shin Gong-chun looked at the 2 girls in front of him. Are their emotions changing after losing her parents? She must have suppressed her emotions a lot. She acted cheerful, but that must have been very tiring for her. The emotional change along with the ability is only temporary, but it affects a person's mind for a long time. After the ability ends, just like how Kang-in is no longer afraid after the food, gave him courage. If the ice cream proves to be effective, Shin Gong-chun thought to himself that he should set more traps. In the evening after the meeting, Shin Gong-chun and Min-chae had a quiet meeting. Min-chae said, that guy who kept asking us what we do for a living? I got his room number. Shin Gong-chun asked, anything else? Min-chae said, there are 5 people in that room, and they all knew each other before the incident happened. Like friends. That doesn't necessarily mean they're accomplices. Right, Shin Gong-chun asked worriedly. Like friends. That doesn't necessarily mean they're accomplices. Right. Min-chae nodded. Yeah. But what if they're connected somehow? Shin Gong-chun looked off into the distance. So what do we do now? We can't just kill them all and act like nothing happened, right? Min-chae nodded. Model, that's right. If word gets out, there will be trouble. We can't let the survivors run wild, but we can't just keep waiting around either. If they are awakened ones, then they are a genuine threat. Shin Gong-chun said in a low voice, if I can get them to eat the snacks I make, and make them spill their plans. Didn't we already decide at the meeting that the survivors would help the unit? Min-chae said, and they already agreed to it, but only to clean the living quarters and the dining hall. Shin Gong-chun said excitedly, hey, I have an idea. How about I lead someone to the living quarters, then give them their assignments. After that, I'll watch to see what they do, like how you did with Kang-in and Lieutenant Kim. Shin Gong-chun nodded. Yeah, I'm confident I can do it. Min-chae nodded. If you're that confident, then go ahead. But are you sure it'll be okay? Hey, Gong-chun, besides your ability to grant strength, you have another power, don't you? Right, Shin Gong-chun froze for a moment. His eyes, filled with anxiety, darted toward Min-chae. Did he figure it out? Min-chae said, I know exactly what it is. But I'm not going to force you, because you'll end up using it soon enough anyway. However, it could be harmful if you become dependent on it. Shin Gong-chun nodded. Yes, I'll be more careful. Min-chae pouted at him. Shin Gong-chun gave a forced smile. I understand how he feels. No one would want to eat my food if they knew I had this ability. I need to use it from time to time, but I have to be careful not to get caught. Min-chae said, all right then, just pick a day. A few days later in the kitchen, Shin Gong-chun, successfully approaching someone in the other room. After spreading the news about the ice cream, he laughed, ha ha ha, that's great. Take out that ice cream bar and let him have some. The guy grinned and asked, is that the legendary ice cream bar? Shin Gong-chun asked curiously, has the rumor already spread that much? Gong-chun laughed and said, anyone who hasn't tried it must be super jealous. Everyone in the cafeteria keeps bragging about how delicious it is. Shin Gong-chun laughed, I feel sorry for those who applied it to get into the dorms. Gong-chun didn't hesitate taking the ice cream bar and laughing as he replied, eventually everyone will get their turn, so it's no big deal. I bet they're just waiting for the day they get assigned to the cafeteria. He took a bite from the corner of the ice cream bar. He was overjoyed. This flavor, you really can't knock it. Now I get why everyone was reacting that way. Shin Rang-chun nodded and chuckled. Is that so? Of course. I put a ton of effort into making it, so it's gotta be good. The one you're eating is a special version, so I didn't skimp on the ingredients. It's Mishugaru ice cream, made with all the sincerity of an amateur chef. Zhang Chung gave 2 thumbs up and said with a laugh, "It's delicious. The taste is amazing. It's been a while since I've had anything sweet." And just like that, he'd finished the entire ice cream bar. Shin Rang-chun smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. Now shall we get started?" he asked with a smile. "Can I ask you a few things?" Zhang Chung was surprised. "You have questions for me. Go right ahead." Shin Rang-chun asked. "You asked me about my job last time. Remember?" Zhang Chung nodded. "I do." Shin Rang-chun asked, "Why did you ask about it?" Zhang Chung frowned slightly. "Well, I needed to confirm something. If there's an awakened person in the squad, then it wouldn't be strange for a military unit to have guns. A successful awakening. In that case, I'll have to change my strategy. I was relieved when you said you didn't have any." The guy suddenly stopped talking. "What am I saying? What is happening? Even if I don't want to talk, I don't have any other choice." Shin Rang-chun said with a smile. "I feel like that could be the case." Trang Trung became more and more confused. "What the hell? My mouth is moving on its own." Shin Rang-chun asked again, "What would you do if there was an awakened person on our team?" Trang Trung said, "First, I should have checked the balance of power. If there are too many awakened people in the unit, then we have no other choice in a direct battle. So I would lay low and wait for an opportunity." "Well, I understand. The existence of an awakened one is also something to be feared by us." Shin Rang-chun asked, "You mean you'd have to hide better? You let your guard down because there were no awakened people here, and you wouldn't even eat the food. When he gave it to you like that?" Trang Trung said, "Yeah, that's right. Damn it. What are you doing to me?" "Damn it, I'll be in big trouble if I stay here," Shin Rang-chun said. "Wait, there are a few more things I want to ask." Trang Trung froze. "Go ahead and ask." The guy was feeling more and more scared. "I can't move." Shin Rang-chun asked, "How many teammates do you have? How many of them have been awakened? And who is considered the leader?" Trang Trung said, "All 5 people in the same room are teammates, and all of them have been awakened. The captain might be Park Won-chang, the representative of our room. Bak Gun-sang? What about all 5 of them? And if it was the Northern Army that came over, then the guy who kept complaining about Lieutenant Kim not showing up. He still remembers his face very clearly. This is clearly a disaster." He then asked, "What do the 5 of you plan to do?" Zhang Jung said, We've planned to take over the unit. First, we had to confirm if there were any potential threats that had awakened or were lying dormant, or anything else. And after observing for a few days, we decided that there were no awakened threats, or anything similar in this unit. So we decided to proceed with the takeover tonight. Shin Rang-chun's eyes widened. "Tonight?" Zhang Jung, still with his back to him, chuckled. "Heh heh, that's right. The operation begins as soon as I get back." Shin Rang-chun gritted his teeth. "This can't be happening." Zhang Jung snapped his fingers. A flame appeared circling around him. "But considering the situation, we have to do it right now." Flames blazed fiercely around him. Zhang Jung rushed towards Shin Rang-chun, launching an attack. Perhaps now he realized that the person standing in front of him was not an ordinary person at all. Shin Rang-chun frowned slightly and stepped back. A flame user. With flames swirling around him, Zhang Jung roared. I was confused, not knowing what was happening to me. But then I realized there's no need to be afraid. "You're just a cook." Shin Rang-chun frowned. "I didn't expect this. I didn't think he'd just charge at me like this." A vicious look was clear in Zhang Jung's eyes. The man growled, "It seems we've been tricked by you. It's a shame our identities were exposed. But once we kill you and start the campaign, it will all be over." Then the man launched a fireball at Shin Rang-chun. The fireball burned fiercely. Heat radiated from it. An aura of energy also formed around Shin Rang-chun, gradually brightening. "You're underestimating the power of a chef. It's a job that's quite familiar with fire. A power so weak at its source. Cooking has always been tied to fire. Holding a steel pan before a hot flame and tossing it, that is the destiny of a chef." He swung his arms, crossing them. He was gradually enveloped by the flames. The fire blazed furiously in front of him. Shin Rang-chun swung his hand forcefully. It was as if a gust of wind swallowed the flame whole. "You've picked the wrong opponent." The flame broke into many small fragments and then vanished into thin air. Seeing Shin Rang-chun completely unharmed, Zhang Jung stumbled back in panic. "That's impossible." "How could he do that with his bare hands?" Shin Rang-chun frowned and let out a sharp huff. "I guess I don't have to hide it anymore. My true ability. Chef's eyes, low-level cooking manual, perception of primate processing techniques." Zhang Jung's 2 weak points became visible in his eyes. A status window appeared in front of Shin Rang-chun. He held a kitchen knife in his hand and said, "Brace yourself." Jang! Young was caught off guard and overwhelmed by his opponent, so for a moment he didn't know what to do. Perhaps their experience wasn't high enough to be able to deal with a soldier. Shinrang Chun pursed his lips. His body moved through the open space, as light as a feather. He lunged forward. The blade in his hand flashed through the air. A sharp sound of a blade slicing through flesh was heard. Fresh blood soaked the clothes. Outside, the sky had turned to dusk. The 4 remaining people in the room were all waiting for Zhang Zhong. But they had been waiting for quite a while now, and they were growing impatient. One of them looked at Park Won-sang and asked, "So what do we do now?" "Boss," Park Won-sang said, "we can't wait any longer. Let's proceed without him. Zhang Zhong will join us later." "Hey, are we really going without Zhang Zhong? He's the strongest one among us." "You lot," Park Won-sang scowled and snapped. "We still have 4 awakened ones right here. We've already confirmed that." "There are no other awakened ones among the deserters," a soldier said. "But we can't be sure. We might have missed something." Park Won-sang was clearly annoyed. Zhang Zhong is already at level 6. That's an indispensable power for us. His ability to use skills is also very special. But I'm the leader. I can't let myself be swayed. He frowned and asked, "Don't you guys trust me? Let's stick to the plan. Zhang Zhong will join us later." All right. "Hurry up," Park Won-sang said before leaving. "We have to get everyone out of the dormitory." Outside the dormitory, everyone had been herded downstairs. A few people looked annoyed, while others waited in silence. But all eyes were still fixed on the group of 4, curious about what was going to happen. Lee Sang-ah was silent. It seemed she didn't understand what was going on either, and she never expected to find herself in this kind of situation. That she would find herself in this kind of situation. She stepped forward to confront him. "May I ask what you're thinking, Mr. Park Won?" Park Won-sang said, "It's nothing serious. You see, I have this condition. If I'm not the leader of a group, I break out in a rash all over my body." Lee Sang-ah frowned and asked, "What kind of condition is that?" He was always particularly crude and violent. Lee Sang-ah knew that all too well. She had always seen him use violence on several other people, but when she confronted him about it, in front of an awakened person, he was relatively polite. So why is he acting like this now? Lee Sang-ah frowned. "Perhaps you're not satisfied with just being the boss of our group. Our group only has 5 people. Yeah, it's way too small. This survivor group is also a bit small," Park Won-sang said coldly. "With a unit of this size, only then would I feel satisfied, you know." Lee Sang-ah frowned with worry. "Do you really mean that?" The others heard his words as well. Confusion and anxiety began to grow within them. "What's going on? A fight?" "Looks like it. There are soldiers here too." "Why are they doing that?" Up above, some other soldiers happened to see the scene through a window. They immediately ran downstairs to ask what was going on. "Hey, what are the survivors doing outside?" "We're not sure. They suddenly came down and started arguing. We tried to stop them, but they told us not to interfere with their business. We need to report this and keep an eye on them." Outside, Lee Sang-ah and Park Won-sang were still arguing with each other. She said, "I have a feeling that one day, you people are going to cause a lot of trouble. I have no other choice. Now that things have come to this," Lee Sang-ah pulled a pair of scissors from her coat pocket. "I didn't want to use force against you, but this has gone too far." Lee Sang-ah frowned. The pair of scissors in her hand. The crowd once again buzzed in horror. Sang-ah's taken out her scissors. "Are those people insane? Do they want to get themselves killed?" Bak Gun-sang said calmly. "How utterly foolish. I'm well aware of the power of those scissors." Lee Sang-ah scowled at him. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. The air grew tense. "Even after I drew my weapon, his attitude hasn't changed at all. Do they really think they can handle me with just 4 of them? Them no way." A bold theory suddenly flashed through her mind. One of them stepped towards her. The man rolled up his sleeves, laughing arrogantly. "Boss? Leave her to me. I'll snap those scissors in half." But that woman is strong," Bak Gun-sang said. He then turned to look at the other guy. "Thoth, go and help him out." Thoth smiled and said, "Yes, boss." And just like that, Lee Sang-ah found herself in a 2-on-1 situation. "So they're this confident even though they know my abilities." Lee Sang-ah frowned and yelled, "You've been hiding the truth, haven't you? The fact that you're all awakeners." Bak Gun-sang bared his teeth in a grin and asked, "Heh, you're only just realizing that, now that you know this outcome was inevitable for you." "Awakeners, all of them," the crowd murmured. "How long have they been lying to us?" Bak Gun-sang tilted his head up and shouted, "It seems like Sang-ah has no intention of backing down. Go and crush her." "Yes, boss." Youngmin's skill was turning his hands to stone, and Thoth's was controlling golden marbles. The 4 of them could fight without holding anything back. But Lee Sang-ah couldn't, because there were people behind her. "I have to lead them away first," Lee Sang-ah thought to herself. She shot forward. She needed to buy some time to draw them away, but Youngmin was right on her tail. They moved to stop Lee Sang-ah from carrying out her plan. Lee Sang-ah frowned. She crossed her two blades and held them out to block what was coming. She parried a powerful blow from Young Min. The body of the scissors vibrated violently. Lee Sang-ah was sent flying backward from the impact. She dug her heels into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust with her every step. Lee Sang-ah was stunned, staring at the scene unfolding before her. It seems they've been hiding their true strength for a very long time. The moment that punch was over golden, orbs shot forward, surrounding Lee Sang-ah. They closed in and attacked her from all sides. Lee Sang-ah was so overwhelmed she had no time, not even for a damn counterattack. They were on a completely different level than the zombies. Against two awakened beings did she even stand a chance. All the other ordinary people could only watch the scene unfold with anxiety. But as for Park Won-sang, he was completely confident in his plan. He gloated with a smug tilt of his chin. Looks like we'll be able to take care of our biggest obstacle with ease. Young Min relentlessly unleashed a flurry of punches on Lee Sang-ah, who could do nothing but defend herself. Seth charged in from behind to back him up. He frowned and said, "That's enough screwing around. Get serious." While on the defensive, Lee Sang-ah searched for an opening to counter. Their teamwork is clearly awful. If I can exploit that, I might just have a chance. Lee Sang-ah was knocked backward, her body wavering as she lost her balance. Seth charged forward, yelling, "Move, I'll finish this thing." He thought to himself, we've already reached level 4. There's no way. We'd lose to some little girl, a tailor with no combat skills. Suddenly a loud gunshot rang out. Everyone's attention was drawn by the sound of the shot. All eyes turned toward the source of the gunshot. Bak Gun-chang asked worriedly, "What's going on?" A group of people appeared from inside. These were the soldiers from the dormitory. They only came down here after gathering everyone. In their hands, they were of course carrying several guns. A faint wisp of smoke was even rising from one of them. The gun was cocked once more. Soo-hyuk held his gun aimed at them, and frowning he yelled, "What the hell do you think you're doing? All of you freeze." The other soldiers also raised their guns one by one, and aimed them at the 3 people who were fighting. Lee Sang-ah immediately stopped, and the other 2 were no exception. After all, guns were still a viable threat to the awakened. Soo-hyuk, leading the squad of soldiers, stepped forward and asked, "Are you going to stop now?" Bak Gun-chang stepped back as he asked, "And what if we don't?" Soo-hyuk frowned. "I will open fire." Bak Gun-chang let out a dry laugh. How interesting. Soldiers firing on civilians, especially with so many people around. Soo-hyuk calmly replied, "This is a special situation. If you are considered a threat, I will open fire." He scanned the surroundings and made an assessment. "So he's the captain, huh? There are quite a few awakened people hiding," Bak Gun-chang said with a smirk. "If you guys want to push us into a corner, then we'll have no choice but to get serious." Soo-hyuk frowned, thinking to himself, does he really plan to fight soldiers who have guns pointed right at him? The awakened are definitely strong, but they aren't strong enough to win against guns yet. Bak Gun-chang walked towards them, casually provoking them. "Go on and shoot. Your enemy is right in front of you. So what are you guys hesitating for? Stop right there," Soo-hyuk shouted. Park Won-chang casually laughed and said, "Threatening to shoot a bunch of kids who've just hit their 20s. Now it was the soldiers' turn to back away. Unconsciously, a few of them slightly lowered the guns in their hands. "This guy's crazy, Corporal Soo-hyuk. Please make a decision, yeah. This is such a pain," Soo-hyuk exclaimed in frustration and raised his gun, aiming it straight at Park Won-chang's chest. "We clearly warned you." Park Won-chang smiled, casually walking forward as if nothing was wrong. Soo-hyuk anxiously put a little more pressure on the trigger in his hand. Everyone was filled with panic and terror because it seemed like a massacre was about to happen, right in front of them. In fact, even Soo-hyuk himself had his own worries. This was the first time he'd ever had to point a gun at someone, even if that person was causing trouble and threatening everyone. The air seemed to stand still. There wasn't another sound. Only the sound of footsteps echoed toward the barrel of the gun, facing the muzzle of the gun. Park Won-chang showed not the slightest change in expression. Soo-hyuk frowned, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. His heart was pounding relentlessly in his chest. A few ordinary citizens even fainted from the pressure. Most of the remaining people covered their ears tightly. Then Park Won-chang suddenly laughed and said, "Are you really going to shoot? I take back what I said about you just being a kid." Soo-hyuk stared at the gun in his hand, growing more and more confused, because no matter how he pulled the trigger, the bullet wouldn't fire. "Why is that? Why isn't it working? It was fine just a moment ago." "It's fine," Park Won-chang scoffed. "It's not broken at all. You'll understand once you see what my ability can do." A dark, gloomy aura emanated from Park Won-chang. His ability is Vandal level 5. He has physical resistance and attracts fire magic. He has knowledge of low-level evil, and also has a low-level fire control skill. This skill allows him to interfere with surrounding flames and other fire-related phenomena. This is a special ability, but they couldn't figure out what kind of ability could possibly prevent their guns from working. Bak Gun-sang generously explained, I can control fire. And when you think about it, a gun is just a gun. It can only fire when the gunpowder explodes right. But anything that can burn or explode is useless against me. He laughed heartily. Soo-hyuk frowned anxiously, understanding in an instant. It's true with so many soldiers around. They wouldn't act rashly. I let my guard down. The other guys also grinned and said, "That's our boss for you. Did you hear that your weapons are useless?" Lee Sang-ah frowned, worried because she didn't know the whole story. If things keep going like this, the unit will fall into their hands. Bak Gunsang looked around. Then he ordered loudly, "All of you get on your knees now, if you listen to us. We won't treat you too badly. From now on, I'm taking over this unit." But the soldiers just cocked their guns. They couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Just fire control, seriously. I thought you had something really special. I was scared for nothing. Sergeant Seol, so what should we do now? There are 4 of them. So shouldn't we also send 4 people? Why bother? Why don't we just overwhelm them with our numbers?" Soo-hyuk said, "All right, send more people to attack." Bak Gunsang was suspicious. But then they remained calm, trusting their own actions and observations. These brats don't seem to understand the current situation. When facing an ability, user the number of normal people is meaningless. Stop this foolishness and surrender. Soo-hyuk let out a small sigh. "You're so noisy." "Hanan and Dae, when you two handle this." The 2 of them eagerly stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves ready to fight. The dark energy, black in color from Park 1, Chang radiated more and more intensely. The man gritted his teeth and roared, "Fine, we should kill a few of you to set an example, shouldn't we? Let's start with this confident little brat." A thunderous punch came from Hanan. His body was enveloped in a faint red light. Though faint, it looked incredibly formidable. Hanan rushed forward and smashed Park Wan-chang right in the face. The man's cheek caved in completely. His eyes rolled back as if he was about to pass out. An awakened one. Park Wan-chang gasped out his final words. His gaze fell upon the soldiers. "You tricked us!" But by the time he understood, it was too late. He collapsed to the ground. The air grew heavy. This was a situation they had never imagined. There was an awakened one among the soldiers. Lee Sang-ah stared in astonishment. Park Wan-chang was taken down with a single punch. Just one punch. "Knocked out with just one punch, how weak?" Daewon asked with a smile. What was he thinking acting like that? Seeing Park Wan-chang get his face smashed in. He was in too much pain and shock to get back up. The other soldiers were also surprised. "It's true we've really gotten a lot stronger," Soo-hyuk said loudly. "The matter is settled, so please calm down. Are there any survivors who need treatment? If everything's okay, you can return to the dorms. Drag those 2 back as well," Soo-hyuk commanded in a loud voice. The 4 conspirators were beaten. They didn't dare to resist again. The situation changed in an instant. Just then, Minchi and Kang and John ran over to check on them, asking what was going on. Soo-hyuk said, "Sergeant Lee, you're here." I was on the outskirts with Kang in. As soon as I got the report, I rushed right over. Soo-hyuk said, "It's nothing serious. But I heard the survivors were fighting." Soo-hyuk nodded. "Yeah, a couple of them did something stupid." Minche looked over at the 4 who had been subdued. "So that means there are 5 other awakened besides her." Lee Sang, "They didn't just lie to us. They also tried to take over the unit by force. But when the fight was over, they couldn't do a thing." Kang and John said worriedly, "That's the guy from the meeting." Minche was silent, just as Gang Chun predicted. They acted without even knowing that we had already set a trap. Soo-hyuk reported, "We couldn't find the 5th person, sir." Minchi said, about that." Just as she finished speaking, a group of soldiers standing behind them suddenly shouted, "Sergeant Shin Gang-chun!" All eyes immediately turned towards him. Shin Gang-chun was carrying the guy named Chan Chung on his shoulder, panting from exhaustion as he walked. He looked at the people in front of him and asked, "So is everything settled here?" Then he threw Chan Chung onto the ground. Minche smiled happily and said, "Great job, Gang-chun." The others came over curious to get a look at this guy. Shin Gang-chun laughed and said, "Beats me how he ended up in this state. Your combat skills are improving every day." He just passed out. Seeing Chan Chung beaten unconscious, the other 4 were even more terrified to make a sound, because he was the strongest one among the 5 of them. Bak Gunjong gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" Min Che leaned closer to Shin Gang-chun and whispered, "Hey, you went a little too far." Shin Gang-chun forced a smile and said, "That was me holding back as much as I could." Component discrimination. It starts by severing the airway and drawing blood. But the drawback of this talent is that its bloodlust is too high. Good thing I managed to switch it to a non-lethal form. The enlightenment of the fish. It helped me take him down without having to finish him off. From now on, I can take people down without killing them. If even the strongest of them is like this, then how weak are the rest? Soo-hyuk said awkwardly. I think we're the ones who've become too strong. Is that so? Kang In-jin said. I think their average rank is only about 3. Meanwhile, our unit has about 5 or 6 awakeners, whose ranks are slightly higher than theirs. Besides Sergeant Gang-chun, isn't your rank over 10 already? Shin Gang-chun nodded. That's right, Kang In-jin said. On top of that, we also have a token. Soo-hyuk nodded. Oh, that team skill token, Shin Gong-chun said. Since the stat increase is a fixed amount, the lower the rank, the more advantageous it is. It instantly turns a rank 1 into a rank 5. The effect gradually diminishes, though. Anyway, you guys did a great job. It seems you can handle things on your own, without me now. Kang In-jun said that's not true. It's true we've gotten a lot stronger. But that wasn't all our own doing. That's right. Min-chae came over and put his arm around Shin Rang-chun. The only reason we made it this far is all thanks to Rang-chun. You're like the mom of this unit, aren't you? Shin Rang-chun forced a smile. That's a bit... While they were all relaxing and having a good time, Lee, Sang-ah suddenly came over and asked, Are you guys awakened too? Ms. Sang-a, it looks like you're completely unharmed. Lee Sang-ah tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled, Yes, I'm fine. It's all thanks to you. Shin Rang-chun stepped forward, asking with concern, That's a relief. You must have been terrified, right? Lee Sang-ah smiled. Just a little. But thank you all for protecting me. If you hadn't helped me, we would have been in big trouble. Shin Rang-chun bowed his head and said, I'm sorry. We were forced to keep it a secret, until we knew their true identities, and what their real plan was. Lee Sang-ah smiled and said, I know, so the entire unit. Lee Sang-ah said no. I think only about half of the unit has awakened, but that wasn't the case. Does that mean more than 50 people have awakened? Oh my God. Shin Rang-chun fell silent, thinking to himself. I'd better tell Miss Sang-a everything. He asked, You said you were a seamstress, right? Yes. Shin Rang-chun said, I'm a cook, but I do other things as well. The next day, down in the basement where they were holding the prisoners, Shin Rang-chun went to check on the situation, as usual. Hey, is everything still okay? Yes. Han Min nodded slightly and replied, Yes. We thought they would try to escape, but they've remained silent. Maybe they know it's impossible. All right. Shin Rang-chun asked, Which room is their youngest member in? The room at the end of the hall, sir. Shin Rang-chun chuckled to himself. So where should we do the interrogation? Han Min asked worriedly. Are you sure you can handle this by yourself? It's fine, Shin Kong-chun said, patting his shoulder. After all, this is my specialty. With that, he opened the door to the room and stepped inside, offering a friendly greeting. Good morning, Jang Chung. Jang Chung shot up nervously, backing away. Shin Kong-chun said, I just came to talk. If you don't try to attack me, I won't do anything to you. Jang Chung was still a bit anxious, but not as tense as before, Shin Kong-chun said with a smile. I came because there are a few things I'd like to ask. You'll listen, won't you? Jang Chung immediately dropped to his knees on the floor. Of course you can trust me. I'm begging you, please spare my life. Shin Kong-chun gave a strained smile, a little taken aback by the situation. He must be pretty traumatized. Was my punch really that hard? He took out an ice cream bar, wrapped in a cloth to keep it from melting, and offered it to Jang Chung. If you listen to me, you won't get hit again. But first eat this, Shin Kong-chun said with a sincere invitation. It didn't take long. Shin Kong-chun returned with all the information he needed. The effect of the confession ice cream was incredible. It has the effect of making one brutally honest. After eating the ice cream, Jang Chung spilled everything. We used to be criminals operating near the Gangwon-do area. The spread of information about awakenings among the survivors made it difficult for us to expand. So we finally decided to join forces under the command of Quan Zhang and Chan, absorbing the other units. So you hid the fact that you awakened and joined Lee Sanga's group, Shin Gong-chun asked. But taking over someone else's forces is no easy feat, Chang Young said. One of my people knows how to fool you. We can stir things up and drive out even the most talented leader, as if they were a vicious criminal. Shin Kong-chun clenched his fists. These cunning people, trying to expand their influence this way. So Shin Kong-chun asked, Is that why our unit was targeted? That's right, Chang Jung said. If we were going to take over another force, it made sense to aim for a bigger target. Besides, we figured it would be beneficial to get our hands on guns. It would give us an edge over the other forces. Now I get why Taechun's prophecy told us to hide our true strength, Shin Kong-chun thought to himself, while still focusing on cutting the ingredients. If they knew this was a powerful force, they would have been more cautious, inciting trouble and expanding like cancer cells. He sliced an onion in half. Bringing survivors into the unit was a truly dangerous move. Shin Kong-chun ran a hand through his hair, sighed, and wondered, how should we handle these people? That afternoon, Kim Hyun-seok rushed over and eagerly reported to Kang-chun, Yes, I have reassured the survivors as you instructed. Were there any problems? Kim Hyun-seok replied, None at all. Some of them were a bit anxious, but I managed to convince them, so much so that they just laughed it off. Shin Kong-chun smiled at him, just as I expected. The words of a sergeant are more persuasive than those of a regular soldier. That's a truly useful ability. Kim Hyun-seok suddenly reached his hand forward and asked Kang-chun anxiously, Did you handle your work okay? Shin Kong-chun acknowledged him with a sound and said, Thank you for your hard work. That's right. Since I worked hard, could you give me a little snack? The corner of Shin Gong-chun's mouth twitched. His addiction symptoms were getting even worse. Seeing his silence, Kim Hunchol quickly backed away. He hurriedly said, "Sorry, was I being a little tactless? It was just a joke. 3 meals a day is more than enough." Shin Gong-chun nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I understand. You did a good job, so I'll make something for you. We have plenty of lizard meat, so it's fine." Kim Hunchol couldn't stop himself from drooling. He said excitedly, "Thank you, Gangchun. I'm incredibly grateful for it. I'm really looking forward to the dish you're going to cook." Shin Gong-chun said, "Please go wait in the dining room. I'll bring it to you." Kim Hunchol was so happy that flowers seemed to bloom around him. He walked off humming a tune and even skipped out of the kitchen. He was truly at a loss for words. Shin Gong-chun rolled up his sleeves. He suddenly wondered, should I make those 5 people addicted just like Sergeant Kim? Just like Sergeant Kim. They're just a liability if I leave them as they are. But I can't just kill my own kind. Right, I need to act now. A sharp kitchen knife swiftly diced the ingredients into small pieces. That group of people could only eat the food he cooked. The moment they teared up, frantically devouring the food he had cooked, Shin Gong-chun received a new title, Reformation. You have completely subdued a vicious group with the power of food. You are granted a title as a reward. Title Reformation Chef. The effectiveness of your cooking increases by 30%. Against monsters and barbaric professions, everyone will now join this unit as new members. He had informed the other 5 just like that. And of course, after being tamed by him, they were as obedient as puppies, following every order they were given. They even helped with transport jobs around the base, cleaned the kitchen, and washed the dishes until they were spotless. They also focused on training according to the newcomers program. It was another beautiful day. Occasionally, Shin Gong-chun would come over to watch the new members train. Kang In-jan and the others grinned and said, it seemed like they were adapting well. They're a bit old, but it's not like we've never had a case of older people joining before. Shin Gong-chun smiled and remarked, good. Everything seems to be falling into place. He chuckled and said, they'll remain newbies until they're fully reformed. Yes, sir, Kang In-jan said enthusiastically. Just then, Min Che came running from a distance, panting as he shouted, Shin Gong-chun, I was looking for you. What is it? He asked. Min Che said, there's something you need to see. Shin Gong-chun frowned slightly. Is there a problem? He and Min Che went over to where 4 large oil drums were stored. These drums are all we could gather from the entire base, and most of them are already empty. Excluding the fuel for the vehicles, the generator can only run for about another week. This is serious. We're about to run out of food and electricity. Shin Gong-chun frowned and said, with our limited resources and the growing number of mouths to feed, this was inevitable. The arrival of the survivors has thrown all of our plans off track. We won't be able to survive here for long. So what should we do now? Min Che frowned, looking at him with a confused expression. Shin Gong-chun, on the other hand, was calmer. He had already been thinking about this. He said, we're leaving this place. That night, in a private meeting room, the first 5 awakened members of the unit were all present. Min Che said, now, I see why you told us to skip dinner. They have this in the unit. This is amazing. On the table was a spread of delicious meat dishes, prepared in various ways. Shin Gong-chun said, that's right. Everyone hurry up and eat. Min Che asked curiously. But didn't you say we were short on ingredients? So how are we still eating like this? Shin Gong-chun fell silent for a moment. But he still smiled and said, actually, this is lizard meat. The hand that was picking up a piece of meat froze. The 4 of them had just taken their first bite. They wanted to spit it out immediately, but it was so delicious that they couldn't bring themselves to. Sergeant Shin, what they want to join us. If we let these civilians join, won't we be overloaded, Sergeant Shin? We're already having a hard time. Because of the proposal about Isanga's sweetness level, the higher-ups held an urgent meeting, Park Tae-chun said. But we can't just abandon them. If we leave, they will all die, Soo-hyuk said worriedly. Do all the others agree to this? Shin Gong-chun nodded slightly. Yes, all of them have agreed to join us. There were certainly many risks involved in this choice, and they had no way of predicting the sudden dangers they would encounter. However, Shin Gong-chun thought to himself, we must join forces to protect them and survive together. That is our duty, as soldiers. All right, Shin Gong-chun said. It's decided. All right, now we need to calculate the details. A while later, Lee Sang-ah came to them and gave them a great gift. She promised she would work hard, and it wasn't an empty promise. Did you make these uniforms yourself? Shin Yu-seung was surprised, looking at the clothes that were neatly arranged in the box. Lee Sang-ah said, that's right. These are uniforms made from monster hide. This commander's combat uniform is made from the hide of the pack leaders, and the regular combat uniforms are made from lizard hide. She possessed the skills of a master tailor. He asked, so, you requested the monster byproducts to make these? Lee Sang-ah smiled and said, that's right. Just as you said, they have excellent defensive power. Although their scales are quite tough, I only reinforced the vital areas and the parts that would be less restrictive to movement. Lee Sang-ah handed a set to Shin Yu-seung and asked, "So do you want to try it on?" Leather combat uniform. A leather armor set, meticulously crafted by a novice tailor. This outfit is made from the byproducts of lizards, which are famous for their tough defense, especially the commander class type. The power of the pack leader still lingers within it. As a result, the uniform also receives several different buffs, such as increased impact resistance and enhanced attribute resistance, impact dampening attribute, increased strength and agility. This is amazing. Shin Yu-seung touched his uniform in amazement. If I combine this with my own power, the effect will be truly incredible. Lee Sang-ah smiled happily and said, "It suits you well." Shin Yu-seung. He couldn't deny that. In fact, the outfit was very comfortable. Her current occupation is a tailor. She is very efficient at producing items. Shin Yu-seung touched his outfit and asked, "Why did you make this suit gray?" Lee Sang-ah said, "Well, I was thinking, we might be heading to a city sometime. It would be better to have different versions, not just the blue one." "Yeah, that makes sense," Lee Sang-ah added. "I made versions for officers and for soldiers, with different performance stats. The combat uniforms made from the hides of alpha monsters are for commanders like Lieutenant Kim and the other squad leaders." "About that," Shin Yu-seung frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "About that, I'm actually the commander of our unit now." "What do you mean?" Shin Yu-seung fell silent. "It's a bit late, but I should tell her. Once she knows our secret, Lee Sang-ah will be completely on our side." After hearing him out, Lee Sang-ah frowned slightly. Shin Yu-seung said worriedly, "Only the higher-ups know about this. So please, Ms. Lee Sang-ah, keep this a secret." A while later outside, the soldiers were called over and were given all the uniforms that Lee Sang-ah had made. They were all completely astonished by the new effects on the uniforms. "It can even enhance my abilities. How can this leather allow me to move so lightly? And it helps reduce injuries too." Judging by their expressions, it was clear everyone was very excited. Soo-hyuk was so happy he was practically skipping. They ran over laughing and talking to thank Ms. Lee Sang-ah profusely. Shin Jang-chun said, "I can't believe you made so many combat uniforms so quickly," Lee Sang-ah said modestly. "That's all thanks to everyone's help." Kang In-jong happily puffed out his chest. "It's really reliable. I've added extra armor on the inside, because the fighters need more defensive gear. For the awakened gunman, I've added magazine pouches. For someone like Rang-chun, who uses knives, I attached a knife sheath to the belt." Just then, Shin Rang-chun finally noticed his own waist. Carrying it around was always such a hassle. "Thank you. I've set aside the sets for Lieutenant Kim and Tae-chun," Lee Sang-ah said. Shin Rang-chun nodded. "Yes, I'll give it to them right away. What about you? You should try on a uniform, too." Lee Sang-ah was surprised. "Should I?" Shin Rang-chun replied. "Of course. You're a squad leader, the representative of the surviving civilians. But being a representative doesn't mean I've joined the unit." "Right?" Lee Sang-ah asked worriedly. Shin Rang-chun smiled and said, "Number. Actually, we're about to leave." "What do you mean?" Shin Rang-chun said, "When we're out, other people will come here for refuge. We need you to manage those survivors. I think you're the right person for the job." Lee Sang-ah was a little taken aback. "I see. It's become a more important position than I thought." "You'll do great, so don't worry too much," Minchi said with a laugh. "My experience tells me you'll adapt quickly." Shin Rang-chun thought to himself. "In fact, I also felt it was a burden when I was suddenly appointed as a commander. But humans are adaptable creatures, and she'll definitely get used to it quickly." "By the way, Soo-hyuk, did you bring it?" Shin Jang-chun then asked, "How about this?" Soo-hyuk took a gun and handed it to Lee Sang-ah. She asked in surprise, "Is this a 6-star gun?" Soo-hyuk explained. "It's called the K5. It's usually issued to senior officers, or in special cases to Hwagan officers. We lost our company commander, the Hwagan officer, Jang, and the army doctor in a monster attack. That's why we were left with these 3 6-star guns, since no one else has been able to claim them yet." Lee Sang-ah held the gun in her hand, giving the trigger a slight squeeze. A worried expression appeared on her face. "But I don't know how to use a gun," Shin Jang-chun said with a laugh. "Soo-hyuk can give you a crash course." So Lee Sang-ah had no choice but to learn. Kang In-jong then asked, "Who gets the other 2 6-star guns?" Min-chae said one was given to Lieutenant Kim, for the dignity of an officer, and because he lacks combat skills. "That's right," Shin Jang-chun said, taking out a 6-star gun. "And I plan on using the last one. I used to use a sword, but it has its limits. I'm also an awakened. The crafting type just like Sang-ah? My combat skills are a bit lacking, so this sidearm is pretty necessary." Min-chae lightly tapped Kang In-jong on the chest. Then she asked with a laugh, "What's the matter? You want one too? For you and me. A gun would just get in the way." Kang In-jong pouted and said, "But it looks cool. A small gun like that doesn't suit your style." Min-chae teased cheerfully. The others burst out laughing, and Lee Sang-ah laughed along with them. A few days later, the awakening activities continued as usual. All right, the conditions have been met. 100 individuals have awakened. That's 100 out of 100. Establishment successful. Create a group of 100 members. An awakening screen appeared in front of all of them. The content was about forming a group. It is a social organization with a different formal structure than a simple gathering of people. Establish positions and create rules to maintain order. Shin Kong-chun smiled and thought to himself, it's time to go. When the proposal to abandon the base and leave was made, many people expressed concern just as expected. Isn't that very dangerous? How can so many people survive in the wild? There are so many monsters lurking out there. Although they didn't object directly, many of the fighters were trembling with anxiety. Of course, there were also those who understood the situation and actively supported it. It was very difficult to reach a consensus. Min-chae frowned and asked Shin Kong-chun, what should we do? Shin Kong-chun said, what else is there to do? We need a dish full of courage. He glanced at Min-chae, giving her a signal. We have no other choice. Yes, all the survivors have gathered here. A lot of people are feeling better now. Min-chae looked at Shin Kong-chun and said, thanks to you, everyone has come together. Let's quickly move on to the next step. Yes, that's right. Shin Kang-chun nodded, thinking to himself. There are many things that need to be decided. Elected as the leader by a majority vote, 1 out of 1. You can appoint deputy leaders to divide the group's tasks. Deputy leaders can partially participate in managing the group and communicate remotely through group messages. Shin Kong-chun nodded slightly, looking at the status window in front of him. The organization is quite logical. At the top it read, group name has not yet been decided. Please choose a name. Main area group number 1 of the slope. Sub-area group number 1 of slope 17. Looks like we're the number 1 troop, With 100 awakened members, this won't be easy. On top of that, we received a dragon's fang as a reward for our accomplishments. We'll deal with this later. For now, let's focus on choosing a vice leader and naming our troop. Please. Rang-chun grabbed the megaphone and signaled for everyone to quiet down and listen to him. As you all know, our troop now has 100 awakened members. We're the first troop in the country to do so. You all did great. Now that we've become stronger, we must advance with confidence. The crowd below roared in agreement. Shin Rang-chun continued, before we leave the base, there are a few things we need to sort out. Since the troop has grown larger, we need to appoint vice leaders. No more than 5 of them. Vice leaders are core members who help the leader manage the troop. Those appointed as vice leaders will get an increased buff effect from the present skill, and they will also be able to use the party chat function. Shin Rang-chun glanced at his status window. We need to choose 5 people. Once we're out there, it'll be difficult to move as a group of 100, so we need vice leaders to command smaller units. The lives of our members are on the line, so I can't just appoint people carelessly. Although, as the leader, I have the authority to appoint them myself, I want to hear everyone's opinions before making a decision. The crowd immediately formed small groups. They began to discuss amongst themselves, and some even looked worried. But fortunately, there wasn't much opposition. The high-ranking members he had in mind definitely included Lee Sang-ah. She was absolutely essential. And of course, the other 3 were Min-chae Soo-hyuk and Kang In-zeon. But there was one last problem, Tae-chun. He glanced at his comrade, who was sitting in a wheelchair next to him. Down below, they expressed their concerns, looking a bit worried. Isn't there anyone better? The sergeant is a good person? But he can't even walk properly. Shin Rang-chun remained silent. Their words were understandable. Shin Rang-chun raised the megaphone again and announced to everyone, don't worry. Sergeant Park Tae-chun will not be leaving the base. What do you mean? Aren't we supposed to be abandoning the base? Min-chae asked. Sergeant, what are you talking about? Sergeant Shin Rang-chun smiled at them, then calmly explained. This mountain range is our only stronghold. If the entire unit leaves this place, we will lose the occupation effect. Besides, remember the message we saw when we first gained control of this mountain. While maintaining control of the territory, you will receive occupation points. Occupation points are gained by controlling territory. The more you control, and the longer you control it, the more points you'll receive. We still don't know what these occupation points are used for, but it seems this game is taking the form of a territorial war. I believe that territory will be a crucial factor later on. Park Tae-chun suddenly reached out his hand and asked Shin Rang-chun, may I? Shin Rang-chun nodded slightly, then handed the megaphone in his hand to Park Tae-chun. He calmly wheeled himself forward. As you all know, my profession is an astronomer. The brighter the stars, the better I can use my ability. There are very few places with a better view of the stars than here. Our base. I will stay on this mountain to continue monitoring and relaying the information gathered using my ability. I will act as a radar, scanning to see if the ground unit's path is clear. That's why I've decided to stay here with the 7 soldiers of the radar team. Then he gave a slight nod and smiled at Shin Gang-chun. Shin Gang-chun nodded back in response. The two of them shared an unspoken understanding. Also, thanks to Shin Gang-chun stepping up, there were no more objections. And so 5 vice commanders were chosen and a structure for the new chain of command was established. And finally, the most important part, the Corps' name. The people below started buzzing with more discussion about what to call it. Eventually, a few people proposed a name related to steel. After all, the first 2 monsters they faced were the steel lizards. After some discussion and putting a few names to a vote, the name with the most votes was the Steel Corps. Min-chae said, "We're ready to depart. The question now is, where should we go?" Soo-hyuk said, "Based on our unit's position, it's either east or west, right?" Min-chae nodded. "Right. The western Gangwon area has many large cities like Chuncheon and a lot of open land. Because the area is so vast, there are also many other military units. On the other hand, the eastern Gangwon area has cities like Gangneung and is near the sea. That's also where the 12th Corps, our superior unit, is stationed." Shin Gang-chun pondered, "Should we expand our base of operations, or go find our superior unit?" Min-chae sighed. This is a really tough choice. He glanced over at Park Tae-chun. "With trust, I'm at a loss for words. In that case, just let him be for a few days." The sky wasn't completely bright yet. You could only see the dawn breaking, faintly in the distance. The gate of the military sector slowly opened. The Steel Border Regiment, led by 1 regiment commander and 4 vice commanders, advanced to the outside. And so their journey officially began. Kang In-jun curiously looked at the map in front of him. "What are these symbols? The parts marked with an X." Min-chae said, "Are places where monsters were recently spotted. Tell me about how many of them are there." After hearing that, Soo-hyuk freaked out. "Why are there so many?" "It looks like we'll have to stay on the defensive for a few more days. The number of monsters scattered across the mountain must be quite high. This is such a headache." Min-chae let out a weary sigh. "This is a real headache. Did these monsters just crawl out of some hole or what? Their numbers aren't decreasing at all, they just keep increasing. Furthermore, recent reports show that besides the Tichdich, there are also monsters with strange shapes. At least we have information on the Tichdich, but dealing with the other monsters will be tough." "This is hard, isn't it?" Lee Sang-ah muttered with a sigh. Shin Gang-chun thought for a moment, then said, "If we don't know their weaknesses, it will be difficult to deal with them, especially if we don't have a marksman with high firepower." Hearing this, the others frowned in unison, worried. Min-chae looked over at Lee Sang-ah and inquired, "Team leader Lee Sang-ah, how did you get here? Were there any obstacles on the way, or—" Some of Lee Sang-ah's recent memories came back to her. Back then, that group of people, she was still on her own. She was the awakened one protecting them. Of course, there were monsters ambushing them along the way, but their numbers weren't as high as just mentioned. There were only about 1 or 2 of them. They weren't Tich-dick, but somehow I managed to handle it. Min-chae said, "If Captain Lee here can handle them, then it can't be all that hard. Moving the troops won't be a problem anymore." Shin Gang-chun nodded slightly. "It's because of the pack leader's influence." Min-chae asked, "The pack leader, you say?" Shin Gang-chun said, "That's right, think about it. You two, ever since we defeated the pack leader, we've been finding survivors. The survivors were able to reach the mountain because the number of infected creatures dropped drastically." That makes sense," Soo-hyuk said worriedly. "So does that mean the conditions are much worse now than they were before?" "Right. We have more soldiers and supplies to transport now, so moving stealthily is impossible." Shin Gang-chun agreed. "That's why leaving the unit requires great determination. We have no other choice. We have to prepare thoroughly." The convoy moved out quickly, just as planned. There were 5 vehicles in total. Soldiers surrounded the vehicles, while civilians were inside. Kang In-jun directed from the rear. He shouted, "Begin perimeter defense! Soldiers to the front of the vehicles. Let the vehicle with the survivors go first. We'll provide cover from the back." Min-chae put his hands on his hips, watching the convoy slowly move. He wondered, "We're following the plan. But will it be effective?" Shin Gang-chun said, "Regardless, maintaining a complex formation is very difficult. But we have combat experience, so we'll manage somehow. It's a formation based on an RPG game, consisting of a tank DPS and a healer. 1. Large vehicles will form a barrier in the front and at the rear, with melee soldiers positioned all around, while inside, the awakened, sniping from a distance, will provide cover and protect the vehicle carrying the survivors. The problem is, we don't know where the attacks will come from. On top of that, the narrow road also makes it difficult to escape." Shin Gang-chun says, "I will immediately intercept any attack." Min-chae ponders, still unable to shake his anxiety. It's best to use the vehicles to quickly get off this dangerous mountain road. Shin Gang-chun thinks to himself, I understand his concerns. The road where the unit is stationed is mostly unpaved. Not to mention there are sections with cliffs. Moving in the usual way is too dangerous. So it's best to get out of here quickly. But moving like that, we could be completely wiped out. The formation is ready. Someone rushes over to report. Shin-Jang-chun smiles and gives the person a slight nod. All right, let's move out. Excellent. The convoy slowly enters the narrow forest path. And no one dares to move quickly here, because they don't know what might happen if they make a loud noise. While on the move, they also split into small squads to patrol the surrounding area and frequently report the situation back to the convoy team. Inside the cargo truck, where the survivors are staying, a person was also assigned to stand guard. Min-chae and Shin-Jang-chun take on the primary leadership roles, because the route they're on is certain to have unexpected situations arise. The group presses on under a starlit sky. Night envelops everything. The forest is eerily quiet, but perhaps it's because this isn't their territory. A horde is bound to show up sooner or later, you'll see. Kang In-jon silently remained vigilant of his surroundings. The forest was dead silent. Suddenly, a very thin wisp of smoke drifted by. The comrade next to Kang In-jon jumped in surprise. He quickly asked the sergeant, "You see that, right?" Kang In-jon nodded. "Yeah, they're here. Quick, inform the main unit. Roger that." The two soldiers hurried off, while Kang In-jon stayed behind, raising his gun to face the enemy for the time being. No one dared to delay. In the distance, the sky began to brighten. A monster appeared. Then came countless more monsters. Another steel-like horde also charged out to attack. Their eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. The blazing red of their eyes was like the color of blood. Veins bulged all over their armored bodies. They charged forward, ferociously rampaging through the area. In just a moment, they had swarmed and surrounded the moving convoy. The commander quickly made an announcement, ordering the survivors to stay inside, while the soldiers were to quickly get into position. "Stay calm. It's just like when we fought at the base," Shin-Jang-chun shouted loudly. "Focus on their weak points to conserve energy. No guns? The noise will attract more of them." "Roger that." After Shin-Jang-chun gave the order, everyone quickly used their abilities. Kang In-jon roared, "If you've got the guts, come and get me, you bastards." Min-chae also prepared to fight. It must be said that they had gone a long time without having to fight like this. Lee Sang-ah drew her shears, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Shin-Jang-chun swiftly drew the dagger from his hip. His wary eyes looked ahead. The moment has finally come. All the mages in the center quickly activated their magic. A series of magic circles appeared, in all sorts of different colors. Those steel lizards, however, didn't seem to care about that at all. They charged forward one after another, trying to break through the soldiers' defensive line. A few of the soldiers faltered, stepping back. Kang and Zeon took a deep breath and shouted to reassure them. "Soldiers, hold your position. Don't let them in." 4 large trucks were clustered together, forming a circle, with 3 smaller civilian trucks in the very center. Surrounding them were the soldiers fighting with all their might to stop the monsters from advancing. The monsters attacked relentlessly, giving them no time to rest. A loud roar rang out. The monsters roared in unison, as if to call more of their kind. Kang and Zeon rushed forward, swinging his fist hard into the body of a lizard. Its body flew backward and hit several other lizards that were charging in. Kang and Zeon shouted, "You bastards! Long time no see." Then, he landed a punch so hard it caved in its cheek. After just a little fighting, he was already sweating buckets. He yelled out, declaring, "Only your leader is a match for me." Then he rushed toward another one nearby. He swung his fist and the steel lizard's body shuddered violently. It was hit so hard that it bared its ghastly sharp teeth. Its body shot backward, crashing into a large tree trunk. Just as he finished one off, another group of lizards charged in, attacking him from behind. Or so it seemed, but no. They ignored Kang and Zeon completely, and rushed to climb onto the trucks, using the corpses of their comrades to advance. They were truly a cunning bunch of lizards. One of them successfully made it on top, using the high ground to attack what looked like the weakest soldier. At the most critical moment, a stream of electricity shot out from a distance. Min-chae had quickly arrived, striking the lizard right in the face. He shouted an order to Kwang In, "Stop relying on the barrier. Kick them away so they can't climb onto the vehicle. We can't let them get near the survivors." The soldiers fought with all their might, unleashing their own abilities. Some set up shields, while a few in the back took the opportunity to attack. However, they still couldn't provide complete protection. Sometimes the lizards were knocked against the vehicle, or the soldiers were slammed into it. The whole thing was jostled and slammed around. The people inside were terrified. The children started screaming and everyone was panicking in fear. All they could do was hide inside the truck's cargo bed, trembling with anxiety. Just then Lee Sang-ah stood up to reassure them. "Everyone, don't worry. I'm still here. The soldiers are experienced fighters. They will definitely win." She said that, but she was still a little worried about the situation outside. Outside, everyone was giving it their all, using every bit of their power to fight. Min-chae held a long electrical cable in his hands. He swung it powerfully in the air several times, as sparks of electricity flashed around the cable. He rushed forward with the electric cable and brought it crashing down on the body of a steel lizard. Then his gaze fell upon another lizard nearby. As soon as the first one fell, he immediately lunged forward again, using the cable in his hand to thrust it straight into the head of the other steel lizard. It roared in pain before slowly collapsing to the ground. From its body, sparks of electricity still crackled around it. Minche panted heavily. Using this technique so much had taken a heavy toll on his stamina. But before he could even rest, something strange caught his attention. A shadow as black as a swamp. He quickly yelled, "Hey, Kangjun, look over there!" Another wave is coming. Shin Kangjun was fighting a steel lizard. Hearing this, he quickly took the chance to turn around and look. In the forest, a horde of steel lizards was rushing toward them. Their numbers seemed even greater than the first wave, because this second wave was also attacking from behind, and even from the direction of the unit. Minche cursed in anger. "Damn it! Where did they come from?" Shin Kangjun said worriedly, "Once a battle starts, noise is unavoidable. It's only natural for monsters to react, but many of them were already exhausted." Panting, Minche said, "If we use guns, we'll attract even more of them." Shin Kangjun nodded slightly in agreement. "They're still far away, so we have to prepare quickly. I'll lead them outside, then we escape. We came here with high resolve." A moment later, a few good news reports came in. The monsters in the rear have been cleared out. 2 survivors left in the area. Shin Kangjun quickly gave the next order, "Good. The soldiers who have finished clearing, take out your combat rations. We need to be fully equipped. There's another wave coming. Did you all hear that?" Using the dried meat distributed by the unit, everyone quickly took out the rations they were given, which they had stored in their pockets. Fighting so hard had also made them hungry. Shin Kangjun looked at Minche, who was getting into the truck bed. He smiled and said, "Hyung, you eat too. We still have to switch with Kang-in." Minche nodded, then took out the dried meat. Shin Chun himself was in the same state. As soon as he swallowed the meat, a notification popped up. Dried basilisk meat, blended with the courage of a low-level cook. Made from magically infused ingredients. The dish's effects are also enhanced. Increases all stats by 5 upon consumption. Combat ability is significantly boosted. Stamina is also restored. And then, they had to dive right into another battle. Shin Chun looked into the distance. "All right. Is everyone ready? As for that dried meat, you have to go back to the time when they had started planning to move out." Of course, Shin Chun's familiar kitchen could no longer be used. Once outside, creating a suitable environment for cooking would be extremely difficult. Cooking in the field was both inconvenient and rather dangerous. The smell and smoke would reveal their location to the enemy, and cooking equipment would also be limited. But eating was essential. This weighed heavily on Shin Chun's mind. Until they could establish a stable base at the foot of the mountain, they would have to rely on field rations. However, with the amount they had, it wouldn't be enough to supply the civilians. If they were lucky, it might last a week. But that was a big if. Shin Chun tried searching through his status window for other skills he hadn't used yet. Fortunately, he had a skill to create combat rations, which he unlocked at level 10. This meant he could create food. Reserves for the battle. Combat rations. They have lower stats compared to a normal meal, but it has a much longer shelf life. They're small, but they provide a lot of calories. They also taste pretty good and are easy to carry around. The slime jerky, perfected with the courage of a low-level cook, was born. Since they're always on the move, the jerky would be the perfect choice to bring along. Besides, it's not like they were short on slime meat. In fact, he could even turn the packaged food into combat rations. It was a fantastic discovery. Everyone hold your positions. Wounded soldiers rotate out. Hurry up! They're almost here. Use the slime corpses to block the vehicle. Squad leaders check on your members and report the damages. A moment later, he jumped off the vehicle to go take care of his own business. Minche worriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Shin Chun didn't answer and just rushed off. As he had observed, the increase in base stats and combat ability from the jerky was very helpful, but it still wasn't enough. That's why they needed another massive buff. He ran to the vehicle where Lieutenant Kim was sitting. The man looked anxious. Shin Chun said urgently, "Do it now. It's time to use your commander's ability. You need to use the skill that we practiced last time." "All right, I understand." Kim Hun-sok stepped out of the vehicle, and of course he was still a bit scared and tense. It was written all over his face. Kim Hun-seok pursed his lips, and then a halo of light rose from Kim Hun-sok, spreading throughout the area. And he was still tense and a little cowardly, but what needed to be done had to be done. Kim Hun-sok shouted loudly, "Everyone get ready for battle. That energy quickly." Spread across the entire battlefield. The soldiers immediately felt their stats increasing. The commander can use combat resonance. It has the ability to increase allies' combat stats by 10% while temporarily granting all allies the combat ready trait. The 4 combat ready traits. When fighting within a formation with a certain number of allies, their combat effectiveness will increase, and they are immune to the confusion caused by battle. As a result, their stats increased astonishingly. Everyone became stronger. The buff from Lieutenant Kim raised his comrade's stats by a certain percentage. It could even stack with the stat increase from the dried meat and the effect of courage, infused into the rations. Just as they were buffed to the teeth, another tremor echoed from the forest. The wave of Titchdik had begun their assault, ready to engage from all sides. Just hang in there a little longer. Let's beat them and get out of here. Another exhausting battle began. Although everyone was much stronger than the Titchdik, their numbers were overwhelming. Coupled with the long hours of fighting, their fatigue was unavoidable. As for the Titchdik, they would either die, or every single one of them would be at full strength. One of them swung its tail fiercely, slamming into the stomach of a nearby soldier. Sinrang Chun caught it out of the corner of his eye, and quickly leaped towards that Titchdik. The dagger in his hand came down, striking the Titchdik's weak point with precision. Fresh blood spurted out, splattering onto his uniform. Its massive body collapsed to the ground. It looks like it's completely dead, but Shin Kong-chun had no time to rest. He immediately got moving. He dashed towards a ground rat not far away and attacked it. His small body moved nimbly among the swarm of ground rats, and he precisely targeted their weak spots. A ground rat roared about to charge and attack him, but he was a little faster than it. He directly swung his knife, slicing off one of the beast's arms in a single motion. Its arm was thrown backward. Shin Yusung flipped his blade and continuously stabbed it multiple times right in the center of its chest. I have to say, after fighting, I've realized just how incredible the effects of strength are. Shin Yusung suddenly thought that they had a high chance of being able to get through this crisis safely. Just as he finished off a ground rat, Shin Yusung suddenly heard the sound of praise from the soldiers behind him. That woman is insane. He looked over, confused. Turns out it was Lee Sanga. She had already left the car and was holding 2 pairs of scissors in her hands, single-handedly taking on 5 charging ground rats. Shin Yusung forced a smile and exclaimed, "Ha ha!" She probably felt suffocated being cooped up in the car. All right, let's get this done. Squad leaders report in quickly. By the time the sun rose the next afternoon, under a fiery red sunset, the battle had ended. Now all that was left was the cleanup. The ground rats that weren't too badly injured would be set aside for food. Of course, some people were seriously injured and needed medical attention. A few people with some free time discussed the current situation. The vehicles that could still move also had to be checked. The 3 of them, Shin Yu-sung, Minchi, and Soo-hyuk, went aside to discuss the matter. Shin Kong-chun said, "Kwang-in is dealing with the plague creatures. So Soo-hyuk, you'll take a few men and investigate the area. There must be a few of them still hiding." Soo-hyuk accepted the order and quickly left with 2 others. Shin Kong-chun then looked at Minchi and gave an order. "You check on the survivors and secure the route. It needs to be safe. We have to get out of here before sunset." "All right, let's move. Everyone be careful." Shin Kong-chun shouted to boost everyone's morale. Then he put his kitchen knife away. Only now could he let out a small sigh of relief. He then walked over to the injured. They were just now being placed on stretchers for treatment. Fortunately, no one had any fatal injuries. That's a huge relief. The soldier in charge of the report said to him with a smile, "Sergeant Shin's food had a huge effect. To be honest, I thought we wouldn't see the enhancement effect of the food after leaving the unit. But I can't believe this jerky had such a massive impact." Shin Kong-chun laughed and said, "It really does. But there's still a lot to improve on. My ability is still at a low level. That's why it's just jerky for now. I need to upgrade it soon." "Jerky is just the most basic form of a combat ration." The other soldier asked in amazement, "So you mean it can get even better than this?" Shin Kong-chun chuckled, "Well, of course. Sounds a little scary, doesn't it?" Shin Kong-chun smiled and asked another question. "There are over 100 soldiers, right? The range of my food's effect will increase, depending on how many people eat them. Anyway, we need to get moving soon, so let's make room in the vehicles for the soldiers. Are injured. Those who are not injured should quickly get to your duties." For the most part, everything was settled. Shin Kong-chun then approached the position of the people assigned to repair the vehicles to ask about it. As soon as they saw him, the 2 of them sighed and said, "Sergeant Shin, we can't save this vehicle." Shin Kong-chun tilted his head to take a look. "Really, that's a real shame. But we need to use all the vehicles that we have." "What about the military truck?" "Ah, the military truck is actually very sturdy. It's still holding up." Their eyes fell on the vehicle whose front was completely smashed in. "Man, we're off to a rough start," one soldier sighed. "Even with the military truck, we can't completely trust it." Shin Kong-chun frowned. "Are you saying that if a stronger monster attacks, even the military truck could be destroyed?" "Yes, after all, they're not armored vehicles. Or tanks. If we had enough tools, we could probably figure something out. And of course, they didn't have enough of those." Shin Kong-chun remarked, "Well, then there's nothing we can do. Let's go down and see if we can find any usable tools." "Yes, sir. In that case, we'll scrap this vehicle and just salvage it for parts." Shin Kong-chun nodded and said, "All right, get on it quickly." After After giving his orders, Shin Kong-chun said his goodbyes and left. At this rate, they would be able to leave soon. That night, the group temporarily set up tents around the vehicles. The injured had also been bandaged up as best as possible. At least for now, they had some time to talk things over. A few others were tense from being on guard duty. And of course, the group of 4 high-ranking members continued their discussion about the next plan. Basically, it was about preparing thoroughly. And they needed to be sure of one thing, that on the road ahead, they wouldn't know how many monsters would attack. There would definitely be a lot. Late into the night, the moon rose high, full, and bright in the sky. Early the next morning, the convoy continued on its way. They were now traveling on a mountain road. A moment later, a scout from the front rushed back to report. "Sergeant Shin, you need to see this." Shin Jang-chun asked curiously, "What did you see?" "All right, let's go." He quickly ran off with the soldier. Kang In was standing in front of a cliff. Hearing Shin Jang-chun's call, Kang In-jon turned to look at him. "Ah, there you are, this guardrail." It was a guardrail that had been snapped in half. "It looks like something fell off." Shin Jang-chun was shocked and asked, "How could this have happened? Was it because of the outbreak? It wasn't like this originally, was it?" Kang In-jon nodded and said, "That's right. The guardrail was fine before the monsters appeared." Shin Jang-chun bent down to take a look. "It looks like an accident. Something must have happened here." His eyes fell on a mark nearby that led straight down the cliff. This mark is a tire track. Shin Jang-chun suddenly thought, could it be that a military vehicle drove off the cliff here? Shin Jang-chun quickly leaned over to look down and search. For sure, this is a sign that the truck fell from above. Shin Jang-chun reached behind him. He said hurriedly, "Let me borrow the binoculars for a second." Yes, the binoculars were handed over. Shin Kong-chul took them and immediately searched below. This section wasn't below the area covered by green trees. Shin Kong-chul found a wrecked military vehicle. It was lying right against the cliff face. That was the vehicle driven by Cha Emin and Seo Eung-ho. It was evidence of an accident. "That's the liaison vehicle. The one meant to contact the higher-ranking unit is down there." "Really?" The people standing behind him were stunned. "Then does that mean Corporal Kim Cha Emin and Corporal Kwak Seo Eung-ho died here?" Shin Kong-chul stood up. His mood instantly soured. Damn it. So it came to this after all. It was a huge mistake on Lieutenant Kim's part. He allowed something that everyone was against. Even though they had volunteered for it, he should have stopped them. Neither of them were awakeners. They would have been helpless against an attack from the monsters. If they hadn't fallen from the mountain back then, they would still be with us right now. But I don't see their bodies. Huh, really? Shin Kang-chul nodded. That's right. If they had died here, I would have seen their bodies somewhere nearby. But I don't see anything at all. Kwang In-jon felt a glimmer of hope. He then asked, is it possible they survived and went somewhere else? Shin Kong-chul frowned slightly and shook his head. Falling from a height like that, even an awakener, they could get injured. After that, the monsters probably took them for food. Everyone fell silent. After all, the prospect of their own comrades being eaten by monsters was just too horrific. Shin Kong-chul looked down, his eyes filled with anguish. He thought to himself, I'm sorry, you two, but we have to hope that the monsters ate you. For some reason, I have a bad feeling about this. It felt like something bad was about to happen. Shin Jang-chun gazed down, looking at the wrecked truck one last time. He let out a silent sigh and pulled himself together, because they didn't have time for this. A moment later, after he returned, he discussed the matter with Min-chae. Shin Jang-chun said, I really can't understand why this happened. Putting that aside for now, Shin Jang-chun put down the gun he was carrying. I need to get back to making the jerky. There isn't much left. Min-chae nodded. Yeah, you're right. We have enough lizard meat. Jang-chun, just go ahead and do it. The only refrigerated truck. Countless soldiers were patrolling around the vehicle, because he would have to cook while on the move, and there was no telling what surprises might happen on the road. Cook or not, Shin Jang-chun ran to the back of the truck. He reached out with his scarred and calloused hands and opened the truck doors. He looked at the pile of lizard carcasses stuffed inside. They wouldn't be able to finish all the jerky while they were in lizard territory. That was a fortunate thing. Just as he found a moment to make some jerky, a horde of lizards jumped down from the cliffs, ambushing them. And so, the soldiers who had only just taken a short rest had to throw themselves into another battle. Min-chae took the lead in the fight. This quickly drained both his physical and mental stamina. Moreover, this group of lizards was incredibly numerous, as if they were endless. Lee Sang-ah also came down to fight herself, along with other vice commanders like Su Hyuk and Wang In-jon, but they were all growing more and more exhausted. Kwang In-jon circled around to the back of the steel lizard he was facing. He slapped a shoulder lock on it and slammed the lizard backward. Inside the vehicle, Shin Jang-chun was still trying to prepare the meat jerky as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from outside the vehicle. It was the sound of a crash. Following that was a series of screams. They were heading in that direction. Shin Jang-chun tried to bring his knife down precisely, but he was anxious. This was already the fourth battle. He looked at the pile of buffed jerky in front of him. He hadn't had a chance to go outside since he started making the jerky, but he had no choice but to stay put. Shin Jung-chun tried to work faster, silently praying for everyone to hold on. After the battle temporarily subsided, Shin Jung-chun had also finished his work. Unfortunately, they had 5 injured people, and 1 person was in critical condition, requiring special care. Shin Rang-chun frowned and said, "We're getting more and more injured people." Min Chae said, "Thanks to your cooking skills and Lieutenant Kim's command abilities, our stats have improved quite a lot, but we're still exhausted from the continuous attacks. Not to mention the noise from the battles has attracted even more monsters. Some people are talking about—" Min Chae lowered her voice. Shin Jung-chun also lowered his voice and asked, "What are they saying?" Min Chae said, "Well, many people think that you shouldn't be skipping the battles, even if you're preparing combat rations." Shin Jung-chun nodded. "I understand. What they're saying makes sense." But only he knew the full story. In the best-case scenario, the combat skills his class provided were only average, or even worse than the warrior squads. So, it's best if I just do what I can. Min Chae chuckled, then walked over and cheerfully put his arm around Shin Rang-chun's shoulder. "Exactly. These kids don't even appreciate the work you're doing. Don't worry about it. I'll make them stop talking crap." Min Chae smirked dismissively. Shin Rang-chun forced a smile in return. He wondered if it would be as easy as he said. A moment later, a soldier scouting ahead came rushing back toward the two of them. "Min Chae, report Sergeant Lee. There's something strange on the road." Min Chae looked ahead. "What is it?" "Rang-chun, let's go check it out." "Got it." He nodded and ran after him. Judging by the look on that soldier's face, it seemed to be very important. Min Chae was a little worried. For some reason, the uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. On the road ahead, 2 dark figures slowly appeared. They didn't look human at all. Their bodies were mangled, their steps unsteady, just like walking corpses, and they were carrying guns. Min Chae froze, staring straight ahead. Shin Rang-chun could feel his own heart pounding, faster and faster. His expression turned grim. He looked at the military uniforms on their bodies and at those guns. Min Chae swallowed hard and said fearfully, "Don't tell me. They're wearing military uniforms." The people watching from behind also began to murmur in commotion. Although they wore military uniforms, they looked terrifying. Wang Inzeon quickly raised his scope, peeked up to observe and report to the sergeant. "They might be from our unit. Their names are Kim Cha-emin and Kwak Seo-eung-ho. It's Private Kim Cha-emin and Private Kwak Seo-eung-ho." Shin Rang-chun was stunned. Even though he already had a suspicion, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Are those the 2 drivers who left earlier? I was hoping this wouldn't happen." Wang Inzeon lowered his binoculars. He said in fear, "Sergeant, they're pointing their guns at us." What? Shin Rang-chun and Min Chae simultaneously looked towards the 2 of them. The other soldiers hastily retreated. Instinctively, those 2 have completely lost their minds, but they're still able to use items like guns. That makes them many times more terrifying. Those zombies with the dark muzzles of their guns were aimed at their former comrades. The bulletproof shields were brought out. Everyone scrambled, diving behind the shields. Wang Inzeon shouted orders as he ran. "Everyone get down and prepare to defend." The scene instantly descended into unimaginable chaos. Shin Rang-chun looked at the 2 of them with a grim expression. They mercilessly pulled the triggers, with just one hand. Continuously, they fired at their former teammates. And for some reason, after all this time, their guns still had ammunition. Sparks flashed continuously in the air. The metallic clang of bullets hitting the shields echoed. They hid behind the defensive line, with no chance to counterattack. All they could do was cover their heads and endure it, filled with anxiety and fear. Every sound was a groan escaping from their throats. Suddenly, more bullets flew in, hitting someone sitting inside the military vehicle. Then someone standing nearby, who hadn't managed to get down in time, and was also hit by a bullet in the shoulder. Shin Rang-chun looked over in alarm. Just like that, someone was already down. He rushed over to check on Private Park Min-cheon. "Are you okay?" "Hang on, we'll get a medic right away." Park Min-cheon reached out a hand, grabbed his elbow and said, "I'm okay." Shin Rang-chun pressed him, but Min-cheon grimaced in pain, but still managed to say, "It hurts like hell, but this uniform saved my life. Thank goodness." Shin Rang-chun was so relieved he was on the verge of tears. At that moment, a few others also moved forward and said, "Sergeant Shin, let us handle this." Shin Rang-chun nodded. "All right. Check him over thoroughly." It was clear you couldn't help but once again admire the combat suits made from the lizard hides that Lee Sang-ah had made. They were truly incredible. Even against the random spray of gunfire from the zombies, it wasn't life-threatening. The 2 figures shambled closer toward them again. Once more, they raised their guns, wanting to keep firing at close range. But there was no way to pull the trigger. Seeing this, a few soldiers reported to Sergeant Lee. "They've stopped attacking. They must be out of ammo." Min-cheon got up, clutching his head. "That has to be it. Surely those things, aren't smart enough to know how to reload. A moment later, he quickly commanded them to fight. Assault team attack. Finish them all before they have a chance to react. Roger! The soldiers rushed forward. Wang Injan led the charge. Around his body, a red energy was enveloping him. Those with weapons and combat skills rushed in first. They let out a cry. Then one person used the small knife in their hand and slashed it across someone's neck. Then another person came forward to join the attack, adding to the other's body with a few more wounds. The two zombies immediately fell. It surprised a few people. It really was a piece of cake. Then Wang Injan rushed toward the remaining zombie. He reached out his hand and grabbed tightly onto Kim Chaemin's scarred head. Then he squeezed with all his might and fresh blood spurted out. His eyes were filled with red streaks. Fresh blood stained his military uniform. The two zombies fell. Blood soaked into the ground, splattering all over the soldiers surrounding them. To confirm the situation, Wang Injan looked at his blood-stained hands. He let out a curse. Damn it! Fighting against people who were once your comrades is truly a terrible thing. In the distance, Shin Gongchun and Minchi calmly looked on. Shin Gongchun muttered, "Is it over?" Minche furrowed his brow and said, "It seems so. But those zombies, they're too human-like." That's what's so concerning. Shin Gongchun glanced at him. "You feel it too, don't you?" Suddenly a murder of crows flew into the sky. Their caws echoed throughout the mountains indescribably eerie. It truly struck fear into people's hearts. It's just one thing after another. It really makes you feel uneasy and on edge. What's going on? The soldiers quickly gathered together, taking defensive positions as they had been trained. The entire mountain range is in an uproar. I can feel the disturbance too. Hey, Gangchun. Could it be? Minche asked worriedly. Shin Gongchun nodded, yeah. They must be reacting to the gunshots. All the monsters in this area are being drawn here. So what should we do? Shin Gongchun gritted his teeth. He thought to himself. We don't have any more time to hesitate. Shin Gongchun stood on the roof of a vehicle and said, "Stop all movement here. Gunners recalibrate the control systems. Mages remove the firepower limiters. We have to use all the firepower we've got. All awakened individuals, get on the 2.5-ton trucks and provide support. Cover the vehicles from your positions. As for the warriors, run at full speed and take down any monster that pursues you. If we can get out of this mountain range, we'll have a chance of survival. Get out of here as fast as you can." The soldiers, having received their orders, hurried off to carry out their mission. Shin Gongchun then went up to the driver and asked, "How much longer until we're out of these mountains?" The driver said, "We're almost there. If there are no monsters, we can be out of here in 30 minutes. Shin Gongchun said, "Good. I'm putting a gunner in the passenger seat, so you just focus on driving. Hurry. All soldiers except for the warrior team get in the vehicles. Marksmen get on the roofs." Meanwhile, the civilians were now obediently following the soldiers' commands, because they knew that if they didn't comply, they probably wouldn't make it out of here alive today. A busy scene unfolded. Shin Gongchun narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance. He thought to himself, steeling his resolve, "I will survive and get out of this place." Down below in the forest, a swarm of bugs with tough-looking shells was crawling forward. Shrimp-like creatures, like something out of the game Sky, flew in from above. There was also a herd of huge elephants, and even wolves with bared white fangs looking starved. The monsters lunged forward as if to tear their prey apart, while the soldiers tried to fight back fiercely. Down below, flashes of light in all sorts of colors lit up the air. Some of the smaller monsters crashed into the front of the military vehicles, while others ganged up on a single soldier. And the damn thing about the flying monsters was, they kept aiming straight for the moving vehicles. Don't let the front line get blocked. The warriors are protecting the road ahead. Wang Injan ran up from behind. The aura around him radiated like that of a ferocious war god. He roared, "Get out of the way!" Then he launched himself into the air and threw himself into the horde of monsters all alone. Using his massive body, blow after blow, he slammed down like a heavyweight onto their sharp shells. The damn bugs were making things difficult. A few soldiers were sent flying like it was nothing. The vehicle was slowing down. "Push those monsters off the road now." Wang Injan quickly gave a precise command. On the roof of the vehicle, the snipers weren't slacking off for a second. One by one, the flying monsters in the sky were shot down like ripe fruit. But they were also at risk from the incoming attacks of the swarm. It was incredibly difficult to dodge, and the ammo in their guns was limited. And there were so many monsters. Soo-hyuk had only fired a few shots before he ran out of ammo. He quickly ordered someone to bring him more weapons. Hearing the order, a soldier immediately scrambled up. But as he stood up, his gaze fell upon a pack of wolves charging at them from the front. They were frenzied, more ferocious than any monster they had ever encountered. "What the hell are those?" They screamed in panic. "It's a pack of ferocious wolves!" "Sergeant, please come over and take a look at this." They looked even stronger than the titch dish. Shin Rang-chun, who was in the truck preparing food, also had to rush outside to see what was happening. The wolves, with their sharp fangs and claws and seemingly limitless jumping power, lunged towards the moving vehicles. And most importantly, they had 6 limbs. They were so fast that the warriors struggled just to keep up with them. We'll be in big trouble if the vehicle gets damaged. Shin Rang-chun gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it! They look like they want to eat us alive. They're even wilder animals than the Tich-Dik. Traveling by vehicle is really getting difficult." Suddenly, Shin Rang-chun's eyes fell upon the chunks of meat that had been cut up behind him. An idea suddenly struck him. Outside, the warriors were having a hard time with the monsters. They could only remain on the defensive, because fighting back against them was an incredibly difficult task. They were very strong, and the warriors couldn't hold out for much longer. What on earth are these monsters? Suddenly their movement stopped, because they had noticed countless chunks of meat flying from behind the person they were facing. It was Tich-Dish meat. Shin Rang-chun had just finished cutting it, so fresh blood was still dripping from it. Immediately the pack of wolves lunged, snatching the meat and abandoning their fight with the soldiers. They frantically grabbed the meat and tore at it as if they had been starving for years. "What the heck?" the astonished soldiers exclaimed. "They're going crazy for Tich-Dik meat. Sergeant Shin, they're reacting," someone in charge reported. Shin Rang-chun nodded hastily and said, "Yeah, we have plenty of fluid sacks, so just keep throwing them." Just as I thought. Shin Kong-chun looked outside. They were attacking fiercely. But as soon as they saw the meat, they calmed down. They weren't like the Tich-Dik monsters, who had the intelligence to plan their attacks. Although they were strong, they acted more like wild animals. When they saw their prey, they would hunt it down relentlessly. Of course, Shin Kong-chun wasn't confident that the Tich-Dik meat could hold them off completely. He activated his chef's divine eye. If he could find their weakness, this fight would be much easier. Analyzing components. Acquired low-level cooking recipe. Learned how to butcher with a single blow. Shin Kong-chun smiled. So that's their weak spot. After discovering their weakness, it was no surprise that the wolves were quickly wiped out. And of course, it was thanks to using the Tich-Dik meat as bait that he could easily target their weak spots. Shin Kong-chun let out a silent sigh of relief. "I've survived this crisis. If I use the Tich-Dik meat, I can also easily subdue other monsters. Thanks to that, we can overcome this crisis with ease. By adding the chef's special sauce to the Tich-Dik meat, I can achieve the desired effect. Consuming it will cause the consumer to fall into a comatose state. It also seems that the better the quality of the dish, the stronger the effect." Activating Skill Chef's divine eye, Shin Kong-chun continued to observe them. After luring the monsters with the meat, he saw that their main weakness was their legs. "Die!" The warriors charged forward and attacked them. Model, everyone aim for the weak spot that Sergeant Shin described. That's right. Once he figures out their weak spots, victory is practically guaranteed. After that wave of attacks passed, the sky began to disappear behind the mountain ranges. But finally they could see it. The end of the road. We did it. What a relief. Even so, their stamina was completely drained, but luckily they still managed to escape. Min-chae grinned and struck a peculiar pose. He said with a laugh, "Hey, Rang-chun, we did it?" "Yeah." Shin Rang-chun forced a smile that looked like hell. He could feel his head buzzing, and his consciousness was starting to fade. He wondered, did I overuse my skills? My eyes and head are in so much pain. So this is what it feels like to be completely out of energy. Shin Rang-chun collapsed right onto the ground. Hearing the thud, a bewildered Min-chae turned around. Shin Rang-chun had fainted. It directly scared Min-chae and everyone else out of their wits. Shin Rang-chun jolted awake, drenched in sweat. His eyes were also heavy with exhaustion. He had just woken up when he heard Min-chae's voice ringing in his ear. "Rang-chun, you're awake. Are you okay?" "No," Shin Rang-chun said as he sat up. "I feel like I'm going to die." Min-chae laughed and said, "You seem fine to me." Shin Rang-chun then asked, "Where are we?" He was certain this place wasn't the vehicle, and that their journey had definitely taken them off that mountain, Min-chae said with a smile. "We found an abandoned farm, so we set up camp here." Before Shin Rang-chun could even ask anything else, Min-chae shoved a large bowl in front of his face and ordered, "Here, eat up. I cooked this from combat rations. It has all sorts of meat and vegetables, though they're not cut very evenly, and there are a few scallions scattered on top. This soup. Is this the kind where you just throw everything in and boil it?" He held the bowl of soup in his hands, looking a bit reluctant. He took a sip, then turned to ask Min-chae if anything else had happened. Min-chae shook his head. "No, right after we left the mountain range, monsters chased us, but I took care of all of them. Don't worry about a thing. Just focus on recovering." But Shin Rang-chun still wouldn't sit still and recover. Instead, he asked another question. "Did you clean up all the monster corpses?" Min-chae grinned mischievously. "Of course. Their meat and hides are valuable resources. Huang In and the others are out collecting them now. After that, Sang-ah will be the one to process them." Shin Rang-chun forced a smile. "Everyone's worked so hard. Just then, a soldier came running in frantically from outside, announcing that the sergeant of the reconnaissance team had returned. Min-chae stood up and said, "Rang Chun, you just rest, I'll go." But Shin Rang Chun reached out his hand and grabbed Min-chae's elbow. He smiled and said, "No, it's time for me to get up." Shin Rang Chun quickly discussed with Min-chae about their next plan. Tae Chun wanted them to head west. According to his reasoning, the conditions there would be more favorable. It seems more spacious and Inchingun is a familiar place. But for some reason, it felt like heading in that direction was suicide. Soo-hyuk said, "You probably could have guessed, though. From what I saw, that place is basically a living hell. The chaos caused by the monsters has attracted even more monsters, and the people killed by the monsters have turned into zombies, wandering all over the place. It's a city of nothing but zombies and monsters. Yeah, it's pretty bad." Min-chae was lost in thought. Shin Kang-chun, on the other hand, was quite calm. He said, "Yeah, it's like a giant nest for those monsters. Going in there is no different than asking for a death wish." Soo-hyuk chimed in, "He's right. The numerous buildings and vehicles will limit our line of sight, and moving along the roads is a whole other problem. So are we just going to give up on that area?" Shin Kang-chun looked at Min-chae and replied, "Maybe we can try again? After we've strengthened our own forces. Going into the city? While we have injured people is too reckless. Right now, our 2 doctors are almost completely exhausted. If anyone else gets injured, they'll definitely die from overexertion. So what should we do now? If we absolutely have to move?" Shin Kang-chun muttered, staring at the map. Min-chae and Soo-hyuk exchanged glances, waiting patiently. Suddenly a glint appeared in Shin Kang-chun's eyes. He asked excitedly, "What about that place?" "The barracks, where our unit was stationed." Min-chae said enthusiastically, "The barracks? Oh, that's a great idea. There might be useful things there, since it's where the officers lived. And unlike the urban areas, the barracks is in a completely separate, isolated location. So that's pretty convenient for us. And it's not too far from here, so traveling should be relatively safe." It was a good plan. Right now, they were only staying temporarily at a farm, so securing a base of operations was crucial. The barracks would be a much more suitable place to set up camp than this place. The decision was made and no one objected. So Shin Jang-chun had everyone gather quickly to lead them once more. It was essential to make a plan before sunset. It had to be a swift and decisive victory, and so they decided not to take their full force to the camp. Instead, they split into 3 teams of 10 people each, with 1 commander in each. The ones who knew how to use the comms included Min-chae, Wang In, and Shin Jang-chun as the team leaders. Also, because the 3 of them couldn't use guns, Soo-hyuk, this marksman, had to stay behind to protect the farm. Before leaving, Shin Jang-chun thoughtfully instructed Soo-hyuk to conserve as much ammunition as possible. There was another person among the commanders. Sang-ah had decided to join the team. She was one of the few people from the unit who had managed to escape the city alive. Shin Jang-chun didn't object at all to using the knowledge and survival experience of Soo-hyuk and his group. There were also 2 more survivors. Of course, Soo-hyuk initially objected, but Shin Jang-chun was very confident. He said with a smile, "They've learned their lesson anyway, so let's just give them a chance." Those 2 flashed a bright smile and said to him, "As long as there are snacks, we'll do anything you say." Shin Jang-chun forced a smile, silently praying in his heart, "I hope nothing terrible happens." The next morning, the expedition team began to move out. 30 people leaving together would attract too much attention, so they split up, taking 3 different routes, and would eventually regroup at the camp. No one was late. Everyone shouldered their military backpacks. Wang In's and Min-chae's groups left first, and Shin Jang-chun's group was the last to leave. He watched the other 2 groups until they were out of sight, then looked at Lee Sang-ah and said with a smile, "Let's get going." The survivors, those who stayed behind, also ran over to see them off, and so the squad finally set off. The sight of their silhouettes marching on the mountain path, it really did bring a sense of nostalgia for the peaceful marches of the past. On the way, Shin Jang-chun took the opportunity to ask Lee Sang-ah for some information. He asked her in a low voice, "I've heard that recently most survivors operate in the cities." "Why is that?" Lee Sang-ah said. "Honestly, it's not like they have any other choice. Really, wherever there's food, that's where people will surely go. Monsters and zombies are definitely scary, but starvation is even worse. I'm incredibly grateful that since joining the unit, I've been provided with plenty of food. But before that, every single day was a struggle to find something to eat. She must have been through a lot," he thought to himself, and then asked, "Are there any other difficulties?" Inside the city, Lee Sang-ah, as if reading the worry in his mind, asked him, "Are you worried that the buildings will block your line of sight?" "But I don't see it that way. We can use them to hide and move around. Even if a monster spots us, we can still escape by using the buildings. Out in the open, it's easy for monsters to grab and kill us." Shin Jang-chun was silent. What his group considered a disadvantage, the city survivors saw as an advantage. It really was a difference in perspective based on where you lived. Shin Jang-chun asked again, do you think that in the city, is anyone still alive? Lee Sang-ah said, not sounding very sure. It's also possible that over there, I often come across a few other survivors. I guess there are still a few people hiding out there. Actually, he just wanted to ask Lee Sang-ah to confirm that there was still hope, that they weren't the only survivors left, because the one and only reason they decided to leave their base was to secure resources and grow their ranks. Just like how the group led by Lee Sang-ah joined their unit. They need to expand the unit anyway, by recruiting other survivors. But if we're not careful, the wrong kind of people will slip in. Damn it! What a headache. The more I think about it, the more annoying it gets. Suddenly, Lee Sang-ah's pace slowed. She quickly put a hand out, signaling him to stop. Shin Rang-chun looked at her confused. What's wrong? On high alert, Lee Sang-ah scanned her surroundings. She frowned and said, it sounds like heavy breathing, so I think there are zombies nearby. Hearing what Lee Sang-ah said, they cautiously hid behind some bushes, observing in silence. And sure enough, down below them were some zombies walking around. And luckily, they hadn't noticed Lee Sang-ah's group yet. But if it weren't for Lee Sang-ah, they probably would have slipped up by now. Lee Sang-ah whispered and asked, you said you don't know much about zombies. Right. Shin Rang-chun nodded in agreement. Yeah, what about you? Lee Sang-ah said most zombies are weaker than monsters, but sometimes they still retain habits from when they were human. And they do things you can't predict before it happens. Do you see that one moving in the sewer pipe? Now that Lee Sang-ah mentioned it, he noticed it. Indeed, there was a zombie hiding in there. Shin Rang-chun asked, what's it doing down there? Lee Sang-ah said it's hiding, waiting for a chance to attack. It's like a trap. Isn't there any other way? Any way to detect them beforehand? Lee Sang-ah replied. Zombies usually make it sound like they're having trouble breathing. With the hearing of an awakened, we can detect them by focusing and listening carefully. Focus and listen. Shin Rang-chun was a little worried. If listening is the only way, then he needed to come up with a strategy to deal with it. Lee Sang-ah added, I'm sure you've all heard about zombies before, right? We need to focus to hear their breathing. We have to listen as we move. 1. Shin Rang-chun placed his backpack on the ground. Then he turned to the others and gave an order. All right, everyone. Put all your gear and muskets in one place. Then use your great swords. The more people that go, the more trouble there will be. So only the team leaders and a few others will go. The rest of you, guard the area near the camp, as well as our weapons. Now move out. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone quickly moved out. Of course, Shin Rang-chun, Minchi along with Chan Chung, and Lee Sang-ah formed a small group to advance. They cautiously entered an abandoned building. Inside the building, there was a corpse lying there. Lee Sang-ah took the lead to scout the path, since she was the one most familiar with this area after all. No one said a word to each other. Everyone was completely silent, on guard and listening for any sign of the zombies. Based on the echoing sounds, they could hear the zombies. But the most important thing was, because there were too many zombies, they couldn't be sure. Their specific locations. What should we do? Minchi asked anxiously. Shin Gong-chun said, there are only a few of them wandering in the hallway. It looks like they've all gone into hiding. I've never seen this many zombies before, said a worried Lee Sang-ah. Shin Gong-chun gulped nervously. What's more, their former superior was also one of those zombies. He went over to whisper to Minchi, hey, this seems a little risky. Should we scope out the situation and then fall back? Minchi nodded. Yeah, let's do that. Let's check around the barracks and then head back. Hey, Guang-in, you go first. Just as he turned to look, where Guang-in was standing near the door, his eyes were met with the sight of another zombie falling from the sky. It lunged toward Guang-in, its hideous mouth gaping wide. Drool dripped down and its eyes were blood red. Guttural moans came from its throat. All it would take was one bite, and the chance of infection was pretty much guaranteed. A knife flew out from inside, plunging straight into its temple. This knocked the lunging zombie off course. Guang-in. He instinctively dropped to the ground to dodge it. Everyone was shocked by the sudden turn of events. They froze in fear for a moment, unsure of what to do next. Could the zombies, in just a split second, have already taken out another squad that was here? Anxiously, Minchi glanced at the corpse propped up in the nearby hallway. His heart pounded in his chest with fear. Fortunately, Shin Gang-chun had reacted in time. He was the one who'd thrown that kitchen knife, just in the nick of time to save Guang-in's life. The zombie collapsed to the ground. Drool dripped down. Fresh blood was also spreading. Lee Sang-ah quickly shouted, hurry! The zombies are about to swarm this place. These things are very sensitive to sound. And just as she said that, countless zombies rushed in from all directions, furiously chasing after them, and all they could do was run for their lives. We can't slow down, get outside, hurry! Shin Jung-chun shouted to encourage them as he ran. After who knows how long, they finally managed to escape to the outside. As soon as they got out, Shin Jung-chun received news about the person who had just attacked Guang-in Jun. It was definitely Sergeant Park from their unit. Shin Jang-chun frowned slightly. I've met him before, too. But I hadn't interacted with him much, so I didn't recognize him in time. This might be harder than I thought, Min-chae said. Even though they're zombies, they still look very human. And they were our superiors, too. Seeing those familiar faces? Could shake. The soldiers resolved during combat. What Min-chae said reminded him that it had been a long time since he'd had a proper meal, and relaxed with the guys. Gwang In-jan then said, ever since we met Cha-min and Seung-ho on the road, the soldiers' hatred for the zombies has gotten much worse. Perhaps it would be best if we checked to see how things are in other places. Shin Jang-chun sighed. I thought so too at first, but I think we still need to check the barracks. What do you mean? Shin Jang-chun said, to monitor their mental health. At this, Min-chae and Gwang In-jan fell silent, because they also understood the meaning of what Shin Jang-chun had just said. The soldiers' struggle is only temporary. But what if there's a survivor in the barracks? Then what? And what if they could save that person? Lee Sang-ah fell silent. This will surely boost the morale and courage of the soldiers, because they'll know they are fighting to save people. Min-chae asked, so you mean that instead of letting them get depressed, we should create a situation like this? Shin Jang-chun nodded. That's right. We'll go to the barracks to see if there are any survivors. I think it's necessary. Both Min-chae and Wang In-jan couldn't help but let out long sighs. This is really a difficult task. But what needs to be done must be done. And as usual, Shin Jang-chun started making a plan. He'd deal with the inside first. Since he had been in this barracks before, it wasn't hard for him to draw a simple map. Those buildings are basically where zombies are concentrated. They're very likely to appear there, so that will be the difficult part. If we get ambushed and bitten, in an instant, things will get very bad. Min-chae frowned and asked, should we just unleash our maximum firepower? Wang In-jan, horrified, cut in. Are you planning to destroy the entire barracks? But on the contrary, Shin Jang-chun smiled and said, that's not a bad idea. Are you serious? Shin Jang-chun said, yes, but that's just plan B. Then what's plan A? Shin Jang-chun gave a mischievous smile. Let's eat first, then we'll figure it out. While stir-frying food on a stone stove, he thought, our combat power is not inferior to the zombies, but strength alone isn't enough. In this situation, information display system Tai Quay Cap meat, ingredient quality average, freshness high. The GI thing will help pinpoint the enemy's location. Like his prey, he pondered for a moment and realized this would help them detect zombies to some extent. Good thing I came prepared. Finally, the delicious batch of fresh meat was ready. The roasted ear, roasted and infused with the chef's peaceful emotions. Low-grade magical ingredients enhanced the dish's effects. The dish was served to everyone. Someone exclaimed excitedly, it tastes like pork neck. They ate their mouths watering uncontrollably, happily sharing the delicious food with each other. This would be perfect with some rice and lettuce. All stats increased by 5. The magic of the roasted dish was seeping into their bodies. They ate happily, completely unaware that their own abilities were gradually increasing. One person spoke up. Everyone open your system windows. There's something really weird. But when his teammates heard him, his voice was very loud, as if he were shouting, hey, why are you suddenly shouting like that? But little did they know, his voice in his teammates' ears was just as loud. What are you talking about? You're the one who's shouting. You have temporarily acquired the trait impaired hearing. Everyone started complaining, something's wrong with my ears. Everything around me sounds so loud. You're hurting my ears. Quiet down, Shin Jung-chul nodded smugly. Let's go. The entire team crossed through the deserted streets, stormed into a building and ran thunderously through the hallways. All of them were mentally prepared to fight. One of them heard a gruesome growling sound. It was from the savage zombies, a sound that would terrify anyone. Having anticipated it, they were able to fight more proactively. They could also easily grasp the zombies' next moves. Lee Sang-ah neatly took them down with just a few swings of her sword. She swung her sword with great caution, yet it was enough to finish off her opponents, while also being able to avoid my teammates. A team member points to the left, shouting, there's one in the room over there. But unfortunately for the teammates, with sensitive hearing, that sound was way too loud. Oh my God. Keep it down, Lee. Sang-ah said that he could pinpoint the enemy's location, just by the sound. I can't believe something I ate could do this. The downside is that my ears will hurt. Shin Yu-sung realizes that his brain function isn't compatible with his enhanced hearing, because the zombies aren't strong in combat. As long as we can pinpoint their location, everything will be fine. Everyone continuously found and predicted the zombies' locations. Using their skills, they tried to finish them off quickly. At this rate, we'll finish soon. A zombie suddenly lunges from behind. Its eyes are bloodshot, as if it wants to tear apart and devour its target. But as expected, Shin Yu-sung, with his sensitive hearing, quickly pinpointed its location and finished it with one stab straight to the head. A single stab draws its blood, splattering all over Lee Sang-ah, who probably didn't understand what just happened and was taken by surprise. As the blade is pulled from the zombie's head, it's taken down and falls backward. Shin, Yusung, who just had the scare of his life, says that some of them attack, silently. We've been here too long. He immediately orders everyone, let's move to the officers' building quickly. Run to the next floor. Hearing the order, the whole team answers in unison, Roger, let's go. The team starts to move. Shin Jang-chun thought to himself, at this rate, I can end this without any major problems. Finally, the entire platoon was reunited. Shin Jang-chun greeted Min-chae, you're here. Min-chae replied, you're too slow. One of the soldiers reported the situation. Sergeant Shin, we've pretty much dealt with all of them. Upon hearing the situation, Shin Jang-chun replied, good work. But then he added, at this point I almost feel sorry for the zombies. Because the zombies don't even have any attack skills. So there's only one left now, right? As he said that, they both looked at a zombie sitting on the ground. Min-chae confirmed, yeah, it's our unit's battalion commander, Major Guk Han-young. Shin Jang-chun immediately recognized him. The battalion commander. We then see a zombie sitting on the ground, amidst the fallen bodies of the defeated zombies. His eyes were bloodshot as he growled and roared fiercely. Shin Jang-chun looked at the man who had been his superior. Seeing a normal person turned into this, he was also in shock, thinking, to see the highest-ranking officer in our unit end up like this. Then he recalled the past. He had interacted with him many times. He was completely different from the indecisive First Lieutenant Kim. He was one of the few commanders whose leadership abilities were recognized by everyone. Feeling a bit emotional, Shin Jang-chun proposed to Min-chae, I want to be the one to send the battalion commander off personally. Min-chae just smiled slightly and replied, all right. As the commander of the Steel Corps, you finish it. Shin Jang-chun's expression at that moment was a mix of anxiety and reluctance. But what had to be done had to be done. He raised his knife, facing the zombie. He was once his superior and his comrade. Now he was just a ferocious zombie. Devoid of emotion, devoid of humanity. The soulless zombie growled. At this moment, Shin Jang-chun was also ready to end it. The zombie let out a loud roar and charged straight at him, attacking relentlessly. But Shin Jang-chun easily dodged every attack. As he dodged the deadly blows, he thought to himself, he's completely different from the other zombies. He paused for a beat. The zombie had now closed the distance right in front of him. He silently began to execute his skill. Many light slashes of his knife, but they were enough to slice the enemy to pieces. The zombie's body was now covered in deep gashes, spraying so much blood everywhere. We will never forget you. Battalion commander, everyone on the team watched the fight. They couldn't hold back their emotions as they saw their former superior, now just a platinum zombie, fighting without a soul. Shin Jang-chun narrowed his eyes, having found his opportunity. He delivered a decisive slash. The zombie's head was severed from its neck. His knife was covered in blood. Shin Jang-chun shut his eyes tightly, unable to bear witness to the scene he himself had created. This haunting battle was finally over. The whole team finally managed to carry all the zombie corpses outside. They gathered them in one place and cremated them. The sight of so many zombie corpses being consumed by a sea of flames made everyone who witnessed it feel a pang in their hearts as a final tribute. Shin Jang-chun read out each name. Major Kwok, Captain Han Dong, First Lieutenant Choi Ria-Huin, First Lieutenant An Gae-ong-shu. They were all outstanding soldiers. Everyone was bowing their heads, as if to send off their fallen comrades, to send it to the afterlife as peacefully as possible. Some were so overwhelmed they couldn't even cry. Tears streamed down their faces. In Shin Jang-chun's eyes, a storm of conflicting emotions was brewing. He held the dog tags of his fallen comrades, gazing at the fire that was consuming the bodies of his departed teammates. All he could do was pray for them. Rest in peace, everyone. Black smoke billowed from the flames, rising higher than the tops of the buildings. Higher and higher it climbed, merging with the clouds, as if escorting the souls of his comrades to the heavens. Then he shouted to his remaining teammates, the funeral service has been held, so don't dwell on this anymore. From now on, we focus only on the living. Is that clear? Everyone shouted in unison. Yes, Commander. After finishing all the funeral rites for the fallen, we got to work. We began the serious task of turning the officers' quarters into our base. But the inside was the real problem, a place few had the courage to clean, let alone make new again. Min-chae barked out an order, all right, let's start wiping out all traces of the undead. This is where we'll be living from now on. So let's work hard. Move quickly to your assigned floors. Everyone was a little hesitant, but they obeyed their superior's command. They quickly split up and headed to their assigned areas. Lee Sang-ah also gave orders to her group. We're heading to the nearby stream to get water. The whole group replied, understood. Then everyone grabbed a bucket. Lee Sang-ah led the way, acted quickly. A soldier reported to Sergeant John. We're all gathered, sir. John didn't have time to rest either. He quickly gave orders to his subordinates. We have to gather firewood and fetch water. Before the sun sets, go gather 10 tubers from this area. Meanwhile, Shin Jong-chun said to Soo-hyuk, we need to build a protective fence just like the one at the sea. He pointed to the map and said, here, here, and here too. Ensuring a clear line of sight for the mages and sharpshooters is our top priority, understood. Soo-hyuk understood. Yes, sir, we'll start right away. With the mission accomplished, the day had nearly passed. The sun had set behind the high mountain ranges. The commanders stood before Shin Jang-chun as he announced, to everyone, I wanted to throw a party for us, just like when we were preparing to leave the base. But we're not in a position to do that yet. Hearing this, everyone's face fell. Shin Jang-chun continued, I know everyone is very disappointed. I completely understand. I'll try my best to organize one next time, okay? Now for the important part. We need to decide on our next destination. Minchi patted his shoulder. Let me explain. Shin Jang-chun agreed, and he began. As you all know, we came here to build up our forces, but right now, we lack the resources just to survive, let alone expand. He wrote the essential items on a board. 1 food, 2 fuel, 3 ammunition, 4 and so on. This is the list of things we need. Everyone there could see the problem. Suddenly, a soldier from the 5th squad raised their hand. I have a question. What do you mean we're short on food? Didn't we already stock up on a lot of meat? Minche explained, that's right. We do have a lot of meat. But if we keep eating like this, we'll get sick of it. Besides, it only provides protein and fat. Shin Sung-cheon's expression turned pensive. I'm not sure how strong the mana that exists in the bodies of the awakened is, and how strong it is. But if our basic nutritional balance gets disrupted, I'm not sure it can maintain our health. Minche continued, eating only meat for a month is fine. But if it goes on any longer, there's no telling what might happen. To be precise, the problem isn't the food itself, but securing nutritional diversity. Hearing this, everyone was convinced. But Minche wasn't finished. We're also short on fuel and ammunition. We have to secure enough fuel for our vehicles and generators. As for ammunition, the reason is obvious. It's time to find a solution. If anyone has any ideas, please feel free to speak up. The soldier raised his hand to speak. Sergeant Lee Gonggu, I have a suggestion. Oh, that's great. What's your idea? He said. I suggest that we secure crafting materials. All the team leaders looked confused. John even spoke up asking, why are you suddenly talking about crafting materials? He replied, I'm sure it'll be useful. Shin Sung-cheon thought to himself, securing materials. He thought to himself, I also thought about securing crafting materials. When we were coming down the mountain, our vehicles couldn't even fulfill their intended purpose. If we had good materials, we could have done something about it. With that thought, he went down and asked, your job is a combat engineer, right? Kia replied, yes, that's correct. Let's hear Jong-chun's answer. Then come up here and explain in detail. That soldier started to step forward. After a while, Gonggu's reasoning became very persuasive. Securing a source of food or fuel is harder than we think. He suggested that we should secure crafting materials. They're quite easy to obtain, and we need to find a way to travel safely on the ground. He said we need to build and repair combat vehicles, vehicles that can stand up against monsters. If we can create things like catapults or other siege engines that were used in medieval warfare. Minche also agreed, that's right. With more powerful vehicles, we wouldn't have to move so cautiously anymore. That would make finding food and fuel easier too. Minche silently acknowledged the guy's idea. Oh, Shin Jang-chun said to the soldier. So as a combat engineer, you can make things like that. He replied, with enough time and materials I can. Shin Jang-chun was convinced by his words. In a way, a combat engineer is also part of the production class. Is he planning to armor a vehicle? This guy has a lot of potential, just like Sangha. If my prediction is correct, production classes in this game are stronger than I thought. This might be a good opportunity. Shin Jang-chun agreed, but he still gave him a cautious reminder. I'm just saying this as a precaution, but if you're thinking of taking things lightly just to test yourself, and then I'll have to reject it. Are you sure this is more important than anything else? The man affirmed, I'm sure. Shin Jang-chun took another step toward the man. He clasped his shoulder. Shin Jang-chun smiled and said loudly, all right, that's all I needed to hear. Give it your all. He was happy that he had found the problem. The other things are important too, but this is the main point. Then he announced clearly to everyone, that's all for today. We'll discuss the details tomorrow. Everyone go get some rest. You all worked hard, dismissed. Finally, it was time to cook. He asked Rin-chan to gather some firewood. He set up the stove, started a fire, and let out a long sigh. Phew. This should be enough to cook with, right? I'll have to ask the others to help set the tables. The stove in here is useless without electricity. And water. A temporary dining hall like this will have to do. He turned around. One type of ingredient is already prepared. Let's start with that then. His hand stirred everything with a ladle. The large chunks of fat began to melt from the heat of the fire, the monster fat I managed to get. As he stirred, he said, "Wow, the smell is incredible. I was worried because I'm about to run out, but this is what I have to do." He also pulled up the system notification to check the mana. Animal fat compound. This is animal fat that contains various types of mana. When used in cooking, it transforms to match the mana of the food, a cheat ingredient in the culinary world. It can make anything delicious. As it fried, the fat completely melted and hot air bubbles rose to the surface. The oil was ready. The soldier pointed at the map and said, "There's a fairly large iron and steel warehouse near the officers' quarters." Min-che cautiously asked back, "How do you know that?" The man stood and explained, "Sometimes the base urgently needs crafting materials, so I used to go there often." Having received the information, Min-che bit her thumb in thought. "So we can get materials from there. You seem to know this place really well." He replied that it was indeed the warehouse. "That place is huge, so it should have most of the materials we need. Monsters already appeared last weekend, so the chances of us running into zombies there aren't high." Shin Rang-chun thought to himself, "That place is very close, but it's far from the urban area. A few zombies might show up. This is the perfect spot for us to take them out." With his clear knowledge of the location, the young man had earned Min-che's trust. She praised him profusely. "You've really thought this through. Rang-chun, what do you think? I'm good with it." Shin Rang-chun agreed. "Yeah, this is a good opportunity." Then he turned and said, "Kang-in, go get ready. We'll move out in 3 teams, just like when we entered the officer's zone. And it's best if each team has a combat engineer with them." John immediately accepted the order. "I'll go prepare right away." He also gave an order to Gonggu. "Bring a vehicle in good condition to the front of the officer's zone gate." Gonggu immediately obeyed Roger. Commander Min-che turned and asked worriedly, "Isn't it dangerous to go by vehicle?" Shin Rang-chun replied, "There's no other way. We have to transport the supplies. Let's just move as carefully as possible." The journey on the road was met with countless difficulties. The soldiers had to face many monsters. During these confrontations, the soldiers also suffered casualties. Someone in the squad shouted, "How many are injured?" The soldier reported, "There are 3. Unfortunately, one of them is seriously injured." Shin Rang-chun quickly gave an order. "All right, get them out of the danger zone and treat them. Kang-in, secure the route." Kang-in acknowledged the order. Roger. The person driving the vehicle at this moment was Gonggu. Min-che said impatiently, "We're already going at full speed." But she only got a 2-word reply, "I know." Then Gonggu quickly stepped on the gas harder. The vehicle and the many soldiers running on foot, who were escorting it, gradually picked up speed to reach the destination. The situation now seemed to be getting more tense. Xing Kanjun calculated, "We've minimized the noise from the fighting as much as possible, but we still couldn't avoid taking damage." Just as he predicted, moving on the road was still dangerous. He gritted his teeth. But what was that? Seeing the monster's strange behavior, he thought to himself, usually monsters would fight each other over prey, but zombies aren't like that. They ignore food that's already been touched. The vehicle and the escorting soldiers were still trying their best to reach the destination as quickly as possible. After a few hours of effort, they finally reached the foot of the mountain where an iron warehouse was located. Upon arrival, the soldiers couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is huge. It should have most of the materials we need." Gonggu did a quick check and then reported, "It seems like there's nothing inside." Xing Kanjin trusted him. "All right, let's go." He gave an order to Sang-ah's team to move out. Sang-ah, ever reliable, accepted the order. "Leave it to us." Now he turned to the combat engineers. "Explain to the soldiers what you need. The rest of you go get the materials the engineers specify. Let's move." The whole team acknowledged the order. "Roger." As for Xing Kanjin and his team, they started to head inside. He shouted loudly, "All right, let's go." The soldiers following behind quickly approached the iron warehouse, which had its mysterious doors shut tight. Finally, the whole group managed to open them. The team stared blankly inside. The scene within was definitely strange. Shin Rang-chun witnessed the scene, his eyes filled with worry. What in the world inside? The iron gate and steel bars were scattered everywhere, lying around haphazardly as if the place had already been ransacked. The soldiers immediately had a ton of questions. What a mess. Was there an earthquake or something? Everything's been completely torn apart. Shin Rang-chun quickly calmed them down. "Everyone ignore it. We just need to grab the materials we need. And get out of here. Hurry up," he urged them on. "Everyone pick up the pace. Stay clear of the gate area so we can load the truck." Gonggu and the other soldiers also hurriedly got to work. The squad leaders also started giving orders. "Get the steel plates first. There are a bunch on the floor. So watch your step." While they were fully concentrated, the whole team was suddenly stopped by a loud noise. It was a horrifying sound that filled all of them with dread. Gonggu spoke up. "What was that sound? You guys heard it too, right?" Everyone agreed. "Yeah." Min-che anxiously yelled at Rang-chun. "There's something in the warehouse." Shin Rang-chun seemed to have anticipated this situation. "Damn it, I knew things were going way too smoothly." "Everyone to your battle stations." Everyone quickly followed his command. He also fearfully drew his weapon. They quickly got into a combat stance. The whole squad was terrified, but they were in position just waiting for whatever was coming next. An eerie sound. It echoed again. It sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Shin Chun was no exception. It turned out those savage noises were coming from the steel bars on the ground. They suddenly started moving as if something was controlling them, beginning to levitate in midair, in a truly ghostly manner. And it wasn't just a few of them. Almost all the steel plates on the ground were gradually lining up one after another, flying upwards, as if an invisible force was moving them. They flew up and slammed violently into things, injuring the soldiers. Everyone scrambled to dodge. The steel is moving on its own. They all flew up together, gradually gathering at a single point. Then someone spotted it. There was a black energy vortex at the back of the warehouse. Then gradually, all the metal materials in the warehouse were pulled towards it. Everyone abandoned their posts in a panic, scrambling to escape the mass of steel being sucked in. All of it was gathering into a black core within. It slowly began to take form. Everyone screamed in terror. The steel is clumping together to form something. Look what the hell is going on? At that moment, Shin Chun was overcome with worry. But by the time they realized it was a monster, it was too late. That pile of steel wrapped around itself, forming a massive metal monster. It looked like a predatory beast, with tough skin and countless sharp fangs, ready to crush any prey. At that moment, it awakened. It let out a massive roar, as if wanting to tear the small army below to shreds. The people in the warehouse were now in a state of utter panic. A bear made of steel, damn it! It looked so powerful. All of the leaders were now trembling before its terrifying presence. I've never seen a monster like that before, but we've fought plenty of monsters before. Shin Chun didn't back down. He gripped the weapon tightly in his hand. Let's see just how well we can work together. Facing a monster with overwhelmingly high power, Shin Chun still bravely leads everyone. Everyone charges forward. The sounds of the battle inside now echoed outside the warehouse. The battle inside was so fierce that from the outside, all the glass panes in the warehouse shattered. Lee Sang-ah realized the seriousness of the situation and also ran into the warehouse to check on things. She had anticipated a monster appearing inside, but seeing the impact it was causing, she wondered just how big this monster was. Arriving at the warehouse entrance, she saw a brutal scene. The soldiers were getting their butts kicked by the monster inside. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God!" Just a single stomp from it sent 4 or 5 people flying several meters away. Countless soldiers had been wounded by it, lying scattered across the floor. "It's too strong." Min-che then gave a strange order, "Damn it!" Everyone ripped the steel plates off its body. John, the strongest one, approached it and managed to latch onto its back. He was giving it his all, but it didn't seem to be working. Its body is made of multiple layers of iron. Our attacks are useless. Then he too was mercilessly slammed down. A single one of its blows could take down quite a few people. It continuously unleashed wide-area attacks. The soldiers didn't have time to fight back. Shin Chun was also sent flying. Even his enhanced strength from his cooking skill was useless. Facing a monster with such terrifying destructive power, it seemed he had underestimated it. It's much stronger than I thought. It attacked relentlessly. All the soldiers who tried to get close were flung away by it. Among the soldiers who were thrown, many were severely injured. Everyone fought back relentlessly, but its destructive power was just too great. Everyone was sent flying when they faced it. It's come to this. We're going to be wiped out. Just then, Shin Chun pulled out a magical ingredient. I'll use it. He resolved to use the monster lure. After all, it worked really well when we were coming down the mountain. Against a monster this overwhelmingly powerful, he prayed it would have some effect. He then threw it all toward the beast. The ingredient released a scent. This aroma quickly reached the monster's location. But unexpectedly, the monster swatted it away with ease. Even a lure of this size was knocked away. Shin Chun was shocked that his method had no effect. It swatted it away, the jerky I made. Watching the monster growl before him, he realized his secret weapon had absolutely no effect. He wondered what had just happened. How could it refuse food? Or maybe it just doesn't suit its taste. Its eyes were becoming even more frenzied. Damn it, it's not working. Min-che was also struggling to hold her ground. She yelled to Chun, "We're no match for it, we have to fall back." Seeing the situation in front of him become even more dire, Shin Chun had to bite the bullet and accept it. He shouted an order to everyone, "Everyone fall back! Retreat slowly so you don't get attacked from behind. Those who are uninjured, quickly help your severely wounded comrades. Get out of here as fast as you can." Someone stood up and ordered, "Get the injured on the vehicles first. Fall back as carefully as you can." At that moment, Shin Chun was still fuming over the monster, thinking to himself, "How dare you get away from me like that? You'll definitely regret this." The monster, however, didn't attack anyone who didn't approach it. Everyone realized the situation. "Phew, lucky it's not chasing us." Shin Rang-chun immediately deduced, so it's a territorial type. The soldiers driving the trucks quickly turned them around. Hurry up, get in! Floor it. Driving at full speed, they quickly got everyone out of the danger zone. The squad managed to retreat successfully. The team took a break at a safe location nearby. Minchi told Shin Rang-chun just forget about the materials. It's not worth the risk. And it's definitely not worth sacrificing our soldiers for. The injured soldiers were now resting while their comrades administered first aid, bandaging their wounds. He's right. With our current strength, we can't take it down. Did you manage to find any of its weaknesses? After a moment, Shin Rang-chun had an answer. He told everyone, I know what kind of monster it is, but this type is a little tricky to deal with. Lee Sang-ah quickly asked, what's its weakness? He paused for a moment, then began to recall what he'd seen. A notification had appeared on his system panel. Low-level cooking secret. Cooking method Mag. It covers its fragile core with heavy materials for defense. The cooking method is very simple. Remove the outer shell and cut the meat inside into bite-sized pieces. He said to the team, we have to remove all the iron plates covering it. It seems like the black thing inside is its core. And with that, everyone had their answer. What's so hard to understand? How are we supposed to do that? Shin Jang-chun was still sulking just as Minchi had said. Securing the materials is unnecessary. We can find a store for iron and steel anywhere. But just leaving like this pisses me off. He thought to himself, remembering when it knocked his piece of meat away. My jerky had no effect on that monster. At first I thought it didn't eat food, because it's made of iron. But the skill description said it's a living creature. John realized this meant it had to eat something. Shin Jang-chun replied, that's right, but I don't get why it wouldn't eat the food I made. Gonggu overheard this conversation. He suddenly vanished from his spot. He eagerly chimed in, I think it eats metal. Everyone turned to look at him and asked, what do you mean explain? Gonggu then began his analysis. On the scattered metal plates, there are gnaw marks. He pointed out a detail that no one else had noticed before. Minchi was still very skeptical. Are you sure? Shin Jang-chun also asked cautiously, are you sure those aren't just rust marks? But Gonggu, being a long-time professional, explained, an engineer can tell that those marks on the material aren't from rust. Minchi smacked his head in frustration. But how are we supposed to feed it metal, marinate it or something? This question immediately hit a sensitive spot for our main character. He shouted, that's it! Lee Sang-ah and Gonggu watched confused. He came up with a very strange idea. I made some oil this morning. How about we use it to cook on that iron plate? I mean, they say if you fry a boot, it'll taste good. The other two were met with a ridiculous answer. They couldn't believe their ears. He asked Sao Wom again, will the monster even like it? He explained it like this, we can't beat it anyway, if we fight it head-on. So shouldn't we at least try something before we retreat? We've got nothing to lose. Lee Sang-ah agreed with this idea, that's right. Gonggu, who was standing to one side, also chimed in, yeah, right. Whatever it takes to make it eat right. Having gotten everyone's approval, Shin Rang-chun became even more determined. He started giving orders. All right, let's get ready. Check and see if we have any intact iron plates left. Lee Sang-a could see right through his attitude. Why is he so angry? Does he hate that monster that much? Soon a large pan of oil with a massive amount of fat in it was sizzling on a steel plate. He looked at the finished product, fuming. You dare refuse to eat my creation. I'll make you submit. A piece of steel in the pan of oil slowly began to warp from the heat. The system then displayed grilling on an iron plate. Low-level chefs are feeling a great sense of defeat. A metallic dish. Sizzle. Mixed magic to enhance the flavor of a dish. A dish that transcends the conventional concept of cooking. You are the first to discover a new horizon in cuisine. Shin Rang-chun realized something. Even top-tier chefs rarely attempt to cook with inedible ingredients. Many chefs were limited by this because of those limitations and are unable to reach higher levels. But you're the exception, he thought to himself. On such a massive iron plate, the system then displayed a new notification. The pioneers who forge a new path will receive a reward. The reward has no component restrictions. The system then gave out an incredibly generous reward. Our protagonist couldn't help but say out loud, no component restrictions. Wow, the fried iron is finally done. Gonggu then looked at the piece of iron and analyzed it. Engineers have a skill called material identification. Using that skill, I can tell that this iron plate. Minchi chimed in. Don't tell me it got stronger, did it? Gonggu replied, unfortunately, that's not the case. The material's performance has actually decreased to the point where it's almost unusable. Shin Rang-chun was surprised by that answer. What? This won't make the iron plates stronger like I thought. Minchi also said, but if the monster likes it, then it doesn't really matter now. Right, Gonggu agreed. Yeah, that's right. But a second later he corrected himself, no. This is an incredible achievement. The material changed just by dipping it in oil. It's almost like a miracle. This might be thanks to Sergeant Shin's skill. Minchi praised him in acknowledgement with just an iron plate. You're really something else. Shin Rangchun said smugly, I guess you shouldn't mess around with cooking like this. Hearing their clueless conversation, Gonggu thought to himself, they're not listening to a word I'm saying. The soldier hurriedly ran over and reported, Sergeant Shin, we are ready to move. Shin Rangchun nodded, acknowledging the order, and said, all right, let's begin the operation. Look at the soldiers getting ready, entering the iron warehouse for the second time. Shin Kongchun thought to himself, most of the soldiers don't know that. My cooking can affect emotions. The vehicle started to move, because it wouldn't be good for my ability to become too well known. As for the temporarily changed iron plate, I'll just consider it a minor side effect. The convoy and its escorts departed. Shin Kongchun held his secret weapon in his hands. He was sure that this time, that monster wouldn't be able to resist. By now it was getting dark. Everyone had just arrived at the location. That creature also came out to greet them. The iron plates were floating again. Oh no, not the iron plates again. A soldier said, the first time I came here, I was confused by this mess. It seems like this monster covers itself with things to form a body when an enemy gets close. The black iron plates converged on a single point just like last time. Everyone spotted its core. There it is. Everyone be on high alert. Shin Kongchun also noticed this characteristic. That's the core. The darkness there is the deepest. It must have covered that spot with iron to protect it. Shin Kangchun gripped his secret weapon tightly in his hands, hoping that this time it would be a success. Slowly releasing my hand, all right, crispy iron plate, go. His eyes showed clear determination, staring straight into the black hole without a hint of hesitation. Then that crispy iron plate also got pulled in. This is a special gift for you. The deep-fried iron plate, along with the other plates, shot straight towards the core. It just kept getting closer and closer. Everyone anxiously waited for a miracle to happen. Someone noticed it was moving. It's being pulled in. Shin Jangchun shouted, it fell for the trap easier than I thought. Go ahead, enjoy your meal. The iron plate is approaching the center. It slowly moved closer than ever. Outside, everyone waiting was also on edge. Li Sang-ah? I couldn't hear a thing. It's quiet inside now. Staring straight at the iron warehouse door, she wondered if it had worked. Just then, inside the warehouse, some kind of black creature was gnawing on the iron bar. On the platform, everyone was completely stunned. It hugged the iron bar. Then it put it in its mouth and ate it with relish. Everyone cheered, we did it. It's eating the iron plate. Was it always this small? It looks kind of cute. The soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. I can't believe it. This is the true form of that terrifying monster. It's all thanks to the fried iron plate. Che turned and asked Shin Jangchun, but why is it so calm? His eyes remained fixed on the creature. That black bear actually looks scared as it eats. The effect of that dish is failure. But now Bayo is just a weak creature, trembling under the weight of failure. Min-che gloated, you've completely defeated it. Now let's end this quickly. We should give it a painless end. Gonggu spotted something and shouted, Sergeant Shin! You need to see this. Both Shin Jangchun and Min-che turned to look. The two looked at the object on the ground. What was that on the iron plate? He activated his system eye to check. Identify material. Marks iron plate protected by magic. Although the quality of the material is good, it is not recommended as a cooking ingredient due to poor sanitation management. Shin Jangchun understood. He was completely shocked. The iron plate was being identified as a cooking ingredient. Is this what it means to be unlimited? A cooking ingredient. This is not an ordinary iron plate. Minchi asked again, then what is it? Shin Jangchun answered that it was protected by the monster's magic. Minchi wondered, protected? No wonder. Our attacks had no effect on it. Gonggu also chimed in, it's the same, even after being separated from the monster. Shin Jangchun placed his hand on the iron plate and said, this iron plate seems pretty useful. Gonggu agreed, that's right. It would be great if we could use it. What if we keep the monster? The ever-impatient Minchi flared up. Keep the monster? What are you talking about? You want to spare it? Hearing this incredibly bold suggestion, Shin Jangchun gave his opinion. Gonggu, I understand what you mean, but it's too dangerous. Gonggu broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the monster on the ground, he continued, it's calm now after eating the fried iron plate, but we have no idea when it'll try to kill us again. Minche was more inclined to agree, yeah, Jangchun is right. It's better to just finish it off right now. But Gonggu was still adamant and stood by his idea, pleading one more time. But we can take advantage of this characteristic to create something amazing. It'd be a waste to miss this chance. Shin Jangchun began to wonder what to do. Gonggu continued, it will definitely be a great help to us. If we lock it up in a safe place, it won't be dangerous. Shin Jangchun seemed to be convinced by his words. He's dead serious about this. Minchi felt the same way, yes. I understand we'd be losing a good ingredient. He turned and asked Gangchun, what do you think? How could you give up an ingredient? A cooking ingredient that's this easy to get? The look in Gong Chun's eyes showed he was moved. As he gave his answer, "Of course I can't." Gonggu was also delighted that his proposal had been accepted by his superior. Gang Chun and Minche signaled their approval. The decision was made. All right then, let's give it a shot. The bear felt defeated, submitting completely on the ground. Its expression was full of anxiety as it cowered. With a pitiful face and its strange eyes welling up with tears, it ended up behind iron bars. They had locked it in a cage. Gang Chun told it, "From now on you will stay here. Don't waste your energy. We've removed everything made of iron. Understand?" The beast thrashed around in the cage, looking defiant. The soldiers were quickly transporting steel plates from the warehouse. These weren't ordinary steel plates. "Damn it, why is it so strong?" Minche said to Gang Chun. "The engineers are extremely excited." Our protagonist also agreed, "Yeah, this is great." Gonggu became ecstatic. "Thank you for trusting us and prioritizing the collection of 10 crafting materials." Gang Chun handed over the responsibility. "Our job is done. Now that we've secured the materials you requested, you know what to do from here, right?" Gonggu agreed cheerfully. "That's right, we're going to make something amazing," Gang Chun replied. "All right, do your best." Gonggu acknowledged the order. Notification: low-grade cooking ingredient identified. Aluminum fiberglass functional ceramics. Shin Gang Chun was excited. There's no limit. Anything can become a cooking ingredient. The soldiers were working hard to load all the ingredients onto the vehicle. If the engineer's identification ability only works on ingredients, then my identification ability is far superior, completely without limits. If I combine it with my chef's eye to identify weak points, we can handle any monster that attacks. A few days later at the base, Gonggu excitedly showed off his achievement. "It's finally finished. What do you guys think?" Minche and Shinjang Chun were speechless. "Oh, all right, it's an extremely rugged armored vehicle, shaped like a rhinoceros. It looks so badass. It's really impressive." The group of soldiers who saw it were also very excited. "It has a horn. It looks like something out of a movie." "Pretty cool, huh?" Gonggu eagerly explained. "The design might be weird, but I guarantee its effectiveness." The other two stammered out a reply. "We can't expect things to be both functional and good-looking in this situation." "Right, that's right." Gonggu's attitude was still very carefree as he said, "We can use it." And for both driving and combat, the spikes around it can easily shred monsters. Shinjang Chun said that, "Maybe not against that pervy bear that we ran into this time. But that monster was an exception. Most biological monsters won't be able to get near it." Gonggu agreed with that point, right. "Think of it as both a barrier and a tank. We'll also try to reduce the noise by soundproofing it." At this point, Shin Kong Chun finally understood. He cheerfully praised him. "You've done a great job. Make sure you finish it up well, all right?" Minchi, keeping her tone, asked, "So how is Mark?" Gonggu smiled and said, "It's doing fine." He recounted his observations of the bear, which was locked inside an iron cage. "I've been watching it while feeding it. It doesn't seem to transform the way it used to. With a few iron plates, plus the iron plates it doesn't eat, are protected by magic. This works in our favor." Shin Kong Chun realized, "So if you feed it iron plates, it'll protect them." "That's right," Gonggu replied. "It seems to be doing it instinctively." "What an incredible ability." Gonggu continued. "Currently, the protection process is slow, but we're working on optimizing it. With enough materials, we could even build something, like a wall, one day." The other two still couldn't quite follow his train of thought. They were dumbfounded. A wall, that idea. By now it was around midday. Clouds were drifting slowly and leisurely. In the meeting room, everyone seemed to be discussing something. One of them spoke up. "There has to be a convenience store around here." It was Lee Sang-ah. She had found one and pointed to it on the map. "Here it is." Minche took a look and said, "Oh, it's almost right up against the border." Lee Sang-ah then proposed, "Why don't we try taking the new car out and check the place out?" Shin Kong Chun said, "We're out of everything. Everything except lizard meat. We need real food and medical supplies." Minchi chimed in as well. "We can't just stay put in a situation like this. All right, let's make a move." Lee Sang-ah hesitated. "Well, I agree, but I'm not sure if there's anything useful left." Looking at the X marks on the map, she continued. "Although it's not well known, the people who live nearby still use it." "Ah, that's right. Other survivors might have passed through there. Still, let's go. It can't be completely empty." Shinjang Chun also said it's very close. "And it doesn't seem like a bad idea, so it's worth a shot. Let's get ready and move out." The group started to receive their orders. All right, everyone set off and reached the destination without a hitch. "Wow, this vehicle works amazingly. This is the first time we've traveled so smoothly. It tore most of the monsters to pieces," Yan said, looking worriedly at the vehicle. "But we have to clean all the blood and flesh off of it," Gonggu replied. "I wasn't even thinking about cleaning it." Shinjang Chun observed the situation from the side. "Everyone keep up the good work." "Do you have your combat rations?" a soldier replied. "Yes, Sergeant." All right, eat ration number 3. Everyone reached into their pockets and pulled out a stick of dried meat. How convenient. The quantity is set based on the food's effects. Everyone took a bite and began to eat. A system notification appeared. You have temporarily gained. The sensitive stomach debuff has been reduced. Shin Jang-chun signaled for everyone to move. Everyone got into position. The entire large group slowly entered the center. Shin Jang-chun gave a hand signal and Yeon understood with a nod. Her team ran to the right, while Min-chae's team went to the left. Shin Jang-chun led his group straight ahead. They searched every nook and cranny on the shelves. They regrouped and started to exchange information, just as expected. There's nothing useful here, just some toys and equipment. They completely cleaned it out. There's nothing left to take. The survivors weren't just sitting around out here either, so keep searching. The soldiers received the order, "Yes, Sergeant." Shin Rang-chun heard a voice in his earpiece. "Sergeant Shin, there's a zombie corpse here." He was surprised. "Really? What's its condition?" The other person reported, "It has a wound on its head. Looks like it was hit with an axe. It seems a survivor here took care of it, I see." The person signaling was from John's team. Suddenly a sound rang out. John and his squad were likely in danger now. The soldiers elsewhere seemed to realize it too, but the ground shook. Shin Rang-chun quickly drew his weapon and gave an order to everyone. "Everyone don't move." He frowned, sensing something was wrong. Dust from the shelves was shaken loose by the vibration, or perhaps it was the breath of some mysterious creature hiding inside. Shin Rang-chun realized it and informed the whole group. "There's something inside the store." Shin Rang-chun thought to himself. That sound came from the butcher's corner. The sound stopped, and it's concealing its presence. "Is this an ambush-type monster?" Shin Rang-chun nodded, signaling John. John's eyes widened as he gathered his strength. Then he rushed forward, broke down the door, and charged in. John was able to break down the metal door all by himself. Meanwhile, Shin Rang-chun acted quietly from behind and began to use the system's eye. At that moment, the chef's eyes scanned the entire office. He thought to himself, even if I don't know what kind of monster it is, if I can find its weak point, I can defeat it. The eyes quickly identified the target. It's like a piece of meat that's been prepped and is ready for storage. It will be a meal ready to be cooked. The system's eyes identify this as a primate species, a human. Rang-chun was genuinely taken by surprise. A human. A sound comes from within the darkness. A foot wearing a white shoe slowly steps out. It's 2 siblings. The older sister is trying to hug and protect her younger brother. The sister tries to plead with the soldier. "Please don't eat my little brother." The following scene is a flashback. 2 people are talking to each other. "This stuff looks edible. What a waste. Isn't that pet food? I heard that these days, people will even eat this stuff." The other person refused. "No, that's just a saying. It's not meant to be taken literally." Footsteps approached and the messenger shouted, "Stop, stop. It's dangerous to stay here any longer, so let's get out of here." One person lingered, saying, "But it's such a shame to leave all this behind. We should take as much as we can." The guy with the ponytail spoke up. "We can't carry any more. We have enough food. Since we can't take it all right now, how about we hide it nearby?" The older man in the blue shirt replied, "What?" The young woman who had just run in continued, "Let's do that. We can come back for it later, and take it then, right? Hurry up." The older man in blue was still reluctant. Such a shame. It would be better to take it all in one go. The guy with the ponytail scolded him, "Oh my God, you're so greedy." Then he grabbed someone by the hem of their shirt. "Suzanne, let's go now." The little girl agreed, "Okay." Behind her, her little brother was sobbing. But then something strange happened. Everyone was thrown into the air and got hurt. The people in our group couldn't take it. Some of the wounds were gushing blood. The guy with the ponytail yelled, "Suyeon, run! There's something horrible in here." Suyeon, who was gathering supplies with her younger brother, suddenly replied, "But the guy with the ponytail, seeming really rushed, cut her off. "There's no time to talk. Run, get out of this store." Suyeon was wiping away her tears. Suddenly, a spray of blood shot up. The guy with the ponytail collapsed right in front of the 2 siblings. Suyeon and her little brother were completely terrified. The older sister quickly grabbed her brother's hand and ran for her life amidst the terrible screams. They carried the bag of food with them, running for their lives without stopping, leaving behind the scene at the supermarket along with the people who were fighting against something invisible. The little girl cried non-stop. The names of her family members flashed through her mind. Auntie Son, Brother Chong, everyone. Hearing her story, he was deeply moved. Shin Jung-gun asked, "So you found a way to escape those monsters? And did all of this to get by?" Looking around at their situation, he thought to himself, "Have they been eating pet food to survive?" Suyeon, hugging her little brother tightly, fearfully asked, "Are you really a good soldier? Or are you just another monster in human form?" Shin Jung-gun started to walk closer and explain, "Haha, don't worry. I'm not going to eat you. It's a misunderstanding. We're survivors just like you. We came from the base. After fighting off those monsters, But looking into her eyes, he could see he still hadn't earned the little girl's trust. Shin Jang-chun saw this and thought to himself, the girl is so cautious. Well, considering what they've been through, Lee Sang-ah got the notice and rushed over. Did you call for me? Shin Jang-chun spoke up. Company Commander Sang-ah. He said to her, it looks like the kids are scared of us. Company Commander, please help calm them down. Lee Sang-ah agreed, all right. Helping survivors is part of my job. Just leave it to me. Lee Sang-ah gently approached them. She held out her hand and greeted the children in a friendly manner. Hey, come on, it's okay. The two siblings were still very timid. It's okay, we're not going to hurt you. Her friendliness started to work. The atmosphere became less tense. The two children also started to open up more. Lee Sang-ah said gently, come here. Soo-joon stopped crying and a smile gradually returned to her face. The little girl started to stand up. Everyone in the room held their breath and watched intently. Then suddenly a stomach growled, Shin Jang-chun, and everyone was still waiting for the two children to accept them. The two children realized it was their own stomachs rumbling. They were clearly embarrassed. Lee Sang-ah immediately broke the tension. Ha! You two must be very hungry. Lee Sang-ah said to Shin Jang-chun, I think we should give them something to eat first. He nodded resolute. All right, let's whip something up quickly. The two children were surprised. He turned and ordered his soldiers, go start a fire in the kitchen near this grocery store. The soldiers acknowledged the order, yes, sir. Meanwhile, Lee Sang-ah stayed to comfort the two little ones. He's an amazing cook, you know. He'll have the food ready in no time. Soo-joon asked curiously, is he a chef? Lee Sang-ah continued, while we wait, let's check to see if you kids have any injuries, okay? The soldiers outside began to discuss. What are we going to do with them? They're so pitiful. But letting them stay with us is another problem, isn't it? We're already having a hard time with the survivors we have with us now, besides their children. So there will be problems with their stamina. And if they get sick, that's an even bigger problem. That's right, the healer isn't all powerful. Min-chae remained silent on the side, listening. He went over to where Shin Jang-chun was cooking and voiced the soldiers' opinions. They're split into two camps. At some point, we'll have to accept and increase our number of survivors. But does it have to be now? Shin Jang-chun replied while cooking. It's a difficult choice. We can protect those two kids for now, without any problems. But what about the next survivors we run into? The more Shin Jang-chun thought, the more worried he became. If the situation doesn't improve, there's no way we can protect everyone. The two kids received the food and ate heartily. The little brother yelled, this is so good, sis. Soo-joon calmly reminded her little brother, eat slowly, it's still hot. Shin Jang-chun asked about the two kids' psychological state. How are these little ones? Lee Sang-ah replied that there seemed to be a slight misunderstanding. Shin Jang-chun was puzzled, a misunderstanding. Lee Sang-ah replied, they think we might be monsters. Shin Jang-chun asked again, monsters. Do we look that scary? Lee Sang-ah explained, no, it's not that. But there are monsters that take human form, or those who steal the shapes of others, right? They think we aren't human, because we found them so precisely, without making any sound. So Shin Kang-chun understood. That's why they think we might be monsters. Shin Kang-chun propped himself up. Did you clear up the misunderstanding? Lee Sang-ah replied, I did, but they're not completely at ease yet. But it's better now. That's good. He quietly turned back to look at the two kids. He saw them eating heartily. He thought to himself, the little girl's expression is so much brighter. The special comfort sauce must have helped calm them down somewhat. After they finished eating, Shin Kang-chun immediately asked, what's your name? The little girl introduced herself, my name is Lee Soo-jong, and my little brother is Lee Soo-hyuk. He moved closer and said, Soo-jong and Soo-hyuk. Looks like he fell sound asleep after getting a full belly, huh? Then he gave the two kids a pouch of food. Here, take this. The little girl took it and asked back, what is it? Shin Kang-chun said, it's jerky. I made it myself. It's pretty tasty. Uncle, did you give us the food from over there? Seeing the little girl ask that, Shin Kang-chun felt a bit awkward lying to the kids. Uncle just had way too much meat. He thought to himself, I can't tell them that this is lizard meat. He instructed them, eat it only when things get really tough. Half a piece is enough. And hide the small pieces. Don't eat it often, okay? This jerky contains properties that will help a survivor. Soo-jong asked again, so when should I eat it? Shin Kang-chun was silent for a moment and then replied, when you leave this place. Hearing this, even Lee Sang-ah was a little surprised. The little girl hesitated and asked, What do you mean by that, sir? Shin Kang-chun had to continue. When you can't stand it anymore and need to move, eating it then will help you. Soo-jong was puzzled. You told us to keep hiding here. Why can't the army protect us? Faced with this difficult question, but Shin Rang-chun had already anticipated this. He thought to himself, I knew she would ask this. But the answer had already been decided. He began to speak. I'm sorry, but it's going to be difficult. The little girl's voice now became even more anxious and panicked. Why? Shin Rang-chun began to say things he didn't want to say. Even though I'm a soldier, I've lost contact with the other units. The ground base is also unstable, so I can't take on any more uncertain factors. I'm sorry, but try to hold out for as long as possible. With that food, when the situation stabilizes, I'll come back to this area. Tears welled up in the little girl's eyes. It was as if she knew there was no chance left. But Sujeon was an understanding girl. She replied, I understand. I guess everyone is in a similar situation. Having said that, she couldn't hold back her tears, hugging the little sibling sleeping in her arms tightly. Lee Sang-ah, seeing the two poor children, couldn't bear it. She felt so sorry for Sujeon. Even though she tried, the little girl couldn't stop her tears from falling. Shin Rang-chun knew he had just said something harsh, but he had no other choice. Finally, the little girl stopped crying. She said, I'll take you to the supermarket that I escaped from earlier. Shin Rang-chun was confused. Huh, what do you mean? Tears were still rolling down the little girl's cheeks as she said, you mentioned you wanted to find other supplies, right? You can find what you need there, and it's quite close by. Shin Rang-chun was surprised. Huh, really? Sujeon replied, why would I lie? Shin Rang-chun and Lee Sang-ah, both of them turned to look at each other. If that was true, this is extremely valuable information. He asked the little girl again to be sure. Why did you suddenly tell me this? The little girl pointed for a moment and then shouted, let's make a deal. Shin Rang-chun was very confused. A deal. The little girl mustered all her courage. In exchange for me showing you all that location, you have to protect us. Shin Rang-chun understood the little girl's motive and thought to himself, haha, interesting. I didn't expect her to be so bold. The little girl Sujeon looked up, waiting for an answer. Shin Rang-chun thought quickly for a moment and gave his answer. Your offer is tempting, but it's still very difficult. In some ways, this is also for your own good. The little girl didn't understand what he was saying and asked again, what do you mean? He began to explain that his group's nature was different from other survivors who just hide. Their goal is to gradually expand their influence. The little girl became more and more confused. Influence? In his mind, Shin Rang-chun thought, expand our influence and conquer territory. As long as that's the rule of this game, we have to follow it. He replied to the little girl, that's right. And in that process, we ourselves often have to fight monsters and zombies. Having more people isn't always a good thing. It also means we are more easily noticed by the enemy. So hiding here might be safer than coming with us. The offer was finally rejected. Sujeon tried to hold back her tears. Lee Sang-ah at this moment was extremely cold, trying not to show any emotion. The little girl's tears started to fall again. She screamed, I don't care about hiding in this awful place. Then those tears, full of emotion, streamed down her cheeks. Shin Rang-chun was in a tough spot. He closed his eyes and wondered what he should do. I understand how this child feels. Then he said to the little girl, I can agree to the deal you're proposing, but the place you're talking about, someone has probably already been there, so it's no longer valuable to me. But the little girl answered firmly, no, the goods there are still completely untouched. Both of them wondered, how would you know that? The little girl started crying even harder. Her emotions peaked because I saw them. At this, the girl's voice trembled with emotion. Even the dead people. Outside, the soldiers were talking amongst themselves. Looks like this is going to take longer than expected. Did Sergeant Shin really make that decision? Min-che replied, that's right. We have to follow the choice of our course commander. He must have had a really hard time with that decision. Leaving children behind is not an easy decision at all. Sujeon gently nodded to show she understood. Being a leader is truly a difficult position. Inside the store, Shin Rang-chun asked Sujeon, so, your group went to that place, but everyone except for you, and your little brother died. Even though you had awakened ones with you, the little girl answered, that's right. Aunt Suon and brother Cheon were both awakened. Shin Rang-chun and Lee Sang-ah, hearing this answer, thought to themselves, the enemy was so strong that two awakened couldn't even fight back. It looks like we need to gather more information. A worried look appeared in his eyes. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Wait a minute, could it be? Sujeon crouched down and asked the little girl, let me ask you a few things, okay? Sujeon replied, yes. Telling you about that place is the condition I'm proposing? Right. But is that condition really for my benefit? The girl's eyes now showed clear confusion. What? His eyes started to turn serious. He seemed a little intimidating. He asked again, let me ask you, are you trying to use me to get your revenge? Lee Sang-ah quickly tried to stop these heartless words. Wait a minute, Commander. Are you serious? She's just a child. She couldn't possibly have such dangerous thoughts. Shin Rang-chun reminded the group leader Sang-ah, this is important. We must always verify and exchange information, even if everything else she says is true. If her motive is wrong, we can't possibly agree to this. Lee Sang-ah was at a loss for words. Shin Rang-chun thought to himself, how can we be so sure? That's not their intention. Suzeon's expression became more serious. The little girl said, to be honest, I can't say that. I've never thought about getting revenge. Lee Sang-ah tried to stop the girl from saying those things. Suzeon continued. But they were good to us after all. Shin Rang-chun thought to himself, just as I thought. He said to the little girl, in that case we can't agree to this deal. About the revenge. At this point the girl cut him off. But not anymore. I don't want revenge or anything like that anymore. The girl said that she and Soo-hyuk survived. Soo-hyuk was still sleeping soundly, unaware of the conversation taking place. Suzeon then continued, if we keep obsessing over avenging the dead, we'd just be killing ourselves. Wouldn't that make their sacrifice meaningless? They gave their lives to save us. We can't do that to them. Shin Kong-chul, for a little girl to be this understanding, you have to imagine what she's been through. He thought to himself, this kid thinks like a grown-up. The girl continued, my goal is to survive. I only mentioned that information as the condition for the deal. I have no intention of getting revenge. That's the truth, please believe me. Lee Sang-ah also moved, turned to the commander. Shin Kong-chul now had his answer. He said to the girl, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. After hearing what you said, I've changed my mind. Sujeon exclaimed happily. Really? Seeing the girl's face light up completely, Shin Kong-chul also nodded. Yeah, but let's change one condition. Change it? The girl asked, puzzled. Shin Kong-chul explained. It's not easy for us to just take you kids in and protect you. I don't have the special privilege of protecting just anyone. So join our unit as child soldiers. Then I'll agree to the deal. Hearing this, everyone was confused by his decision. Lee Sang-ah tried to ask again, child soldiers. Do we really have to do that? Shin Kong-chul calmly told the girl, if you're willing, there's no problem. And we won't force you into dangerous combat. So age doesn't matter. Lee Sang-ah quickly tried to stop him. But sir, his eyes turned cold. Sang-ah, there are also children in the group of survivors you led. Either way, we were planning on awakening those kids anyway, so having them join won't be a big loss. Sujeon asked again, I'm not sure, but you mean, you'll accept us, right? Shin Kong-chul bent down and said, from now on, think about the conditions of battle, along with us. The girl immediately agreed, okay, we promise we won't cause any trouble for the adults. He looked at the two kids and took a deep breath. He held out his hand to them. All right, it's a deal. The little girl's face completely lit up. She was overjoyed that she had been accepted. Next to her, her younger brother, hearing the noise, groggily woke up. He was even drooling. He saw his sister and the soldier in front of them shaking, hands not understanding what was happening. The little boy then asked, Sis, what are you doing? The whole group got into the armored vehicle and returned to base. The two kids were now coming back with them. A lot of thoughts were running through Shin Jong-chun's head. Sujin said the monster in that supermarket was invisible like a ghost. On everyone's bodies, holes suddenly appeared and they were hacked to death. Is that even possible? In some worlds where the undead run rampant the existence of ghosts, isn't that strange? Shin Jong-chun patted Min-chae's shoulder. Thanks. The soldiers only changed their minds because of you. Min-chae was a little embarrassed. Oh, it was nothing. And now the scene flashes back to that moment when Shin Jong-chun made the announcement. Everyone started to panic. Do we really have to go there? I don't think we need to take such a risk. It's not necessary, but they're ghosts, right? At that moment, one person stood up. That person was Min-chae. He yelled, That's enough, ghosts my ass! You only see them because you think they're there. It's just a monster that creates a ghostly effect. Then he used the metal-eating bear as an example just like that bear. But the soldiers were still very hesitant. He continued, Let's just go there and see for ourselves, okay? Get ready to move out. Shin Jong-chun was taken aback by Min-chae's sternness. Whoa, that power. The scene cuts back to the present. The little girl asked, by the way, don't you guys have anything like a tank? John awkwardly explained that their autonomous tank doesn't have anything like that. The little girl asked again, Then how are you guys going to fight the monster? John replied that they would identify it, and the soldiers would fight it directly. Hearing this, Sujeon suddenly shouted, That's way too dangerous. Aren't you guys going to just destroy the whole supermarket? With a tank or artillery or something? John explained, We're just a small radar unit. We don't have that kind of stuff. At that moment, the little girl realized that facing that thing was a terrible decision. She repeated, I already told you. There were 2 awakened ones in there and they both died. John just smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be dangerous, but we're not short on confidence. Hearing his rock-solid confidence, she asked in surprise, For real? When the soldiers arrived, they were surprised by the condition of the place. It was completely intact with no damage at all. So how could it be inside? Is it really a ghost? If it's a ghost, we should just retreat. How are we supposed to fight something we can't even see? Min-chae yelled, Oh, for crying out loud, you bunch of wimps! Jin Rang-chun looked at these clowns completely fed up. You guys are useless without your jerky. With that, he held out the jerky and said, All right, everyone, eat up now. All the soldiers looked hesitant, but they still had to obey the order. Roger! The boy Soo-hyuk, who was standing nearby, overheard and wondered, why are they eating jerky all of a sudden? All the soldiers put the jerky in their mouths and ate it with gusto. A system notification popped up. Low-rank cooks courage-boosting lizard jerky. Thanks to the effect of the jerky, they were all fired up and raring to go. Huh. Ghost hunting. I was getting sick of zombies anyway. This is gonna be epic. Let's kill 'em all. Let's show 'em what we're made of. The Marines are acting like they've seen a ghost. Seeing this strange phenomenon, the two children asked. Miss, the soldiers are acting so strangely. Lee Sang-ah, finding it hard to explain, just said they were excited. Because of a dangerous fight. It was time for action. Lee Sang-ah turned back and said to the two children, "You two be careful and stay right behind me, okay?" The two obediently replied, "Yes." In a flash, the soldiers were gone. The commanders gave the order, "All right, let's move out." The soldiers quickly entered the supermarket area, and just like that, they advanced inside. The scene inside was horrific. Blood was splattered all over the floor. The soldiers in front spoke, "It's too quiet. There are so many bloodstains on the floor." "This way." Following behind was Lee Sang-a leading the children. Soo-yeon turned back and said to Lee Sang-ah, "Miss, something is very strange. I'm sure Chong died somewhere around here. The shopping cart I was using is still here." Lee Sang-ah looked at the shopping cart, just as the little girl had described. "You're right." Her expression began to fill with fear. Nearby, Shin Jang-chun and the soldiers in front heard a rather strange sound. He rushed forward, panicked. "What's wrong?" It seemed a soldier had been injured. He cried out, "Ugh, Sergeant Shin! Something is here." Shin Jang-chun quickly approached the soldier and asked, "Are you okay?" The situation then began to get quite serious. He tried to look around, thinking to himself, "What is it? I can't see anything." Then in front of the entire squad, a blue light flashed by. It shot at everything around it, but luckily this time it didn't hit anyone. Seeing that phenomenon, everyone screamed, "What the hell was that?" General John orders them to prepare for battle. The soldier who was just hit by the bullet had the pain clearly etched on his face. He yelled, "Jang-chun!" These beams of light were continuously shooting out. Shin Jang-chun managed to catch the soldier. The soldier collapsed, groaning in pain. These beams of light were like bullets, being fired continuously. "Shin?" Jang-chun quickly pulled the injured soldier away from the line of fire as those beams of light streaked past. Luckily, they managed to dodge them. All the soldiers were worried. Sergeant Shin Jang-chun shouted loudly, "Medic, treat him quickly." The medic also rushed over. "Yes, sir." Then he used his ability to treat the wound. The wound was temporarily stabilized by the healing ability. While the medic was treating the injured soldier, "Shin Jang-chun turned back and gave an order to the rest. "The rest of you hold your positions. Be ready for an attack." You heard him. "Everyone get down low." The soldiers quickly received the order and lowered their stances. "You damn monster!" John hurriedly gave the command. "Shield team, move up and form a wall. The rest of you get into position." The soldiers received their orders. They quickly formed a protective circle around those inside. "Yes, sir." Seeing this, Soo-jeon said to Lee Sang-a, "Sis, it's just like back then." Lee Sang-ah calmly reassured them. "Don't worry, kids. The soldiers will protect us. Let's go over there." The little girl still wasn't completely at ease, but she still replied, "Okay." She watched the actions of everyone around her model and thought to himself, "What are they trying to do?" Min-chae said to Shin Jang-chun, "It's really an invisible monster." Shin replied, "I really can't confirm it by sight. So I can't activate Chef's Eye either." Min-chae asked, "But why is it so quiet?" "The attacks have stopped." Shin Jang-chun deduced that it's observing its opponent's movements. Hearing this answer, Min-chae felt temporarily relieved. Well, things have calmed down, so that's good news for now. While it was hesitating, Shin Jang-chun wasn't in a hurry. He said, "I need to confirm whether it's really a ghost or not." The soldiers in the shield unit got into position. Chef's Eye is useless. If I can't see anything, Shin Jang-chun stood behind a shield with his teammates and began to observe. "In that case, I'll use another skill I just learned." He activated the system. Material identification activated. "Now let's try searching like this." He scanned everything one by one, from one aisle to another. He looked over all the materials. Aluminum, polymer polyethylene terephthalate. He began to identify them. Most of these are components of snack bags. He quickly scanned his eyes over the aluminum. Clear blue water drop, polyamide. It seemed he noticed something. Wait, something was strange. He looked again, gazing at the aisle in front of him. The system had identified clear blue water drop. High quality. He had found the problem. He thought to himself, there it is. What is that clear blue water drop? In any case, it's definitely not a ghost. It's a monster disguised as a snack. On top of the snack package, there really was something that looked like a water droplet. Min-chae hurriedly asked Han about Shin Rang-chun's situation. "Have you found it yet, Shin?" Rang-chun announced, "Right now I have found its location." Everyone was overjoyed. Just as expected from Sergeant Shin, We've got it now, Shin. Shin Rang-chun said to everyone. I'll explain later. Let's capture it first. I'll take the lead, you cover me. Shield team advance with me. The soldiers quickly accepted the order. Yes, sir. The two kids asked Lee Sanga, did they say they've found it? That can't be. There was clearly nothing there. Su Jian wondered to himself, who is that guy? Two soldiers held shields up at the front. Behind them, Shin Rang-chun got into position. He shouted, it's here, open the shields! The shield-bearing soldiers quickly pulled the shields apart, seizing the opportunity. Shin Rang-chun dashed straight forward and hurled the knife in his hand. The main target was the blue bag of snacks on the shelf. At that moment, the snack bag began to change. A green energy surrounding it reached out. That water droplet-like thing started to fall and shot back 3 bullets. The knife that was flying straight for it was hit by a barrage of bullets and knocked away. Looking at the water droplet, Shin Rang-chun dashed towards it in a flash. There it is. It's finally revealed itself. He activated his system's eye to identify what it was. Chef's eye activated. You have learned the blue water droplet butchery method. The system displayed the information. Blue water droplet butchery method. The blue water droplet consists of a liquid mass and a core. A central core where its magical power is concentrated. That bizarre water droplet was firing a barrage of bullets to defend itself, due to its regenerative ability. As long as its core remains intact, so it's hard to classify it as a slime. Luckily, Shin Rang-chun dodged in time. He gripped the knife tightly in his hand. Whatever that thing is, it's an imitation. The key to killing it is the core in its center. He rushed straight towards it, preparing to attack. Facing such a strange creature, he shouted the finishing blow, "Dayu slime monster!" Such a bizarre creature. Everyone crowded around, asking Sergeant Shin questions. What is this? Shin Rang-chun explained to everyone. This is the ghost's true form. Everyone was shocked. What? A monster? It looks like jelly. Was it invisible before? At first it looked like a piece of food. Shin Rang-chun confirmed that's right. It has the ability to mimic, allowing it to blend into its surroundings. Min-che asked curiously about the monster. So that means it was hiding by disguising itself, waiting for prey to appear. Most likely. Others of its kind could also be hiding in the supermarket. The people Suzeon mentioned might have unfortunately become victims of this monster. Suzeon mentioned its mimicry ability. Shin Rang-chun said it's weak, so it has to hide and disguise itself like this. Its weak point is very simple. In the middle of its transparent body, there's something that looks like black jelly. You just have to attack that and it's done. At that moment, a new soldier asked, but how can we tell them apart? When they're hiding among all the snacks, Shin Rang-chun replied confidently, just leave it to me. They began their attack on these mimic monsters. Thanks to Shin Rang-chun's command, he shouted loudly, Kang in. There's one in the ice cream freezer on your left, Kang in. John immediately responded, got it. The water drop creatures were spotted. They quickly defended themselves to protect their own. But Dion was a step ahead. He lunged forward, slamming it against the wall. Pindit tried to fight back. Seeing how stubborn the creature was, Dion only got rougher. He gripped it tightly by its core and ripped it off the wall. It seemed he had it under control. The soldier beside him watched nervously. Dion applied more and more force. He crushed it and it burst, splattering everywhere. One was eliminated. On to the next one. Shin Rang-chun then directed Min-che. There are a few more in front of the kitchen area. Min-che quickly got into position. All right, everyone back up. Min-che began to use his power. Bolts of lightning shot out from his hands. He focused all the lightning bolts forward, aiming straight for the goods on the store shelves. The merchandise on the shelves became electrified. The creatures, shaped like water drops that were hiding there, were also caught in the blast. After clearing this area, Shin Rang-chun gave another order. Next Baegangmin! There's one in the white microwave above your head. The monsters attacked relentlessly, but they couldn't penetrate. The army's dense shield formation. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers continuously advanced and attacked countless times. Sujeon, witnessing this assault, exclaimed, amazing. They're taking down the monsters with ease. But just a moment later, the girl's expression turned to one of worry. More monsters started appearing out of nowhere. The soldiers now found themselves surrounded. What's happening, Sergeant Shin? They're appearing everywhere. The soldiers knew that. The situation was becoming more and more tense. Suddenly, these teardrop-shaped creatures started acting strangely. They gradually began to transform. One of them started to change, its hand turning into a human one. Someone shouted, they're changing form. Then gradually, their entire bodies turned into complete human forms. The creature flashed a savage smile. Shin Rang-chun was the first to be alarmed. Jion was also astonished by this phenomenon. Then all of them transformed into human forms holding both shields and daggers. The one in the lead let out a wicked laugh. Kick. Surprised Shin Rang-chun human forms, huh? The soldiers quickly shielded the two sisters. The little girl Sujeon suddenly realized something. Then she shouted, calling for Aunt Sun. Shin Rang-chun saw that the little girl had noticed something and turned back to ask what it was. Aunt Sun is a warrior class awakened. The little girl replied that she was. She used to be the strongest in our group. Seeing the two sisters' attitudes, Shin Rang-chun understood. It seemed they had switched to combat mode because hiding was no longer effective. Looking at the crowd of people that the aggressive teardrops had transformed into, Shin Rang-chun realized that must be the form of their targets. These creatures could even talk. One of them, in the form of Aunt Sun, said, "Things are getting interesting now." These human forms were ready for battle. "Let's see what you've got." They became more aggressive, growling. The Aunt Sun teardrop opened its mouth wide and laughed loudly. Jion didn't give these creatures time to test her. She immediately rushed forward. "What are you talking about, you brat?" She threw a powerful punch, throwing a punch straight at that creature, sending it flying back, writhing in agony. A single punch from John made it scream in pain. "Ha! Thanks." Dongchun then began to speak one of the awakened, a class of powerful warriors among the survivors. Then he recalled his battles. "We leveled up by hunting Tichdik, and the 100 other awakened have honed their combat skills through battle. On top of that, we even have gear made from Tichdik, strong enough to block bullets. And there are also the buffs from the food I cook." He said one last thing, "Sorry, but even the youngest member of our group, it could defeat you." Everyone excitedly swarmed in to grab the supplies. "I haven't had noodles in so long. There's so much rice here too. We can use the toilet paper right now." The battle at the supermarket ended in victory. Everyone was happily talking. "There are only first aid supplies, but we have bandages and alcohol, so we can't ask for more." And everything inside the building became ours. A squad leader ordered, "Jialin, hurry up and take these to the car. Secure the food first." Everyone replied, "Understood. This will solve our immediate needs." Dongchun smiled affectionately. Chai ran up from a distance, calling out to Dongchun. Dongchun replied, "Yeah, what's up?" Chai said breathlessly, "Look at this." Everyone around them grew curious and turned to look. In Chai's hand was a jar containing a strange dark blue liquid. Dongchun asked, "Is this thing still alive?" Chai said, "Of course it is. I caught a few. Some were taken down during the battle. I thought they might be useful for cooking, so I brought them here." Dongchun looked at the jar containing the creature with excitement. He spoke up, "Excellent, gather all of them. I'm sure they'll be useful." Chai excitedly turned back, "Then let me go find more." "But your companion?" Wasn't too happy about it. Dongchun replied, "Thanks, man. Now no one is afraid to eat monsters anymore." Dongchun noticed the two surviving siblings outside the building. He spoke with them. "It wasn't a bad deal. Thanks to you, we were able to get a lot of items." The older sister said, "As you promised, you'll let us join your unit, right?" Dongchun replied, "Yes, but it won't be that easy." The younger brother still clung tightly to his sister and asked curiously, "Sis, will I get to join too?" Dongchun looked down at the boy and said cheerfully, "Now you have to become a soldier and know how to use a weapon." The boy asked curiously, "A weapon?" The main character looked down at them and thought, "In a world like this, we can't protect children anymore. You kids need the strength to protect yourselves. We don't know what might happen." The sister said resolutely to Dongchun, "All right, I want to do something useful too. Sudeok, I can do it right." The boy was also filled with determination. "Yes, sis." His sister comforted him, "Don't worry." The main character thought, "At the very least, you need to control your weight. Luckily, we don't have any temporary guards in the officers' barracks. And with the vehicles repaired, our mobility has also improved. We have food and supplies, so we'll be fine for a while." Dongchun felt somewhat relieved. Then he continued with his instructions. "Let's start tomorrow, all right?" The two kids were shocked. Tomorrow, Lee Sang-ah was also surprised and seemed to object. "Commander," but the main character had already made up his mind. "It's time to increase the number of awakeners." Everyone was still busy moving their things. There's a bustling sound. "This is almost like a PX. I can't believe we only have 9 hours to move." A soldier complained, "Can't we rest for a bit?" Dongchun couldn't force the issue either. "But we need to stay on guard, especially at times like these." Su-hyuk reports that the situation has temporarily improved, but there are still a few things. Dongchun spoke up. "Right. We should use this defensive position to build up our strength. It's time to do what we've been putting off. We're going to increase the number of awakened." Chai was surprised, "The awakened? But all the members of our unit are already awakened, aren't they?" Dongchun shook his head. "I think it's the survivors' turn now." Hanin was surprised. "What, you're going to awaken the survivors?" Hyuk also spoke up. "Sergeant Shin, I think this is too risky." Dongchun was silent. He thought, "Just as I figured, everyone's worried." But Chai explained in Dongchun's place. "Dongchun is right. The survivors need the strength to protect themselves. We figured out some of the know-how for awakening, so it can be done. We just need to proceed safely." Hanin then chimed in, "We all awakened recently without any incidents." Hyuk also agreed. "I'm sure no major accidents will happen." Dongchun then turned to Sang-ah and asked what she thought. Sang-ah, the leader of the special task force. Sang-ah thought for a moment, then replied, I'm worried about the people who trust and follow me. But in this situation, we need to take risks to survive. Chai cheerfully promised Sang-ah. I promise. I'll make sure no dangerous situations occur. Sang-ah agreed. All right, I trust you. However, isn't the decision up to the survivors? It was a difficult question that made Sang-ah wait silently for a response. Everyone else also fell silent, contemplating an answer. Dongchun chimed in, yeah, that's right. Finally, he made a decision. Let's go see what they think. Meanwhile, in the survivors' room, Dongchun was asking for the old supervisor's opinion. He said, I understand what you're all saying. I knew our turn would come eventually. Dongchun reassured him, there will be soldiers with you, so there's nothing to worry about. The old man agreed, all right. Actually, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Everyone in the unit was surprised. Really? Dongchun seemed to be more cheerful. The old man said, I don't want to keep being useless like this. I really want to do something helpful. One of the survivors in the crowd volunteered, that's right. We have to contribute too. I'm for it. Sitting around like this is boring me to death. Everyone's spirits were lifted. They unanimously declared, I'll awaken too, me too. Dongchun was now happy, his hopes soaring. I was worried for nothing. The little boy tugged on his mother's sleeve. He whimpered slightly. Mom. His mother kindly bent down to comfort him. It's okay. You'll have to enlist eventually anyway. The girls looked at each other with hope. The two sisters from before were also more enthusiastic. The younger sister asked the older one, Are you really okay with this, sis? She comforted her younger sister. You saw how strong those soldiers at the supermarket were. Right, this is a process we have to go through to become stronger. Sang-ah reported to the main character. It seems like most people have already made their decision. The main character remarked, I thought some people would object. This is a surprise. Sang-ah agreed everyone is completely on board. Without keeping everyone waiting, Dongchun began to command Su-hyuk and Gangju, forming a team. From now on, the hunt begins in earnest. Everyone, you have your orders. Dongchun's resolve hardened. Our Steel Legion will become even stronger. The soldiers had now taken down the beasts and held them down firmly for the survivors. The man holding the gun was trembling, staring at the monster's corpse. He closed his eyes, steeling his resolve. He aimed the gun straight at the monster's head and fired. The awakening window appeared before his eyes, leaving him stunned. Everyone around him also began to shoot and kill the monsters. Awakening windows began appearing before their eyes. One by one, a bright light flashed. One after another, they began to awaken. Everyone was overjoyed. They said, I'm an ice mage, right? And I'm a fire mage. Everyone cheered. I did it too. I can't believe I'm one of the awakened now. The old man looked at the system window before him in astonishment. He couldn't believe his eyes and said aloud, a blacksmith. Sang-ah excitedly ran over to inform Dongchun. She said, Mr. Bak has awakened as a blacksmith. Dongchun was surprised and asked, really? He felt happy. No wonder. He used to sharpen knives for a lot of us. There are many different roles. This is really good. Sang-ah smiled happily. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. It was Hanin. He spoke up. We've found new survivors. Both Dongchun and Sang-ah were surprised. Survivors? In the forest, a huge impact occurred, sending dirt, rocks, and trees flying everywhere. The impacts grew more intense. A person's voice shouted, Damn it! Everyone retreat. Gather at point 3. How are we supposed to run? Our escape route behind us is blocked. The middle-aged man spoke up. Then find another way out. Get out of here. At this rate, we're all going to die. We'll buy some time by luring it away. The foot of a massive creature slammed into the ground, making the earth tremble. Those footsteps rushed forward. It was a giant mutated elephant. A voice spoke up. That's no way to deal with a monster. The silhouette of a soldier stood on a rocky ledge. It was Dongchun and Hanin. Hanin also spoke up. Besides, an awakened at that level won't last long. Dongchun remained silent, assessing and observing. The group of survivors was quite large. It seemed they also had experience dealing with monsters. Shouldn't we help them? But we don't even know who they are. Getting involved would be a huge pain. The soldier with the buzz cut voiced his opinion. Are you saying we should just let them die like that? The soldier next to him said, Our safety comes first. Getting involved in this is just asking for trouble. Dongchun remained silent, thinking. Save them first, ask questions. Later. He turned back and said coolly to everyone, I understand everyone's concerns. But watching people die right in front of me, it doesn't sit right. Everyone else anxiously voiced their agreement. The main character also thought, making a quick decision is good for the soldiers. The commander gave the order, prepare for battle, move out. Dongchun patted Hanin's shoulder, instructing Hanin go handle it. The group of survivors below was struggling to deal with the mutated elephant. After a moment, the elephant was swiftly taken down by the soldiers. Dongchun then went to ask about the survivors' situation. Is everyone okay? The survivors weren't particularly surprised, but were rather more on guard. Soldiers. Where did you come from? Just then someone pointed a finger at them, with a look of astonishment. The giant monster. Immediately the people in the back started hissing. Everyone fell silent. Dongchun and his soldiers were confused. Why were they reacting like this? From within the crowd, someone pushed their way to the side. I'll talk to them. It was the middle-aged man from before. He carefully walked up to Dongchun. Dongchun guessed he must be the group's leader. He began to speak, "Hello, we are," but was cut off. The middle-aged man spoke defensively. What do you deserters have to do with us? We have nothing to give you. The whole lot of you get lost. Dongchun was completely stunned and confused. His mind was racing. Deserters. What did you say, deserters? Is that how you talk to the people who just saved your lives? The man replied, Oh, well. He bowed his head and said, Yes, I apologize. It's just that the world is so dangerous these days. Please try to understand our situation. Dongchun didn't know what else to say. Even so, he thought. The man's eyes began to scan. All over Dongchun, from the knife he held in his hand to the breast pocket of his uniform. The main character looked displeased. Why is he sizing us up like that? Why are they so wary of soldiers? Finally, the man spoke up once more. We are very grateful that you saved our lives, but we really have nothing to give you. The main character grew even more confused. We didn't even ask for anything, so why do they keep... He hurriedly tried to explain. We're not deserters. Our entire unit is just... The middle-aged man cut him off once again. Please just spare us this one time. Rongchun was at a complete loss for words. They wouldn't listen to anything. Just then the sound of footsteps was heard approaching from a distance. It was Kim Un-kuk. He spoke up to clarify. Everything he said is true. Hello, I am First Lieutenant Kim Un-kuk from the 423 Defense Battalion, a unit directly under the 12th Army Corps, Ground Operations Command. The middle-aged man finally dropped his defensive posture and said cheerfully, An officer, no wonder, all the soldiers look so disciplined. Kim Un-kuk spoke up. My original position was company commander, but I am currently the acting battalion commander. The people around them also began to let their guard down. So you guys are really regular soldiers, thank God. You're real soldiers, not deserters, right? Watching from the sidelines, Cha-yi was also speechless. What the hell? Rongchun closed his eyes and assessed the situation. Their attitude has changed completely. Meanwhile, the first lieutenant was still putting on a show, talking and laughing heartily. Everyone, you don't have to worry anymore. Rongchun also let go of his worries and thought, First Lieutenant Kim really has a good image. Just as he had that thought, First Lieutenant Kim Un-kuk turned and winked at him, which startled Rongchun, causing him to take a few steps back. First Lieutenant Kim continued his discussion with the leader of the group of survivors. But why did you think we were deserters? We thought you would ask us for protection. The other man replied, there's a reason for that. Before this, we tried to find a military barracks that we knew of. At that time, a scene from the man's memory appeared. A desolate landscape teeming with monsters. All the soldiers have been wiped out. Monsters have taken over the entire barracks. So we gave up and turned back. But then we discovered soldiers fleeing and abandoning their posts. Since they're soldiers, they obviously have weapons. Back in the present, Lieutenant Kim assessed the situation. It seems they've been using them for malicious purposes. Yongchun finally let go of his frustrating thoughts. So that's what was happening. That's why they were so wary of us. The people around them also began to speak up. A lot of people have been robbed by deserter soldiers. If they only took our things, it would be one thing, but they've also been taking our people. They're completely insane. The leader of the group of people also spoke up. On top of that, there's a rumor that someone saw deserter soldiers in this area. We were originally just trying to get to a place that didn't have too many zombies, so we had no choice but to come here. When we saw your military uniforms, we immediately thought you were those deserter soldiers. We're truly sorry, Lieutenant Kim replied sympathetically. It's okay, I understand. Yongchun then stepped closer and spoke again. We're looking for forces that can fight alongside us. Wouldn't it be better to join forces during times like these? The other survivors watched intently. The man looked skeptically at Yongchun for a moment. Then finally he spoke. We really appreciate it, but we'll have to decline. Even though you aren't the deserter soldiers, the idea of us joining up with people we've just met. Our main character noted how truly cautious the man was. The middle-aged man continued his reasoning. Besides, because of those deserter soldiers, we have a bad impression of soldiers in general. Please try to understand. Yongchun was sympathetic. I understand, so what do you all plan to do next? The group of people watched and listened. That man then stammered. Actually, there's a rumor that there's a group in this area that has managed to secure a large amount of essential supplies. Everyone was curious. A rumor. The other person continued, I heard about a group of survivors who have a lot of food and weapons, but their problem is that they don't have enough people. The rumor is that they're looking for other survivors to join them in exchange for sharing their weapons and food. Everyone in the unit looked at each other bewildered. Dongchun was also really surprised. He thought, they have a lot of food and weapons. but something sounds fishy. He spoke up and asked, "There's a lot about this that seems suspicious. Is this rumor reliable?" The leader of the survivors answered bluntly, "Right now, where are you going to find information that's 100% reliable? Perhaps joining you guys might be a better option. But we trust civilian survivors more than soldiers from the South. Please understand." "I understand. Thanks for the information." The other side replied in kind, "We're truly grateful that you saved our lives. If we ever meet again someday, we'll definitely repay this debt." The main character bid farewell. "Yes, take care." The other man finally managed a small smile. "I hope you survive as well." The main character's group watched as the other group quietly left. Cha-E spoke up once the survivors were completely gone. That was disappointing. Dongchun was curious and somewhat agreed. However, they were a pretty big group. It would have been great if we could have persuaded them to join us. "It's not as easy as I thought. I thought the image of soldiers would help," Dongchun sighed. "Turns out, some other people have ruined our image. We should consider this too." Elliot thought, "Yeah, let's do it." "The armed gravediggers, huh?" At that moment, someone from the group's camp spoke up. "It's going to be hard to operate in this area now. Looks like the rumor has spread." "A rumor?" The guy with the spiky brown hair who seemed to be the boss here spoke up. "What else?" "There's a rumor that there are gravediggers here." The guy with the bangs replied, "Should we really be calling ourselves gravediggers?" The spiky-haired guy yelled, "There's nothing wrong with it, right?" The guy with the bangs complained, "The setup here is fine, but we overlooked this possibility of a rumor spreading about us. It's already hard to move around because of the monsters. How did the rumor spread so fast?" The other guy frowned. "This is really bad. Our last slave died, so I was planning on grabbing one of the survivors. We meet next." The other guy retorted, "That's why I said we shouldn't have killed them." The spiky-haired guy grumbled, "How was I supposed to know it would turn out like this?" He sighed. "Hey, you said people wouldn't come here because of the rumors, right? So why don't we just stop doing this?" What are you talking about?" The guy with the bangs explained, "We can't live like this forever. Why don't we go to the desolate mountains and plant crops on that land? Then we wouldn't have any problems with food." The spiky-haired guy shot back, "Hey, are you crazy? What's wrong with your head? Farming in the mountains. What if monsters show up?" The guy with the bangs hesitated. "We can handle most monsters with our guns." The other guy retorted, "Suppose you take one of them down with a gun. What about when others show up because of the gunshot?" While the other guy didn't know what to say, the guy with the spiky hair continued talking. "Have you forgotten? The monsters already came to our unit. We only survived because we got lucky. If the monsters swarmed us like last time, we'd be totally screwed." The young-looking guy helplessly asked for an opinion. "So you want to keep living like this? Capturing people and using them as slaves?" The guy with the brown spiky hair questioned the young guy. "What's the problem? It's pretty convenient, isn't it? If you don't like it, then shut up and deal with it, you bastard." The young guy pressed his lips together, feeling conflicted. He didn't know whether to leave or stay. The spiky-haired guy saw this in the other's eyes. He thought to himself, "He seems to be seriously considering it. I don't care if he leaves and dies. But if he touches the guns and ammo, I won't let him off easy." This guy turned away, still scheming. Or maybe I should just kill him now. Suddenly, a guy with messy hair rushed in. He reported to Jin Do-ung that a group was passing by nearby. The other guy was surprised. "What?" The spiky-haired guy smiled sinisterly. "Perfect. It seems they haven't heard the rumors yet. Get the magazines ready. We're going to catch some new slaves." The young-haired guy seemed excited. "Yes." They urged each other on. "Come on, hurry up." They were now secretly observing the group of people. In fact, it was the main character's group approaching. The leader whispered, "Wait, are they soldiers? It doesn't look like they're from a local unit. Could they be deserters? If they're soldiers, shouldn't we just let them go?" But then they figured it out, didn't they? Those guys aren't carrying guns. The guy with the spiky brown hair gave a sinister smile. "You're right. Did they lose everything when they fled?" They slowly got up and started giving each other orders. "You guys cover me from behind." The young-looking one asked, "Are you going?" He smiled smugly. "I was the youngest before we deserted, so I should be the one to go." All of them agreed. "All right then." Then one of them suddenly appeared. He gave an order to the main character's group. "You guys over there, hand over everything you have." The main character's group stepped back defensively. "What? There's someone up ahead." Just then Rongchun noticed. "A soldier. He's holding a gun." It's the guy with spiky brown hair. He was pointing his gun at the main character's group. He ordered smugly, "Don't move if you don't want to die." Rongchun's entire group raised their hands at gunpoint. Kangin whispered to Rongchun, "Those must be the deserters." Rongchun replied, "We're meeting them sooner than expected." The guy started to threaten them. "Don't try anything stupid. I have people positioned behind you too." Rongchun whispered to Cha-E, "This isn't going to be easy. Can we win against soldiers with guns?" Cha-E spoke up. "As long as we don't get hit in the face, we should be fine. If they've awakened as marksmen, then it might be difficult. But it doesn't look like they've awakened yet." The guy with spiky brown hair got closer. He commanded, "Hurry up and hand over everything you have. You also have supplies hidden somewhere else, don't you? The main characters group remained silent. Cha-i whispered a plan. If they haven't awakened, can't we just overpower them right away? Rong-chun observed them with a sharp gaze. You all heard that, didn't you? The people in the back eagerly started getting ready. Smug grins spread across each of their faces. The spiky-haired guy, confused, asked, "Why are you all suddenly laughing?" Then, quick as a flash, a group from the protagonist's side charged at the guy completely by surprise. The guy panicked, waving his gun wildly. What the hell is this? But before he could even process it, the barrel of his gun was snapped with bare hands. Kang-in said smugly, "Scared now, are you?" The guy, still in shock, looked blankly at the group behind him. The spiky brown-haired guy yelled, "How are they so fast? I can't even take aim." The guy with the bangs shouted, "You idiot!" This is no time to be worrying about that. As he was aiming through his scope, a smug smile appeared in his sights, which caught him by surprise. The people on the protagonist's side had rushed forward and disabled these guys' weapons. These cowards could only beg, "Please spare me." By now, the whole group of 5 had been rounded up. The protagonist's side began to question them. "So monsters appeared in your unit? And you guys just managed to run away?" The guy stammered, "Yes," Yong-chun said loudly. "And you didn't care about your other members because you just assumed they were dead." The guy answered honestly, "That's right." Someone from the protagonist's group threatened angrily, "You guys are complete scum. You don't give a damn if anyone else lives or dies." Yong-chun narrowed his eyes and sighed. "Anyway, at least you managed to gather some ammunition. There's also a large amount of food and oil inside." Cha-hyun pointed at the guys and demanded, "How much did you steal?" The guy with the bangs cried out, "It's a misunderstanding. Actually, our unit was an ammunition battalion. That's why we have so many." The spiky-haired guy anxiously interrupted, "Hey, you." The main character's group remembered his words. Both Cha-i and Kang-in were stunned. A whole battalion of ammunition? That's what everyone in the unit is saying. So that's why there's so much ammo. If we can pull this off, we can solve our ammunition problem, all in one go. Chai turned to the protagonist cheerfully. "Soo-hyun is going to be so happy about this." Dong-chun agreed. "Yeah, that's right. While shooting wastes ammo and makes a lot of noise, a sharpshooter's firepower can overcome those weaknesses." Dong-chun smirked and commanded, "So what are you waiting for?" But the spiky-haired guy, his blood boiling, objected. "Who said I was going to give you any information? My unit is not leaving this place. So kill us or do whatever you want." Dong-chun sighed. He was supposed to be their leader. Suddenly, the spiky-haired guy looked up, his eyes wide with terror. "Wait, what is that? A monster. There's a monster over there." Quick look. The protagonist's group turned around in shock. A monster! Behind them, the silhouette of a giant mutated bird appeared. It let out a massive shriek towards the soldiers. At that moment, this monster was hovering right over the soldiers' heads. The whole group panicked. "We're done for. It's going to bring the whole flock." Chai yelled to Dong-chun. "It's too dangerous." "Let's go now," Dong-chun asked worriedly. "But what about them?" Chai faltered. "Oh, right. What should we do?" The spiky-haired guy was no longer acting tough. He had become completely weak. Crying, he begged, "Please take us with you. Please just this once save us." His whole group was crying and begging, "We were wrong. If you save us this kindness, we will never forget it. We'll all die if we stay here. We're in the same situation. Aren't you going to help us?" The spiky-haired guy continued to plead with them. "We'll give you anything you want, please." The main character thought for a moment. After saying all that, now they're begging for their lives. Deserters are supposed to be executed on the spot. That's the rule. I could just leave them here to die. But I need information about the ammunition battalion. Then Dong-chun spoke up, giving a clear order to everyone. "Listen up. Any deserters who want to join will be admitted into the unit. So make your choice. Come with us, or die." And so the whole group ran through the dangerous place together. The main character's system activated. Low-grade cook's beef jerky, imbued with sincerity. And the wearer's steps become lighter. A degraded version of the Slayer's swift feet trait. The Beast Slayer boasts incredible speed and movement. Walking speed and jump height approach superhuman levels. However, as this is a degraded version, side effects may occur. Everyone was ecstatic. "My legs feel incredibly light. I feel like I could even outrun a car. Even monsters would flee in surprise." Dong-chun watched everyone with a happy expression. He exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to be this effective." One person shouted with admiration, "Sergeant, this food of yours is amazing." Another person agreed. "This is also great for blowing off steam." Suddenly, Dong-chun's gaze hardened. He felt a strange sense of liberation. Somehow, I'm getting fired up too. Since it's come to this, run to the old spot. Keep a tight rein on the deserters. The group clearly acknowledged the order. Model, the Tier 5 guys in the back were screaming, "Please slow the hell down." 2 days later at the main group's encampment, Sangha spoke up, asking their commander Dong-chun, "Are you feeling any better?" "Thanks," Dong-chun said. The side effects have finally subsided. Sang-A commented, I really thought we'd all be bedridden for 2 days from muscle pain. Dongchun replied, I know we should have avoided that monster and taken it slow. We were just too excited. He asked about the 5-star recruits, and Sang-A replied, their condition seems serious, since they still haven't woken up. Dongchun closed his eyes, looking pleased. All right, continue to monitor them. When they wake up, they'll taste hell. I'm going to completely retrain them, using my special sauce, and they'll live as the janitors of our unit. After all, we need people for the menial jobs anyway, so this will work out just fine. Just then, Sang-A excitedly announced, Oh, have you heard? Dongchun asked curiously. What is it? Sang-A explained, Today, Sujon and Suhyuk have awakened. Really? Dongchun asked, surprised. That's right, Sang-A replied. As of now, all the survivors have been awakened. Dongchun rejoiced internally, Oh, this is great. The next day, Dongchun checked his system window, remarking, Ha, it's so quiet. The system window displayed Steel Legion Guild Commander, Vice Commander Shin Jong-chun, Lee Min-ze-jon, Kang In-sel, Suhyuk Lee Sang-a Park Ta-jun. Total members 128, Dongchun assessed. We've grown to 128 members now. There are no more survivors in our unit. Everyone has found their place in the Legion. Someone opened the door and announced, Commander. Everyone has assembled. Dongchun turned around with a smile. Got it, I'm on my way. The former survivors had been issued military uniforms. The troops stood in neat formation. Dongchun praised them all. You've done a great job. The uniforms suit everyone well. Everyone was filled with excitement. Dongchun continued his speech. With the recent awakenings, in many different aspects, we will gain more strength from now on. That's why I have a proposal to make. Dongchun paused for a moment. Kangan said, Yeah, go ahead and say it. Che asked curiously. Dongchun, don't tell me it's about... Dongchun smiled and replied, That's right, it's the issue of guarding the ammunition depot. Just then, Suhyuk cheerfully piped up, Sergeant Shin, are you for real? The others started murmuring, guarding the ammunition depot. Are you serious? There haven't been any problems so far. That place seems dangerous with all those explosives. The main group listened, assessing the situation. Looks like there are a lot of objections. Just then, Major Kim stepped forward and said, There is an ammunition supply point. It's also known as an ASP. It's called an ammunition supply point, or an ammunition battalion. The people below asked curiously, Major Kim continued, It has many names, but its role is very simple. It's a place where ammunition is stored, to supply nearby units. Dongchun considered this. It's been a while since he's acted like a proper officer. Guess he's still useful after all. Major Kim continued. ASPs are actually vast areas. In terms of unit structure, it's at the same battalion level as our unit, but its area is much larger than ours, because ammunition has a high probability of exploding, and if something goes wrong, it can lead to a chain reaction explosion. So even when storing munitions, they can't be placed too close together. So the buildings are all large and spread out. It's safer this way. Someone gave their opinion. I get it. But in the end, that's not the point. Isn't it still dangerous if there are monsters inside? Songchun was silent. Then he spoke up, That's right. Ammunition isn't as important as our lives. But we are soldiers. Just look at the other military units that were wiped out. Look at how it happened. Reclaiming the military base is our duty. So I expect everyone to cooperate. Immediately after that, everyone began to be assigned to their positions. Hurry up and check the equipment and the supplies needed for combat. Team leaders confirm and report clearly, sir. Early in the morning, Dongchun turned to Ha-lin and Suhyuk. Suhyuk, the sniper team, will join us this time. Suhyuk acknowledged the order, understood. Then at the medical bay, Chun was reporting on the condition of the 5 deserters. Commander, the 5 deserters are still unable to move, Dongchun remarked. Is that so? That's a pity. It would have been better if they could have guided us. In the command center, the key personnel were discussing the plan. Captain Kim spoke up. If you look down from here right now, everyone can see a part of the ammunition battalion. Dongchun was skeptical, really. Captain Kim explained, That's right. I used to take this mountain path when going to the battalion. Dongchun considered, If that's true, this information is extremely useful. Being able to observe the inside of the unit beforehand will significantly reduce the risk. The modified transport vehicles were mobilized. Everything was going according to plan. This is the operational range of the modified vehicles. A soldier reported, We have finally completed the mobile kitchen vehicle that you requested, Commander. The main character remarked, Whoa, impressive. With a very stern and determined look on his face, Dongchun resolved, It's finally ready. Dawn had just broken over the mountain range. The day begins. The ammunition barracks were now completely in ruins. Someone remarked, But it seems too quiet. Chai had a piece of jerky in her mouth while assessing the deserters. She said they had fought against many monsters. Dongchun agreed, Yeah. I wonder if they're hiding in the buildings like zombies, Chai asked curiously. Is it possible the monsters killed all the soldiers and then left the battalion? This base is only valuable to us. From the monster's point of view, they probably don't need it. Dongchun agreed as well. Yeah, that's right. But he was still thinking. But why did those lizards keep attacking our base like that? They attacked more than 10 times in one day, Chai said nonchalantly. Probably to eat us. But Dongchun had a different idea. Thinking about our fight with their leader, it wasn't the stupid type. It must have known that launching continuous attacks was pointless. And yet it still carried out those raids, which were almost suicidal. Chai started to see his point. If it were me, I would have moved on to easier prey by now. Dongchun concluded, if my theory is correct, I think they have another purpose. One aimed at suppressing humanity's military power. Chai turned in surprise. Suppressing humanity's military power. Dongchun confirmed, that's right. If the soldiers are wiped out, but the military base is left intact, then the survivors, it can find it and use the weapons to rebuild their forces. So if they intend to weaken humanity's military strength, I don't think they would leave the military bases standing. It won't be retaken so easily. Chai swallowed his last piece of meat. He crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. In any case, that's just my guess. I hope there aren't any monsters here. Everyone continuously scouted the barracks. One area was discovered to be safe. Everyone coordinated well with each other and moved forward. We decided to split our forces and advance as one team, checking each area. The veteran soldiers swept the area with a high level of caution. Someone yelled, "Clear!" Then the whole group rushed forward to continue scouting. They advanced once the path was properly secured. The modified vehicle moved inside. The squad commander ordered the vehicle to a halt. In front of them now was the ammunition storage. Someone exclaimed, "This is the ammo depot. It's huge. It looks like it stretches into the mountain." Are we worrying too much? There aren't any monsters at all. Chai took charge and ordered everyone to stay alert. We don't know what's waiting for us inside. Dongchun stood to one side. He gave an order to squad leaders Kang In-soo and Hyuk. "Follow me, we'll go in first." The two of them received the order, "Yes, sir." Dongchun stepped forward, his eyes scanning the area. He looked at a dent that had appeared on the warehouse door. He hoped to himself, I hope my worries are wrong. The three-point men opened the warehouse door and entered with extreme caution. Dongchun raised a hand to cover his nose. The smell was awful. As they stepped forward, each of their feet got tangled in thick spider webs. Both Hyuk and Kang In-soo were taken aback. Even Dongchun was a bit surprised. "What is this?" "Spider webs. I know this place hasn't been operational for a long time, but this is a bit much." Dongchun cleared away the webs in front of him. "This doesn't seem to be a natural phenomenon." Behind them, the commander shouted, "Shin is over there!" Kang In looked up in shock. He exclaimed, "There are giant eggs everywhere!" "Damn it!" Dongchun wondered, are these the monster eggs? So this is why it was so quiet. The eggs began to stir. Some of them started to crack. The cracks grew wider and wider. Sharp legs poked out from the inside, breaking through the shells. This was happening to every single one of them. The spiderlings had broken their shells and were crawling out, surrounding Dongchun's group. The whole group was horrified. "Are they hatching because we came in here?" Dongchun turned around and ordered, "You two get out. Go on ahead, I need to find their weakness. And tell Lieutenant Kim to get ready for battle." The two of them turned and acknowledged, "Yes, sir." Dongchun activated his chef system. At that moment, the spiderlings began to move. Information about them appeared before Dongchun's eyes. Low-level cooking secret. You have just learned an incomplete method to prepare the Azakron white spider. Dongchun was surprised. Incomplete. The spiders' faces turned aggressive. The system continued its notification. The liquid form of this specimen is highly prized for its unique tenderness and is favored by many gourmands. However, unlike the adult form, the meat is still in a very soft liquid state, so care must be taken during preparation. Dongchun turned towards the door, thinking an incomplete method. Then we have a chance. The spiderlings swarmed out, chasing after them. Their faces were extremely ferocious, but Dongchun was still one step ahead of them. He was calculating his next move. There's no need to aim for their weak spots anymore. The spiders were now chasing Dongchun as he ran outside. Everyone was on guard as they swarmed out. Dongchun assessed the unit. We're strong enough to handle these defective products without worrying about our weaknesses. He shouted loudly, "Don't focus on your weaknesses. Just crush them all. Begin the attack." Everyone charged in at once, attacking the spiders, furiously with all the abilities they had. Rehwan charged forward, his eyes filled with determination. He leaped up and cast a seal towards the spider below. The people below also used their innate abilities simultaneously. Dongchun, with a knife in hand, slashed through the horde of spiders. He was still assessing the situation. Up until now, we've only eaten dried meat and combat rations, but the effects from the dishes enhanced, with ingredients gathered from the supermarket, are on a whole other level. He slashed through the spiders with great enthusiasm. Deep inside the armory, the shadow of a much larger spider appeared. It walked with quick, nimble steps. Its roars were ferocious and constant. It was a species that had gained sentience. It began to summon, "Wake up. We must leave this place immediately. These new invaders are much stronger than before. We have not yet fully recovered, so fighting now will cost us too dearly. Our top priority is the survival of our species. So hurry." The ferocious beast mobilized a stream of red energy. Its eyes glowed brightly, a gaze full of menace. It seemed there was a force pulling the strings causing the spiders to invade and occupy human military facilities. Do not let anyone take them. The Spider Queen seemed to be receiving an order on a screen. Opposing system. Swarms of small spiders began to move. They crawled nimbly over the ammunition crates. Over on this side, everyone's taking stock of the 5mm ammo depot. There's so much ammo. Hey, there are shell casings over there too. Hurry up and move them outside. Everyone was cheering excitedly. Dongchun was talking with Sang-ah. Wow, I didn't expect them to be this excited. Looks like they're more enthusiastic about this. Then my cooking, huh? Sang-ah turned to Dongchun and said, "Don't you know, Commander?" Dongchun looked puzzled. "Know what?" Sang-ah revealed. Actually, the riflemen have been really stressed out because of the pressure to conserve their ammo. Now they don't have to worry anymore. Meanwhile, Su-hyuk ordered his men to clear out the remaining storerooms. "Let's go." Dongchun also felt happy and somewhat relieved. I guess I'd feel the same way if I were short on ingredients. It's been a while since we've seen Su-hyuk smile. Meanwhile, Mr. Bak's group was being extremely cautious. He called out to the two girls behind him. "Girls, there are a lot of spiderwebs in there." The two girls yelled, "Mr. Bak, there's something over there." Mr. Bak was surprised. He quickly ran over. He raised his knife towards the quivering spiderweb in front of him. The two girls clung to each other in fear. He slashed down once, then again. Mr. Bak was completely stunned. Before him was a fresh nest of spider cocoons. He exclaimed, "Could it be?" Soldiers then came in to investigate. Inside each cocoon was the corpse of the soldiers from this barracks. Looks like these were the soldiers from the ammunition battalion. They might have been alive until a few weeks ago. Someone asked, "Huh, you mean they were still alive when they were put in here?" Another soldier asked curiously, "I heard that spiders don't eat their prey immediately, to paralyze and then preserve them." Dongchun asked why. Bak spoke up, "Probably to keep them fresh. They're planning to provide fresh food for their offspring. Still, they couldn't have survived." Dongchun assessed the situation. So many soldiers died here. He grimaced as he looked at each soldier's body. His eyes held a trace of sympathy. That's right. Our unit was also attacked by those monsters. A difficult memory surfaced. He closed his eyes, as if mourning the fate of the unlucky ones. Just then, Kang In asked the sergeant for his opinion. "Sir, how should we handle this?" Dongchun said. "For now, let's collect 10 dog tags and retreat. Gather the bodies in one place. We'll give them a proper funeral after we retake the base." Everyone received their orders and moved out. "Yes, sir." "Get the bodies out first." One by one, they carried the bodies and ammunition outside. "The ammo is this way." Just then, Kang In received his orders. "Kang In, check all the routes back." Elsewhere, Dongchun directed the others. "There are unhatched spider eggs here." He thought to himself, "The armory seems to have been used as a hatchery. And for the spider's eggs," he was now speaking with Cha-A. "They must have decided this was the safest place." Cha-A spoke up, in other words. "Monsters must jump out every time someone opens an armory." Dongchun looked over at everyone. They were all serious, ready for his command. At that moment, a thought struck Dongchun. The idea that the other armories would also be nests for the monsters was now a certainty. And right after that, everyone was organized for an assault, to retake every single armory. This is so easy. We've fought these things before, so this is a piece of cake. It's a wrap. Everyone cheered happily. "We won. We don't have to worry about a thing. Now we've captured the ammunition depot." Everyone joyfully threw their arms around each other's shoulders to celebrate. But then, just as that complacent thought crossed their minds, a massive tremor erupted from above them. Caught off guard, everyone's faces turned pale and tense. Dirt and rocks flew up like a storm, and then, from within the dusty ruins, a massive figure appeared. It was the Spider Queen hidden in the shadows. Its eyes flashed with a sharp glint. It let out a sky-shattering roar. The monster stood menacingly on top of an armory. It continued to bellow a terrifying, ear-splitting shriek. Shockwave from its scream spread out in all directions. Incredibly powerful. The main character's system announced, "Kalania, the final queen of Azakron, is expressing her fury." The shockwaves from the roar echoed everywhere. Each wave shook the nearby structures. The queen's wrath engulfed the battlefield. Everyone was in agony. They clutched their ears, trying to block out the horrifying scream. The combat ability of the Azakron white spider race has been increased several times over. Everyone started to panic. The entire armory was shaking. That's the matriarch. The combat ability of the allied forces has been greatly reduced. The main character's group was also struggling to resist. Dongchun said, "This is terrifying," model. He started to imagine an area of effect spell. It weakens the enemy and strengthens our allies. The Lizard Man leader also used this. Then from inside the armories, small clashes erupted. One ammo depot after another was breached. From inside, swarms of spiderlings poured out. They let out piercing shrieks. Everyone was on high alert. They were coming from every direction. It seemed like all the spiders in every depot had awakened. Everyone was becoming overwhelmed with anxiety. Are we going to get surrounded like this? Cha-yi, his face pale, asked Dong-chun for guidance. Dong-chun, what do we do? Facing them head-on is basically suicide. Dong-chun glanced at Cha-yi with concern. He knew that. That's right, we can't defeat this many. But we can't just give up either. And before that fear can spread, we have to seize the upper hand. That means if we take down the queen, the rest will fall into disarray. Dong-chun stood thinking for a moment. Then he finally made a move. He turned to everyone and gave an order. Get in the vehicles. Everyone was surprised. What are we retreating? Yeah, this seems impossible, doesn't it? But Dong-chun thought differently. No. In situations like this, taking out the leader is the best option. We're going to kill the Spider Queen. Everyone was shocked to hear this. The Queen Dong-chun nodded in confirmation. Immediately, the group sprang into action. The modified vehicles started moving. The commander shouted, "Driver, full speed ahead!" Luckily, the spiders were slower than our vehicles. All of them were getting sliced to bits by the reinforced blades. These combat vehicles are amazing. Just then, an ammo depot appeared in front of them. Trang Trung shouted, "Over there!" I can see the Queen's depot. Soo-hyuk asked, "The entire mountain is an ammo depot." Lieutenant Kim spoke up, "That's where our unit used to get its ammo supply. This is the largest depot in the ammunition supply battalion." Dong-chun was skeptical if that was the case. At that moment, a soldier unconsciously looked back. The Queen Spider was moving on the mountain. "It's hiding back there," the soldier shouted. "The Queen is trying to escape." He continued speaking. "I thought it would charge straight at us." Dong-chun assessed, "They're smarter than we thought. It's trying to lure us to a place that's advantageous for it, probably inside the armory." By now, all vehicles had gathered at the largest armory. The commander ordered the combat team, "Open that large steel door." The squad leader acknowledged the order, "Yes, sir." The commander continued, "Drivers use the vehicles to form a barricade in front of the steel door." Dong-chun commanded each squad, "We need to stop the other spiders from getting in, while we take down the Queen." Dong-chun acknowledged, "Understood." At this point, everyone was inside the armory. Dong-chun reminded everyone to stay alert. "Stay calm and get into formation. The Queen, it is very close. The Queen is one problem, but there are so many of her minions around." The smaller spiders looked enraged as if they were about to charge. Cha-A spoke up, "Guard spiders. They look tougher than expected." "Dong-chun, find their weakness quickly." Dong-chun replied, "Got it." He quickly used Chef's Eyes. Chef's Eyes have been activated. Low-level cooking insight. You have gained a better understanding of how to prepare the white Azakron spider. While the forelegs of the Azakron are rated as excellent forging materials, they are very difficult to use as a food ingredient. The shells of the body parts, excluding the forelegs, can be easily removed after applying heat. Dong-chun shouted, "Do you see the weak point? Unlike the smaller spiders from before, they're fully grown. Everyone be careful." Hyuk asked worriedly, "Is this going to be okay?" Dong-chun reassured him, "We have to make it okay if we want to survive." Kangan and Sangha were both on edge. Chai was a bit sarcastic, "That's how it is in the army." "Right," Dong-chun ordered everyone to focus. The Spider Queen then began to shriek, mobilizing. The soldier spiders with their sharp legs. They sent several soldiers flying. They were thrown far into the distance. The soldiers struggled to deal with the damn spiders. "Get out of the way, you damn spiders." They're insanely determined to protect their queen. Dong-chun was also fighting fiercely. He managed to plunge his knife into a soldier spider. Grunt, "They can actually think. I didn't think they'd eat the stat-reducing food, even when I threw it to them." Dong-chun dodged and landed a slash. He sliced clean through one of the soldier spider's legs. He thought to himself that he had to end this quickly. But at this rate, the battle would only drag on. "I have to find a way." Finally, the soldier spiders were taken down one by one. The soldiers got a moment to breathe. "We've only taken down 4 of them," Hyuk reported to the commander. "Sergeant, are you all right?" Dong-chun replied, "What's the situation on the other side?" Hyuk said, "We can't get through." Kangan is struggling in the center. The situation isn't good. Sergeant Lee Min-che's side isn't making any progress either. Luckily, the Spider Queen hasn't made a move yet, but it seems to be injured. I can see the wound on its body. It must have fought someone before us. The commander was surprised. It's this strong even while injured. Soo-hyuk anxiously asked, "Should we?" Dong-chun fell silent, deep in thought. Just then, Sangha ran over frantically to report. "Commander, we have a huge problem. They're starting to come through the gate." Dong-chun hurriedly asked, "They're already in?" Sangha replied, "Yes, if we don't act now." Dong-chun grew anxious. "Damn it. What should I do? Retreat, should we run? But if just..." When combat vehicle gets flipped over, it'll be a disaster. Is there no other way? He fell into a thoughtful silence. Both Sang-A and Hyuk were waiting for his final decision. On the spider webs covering the missiles, Dongchun noticed something. The ammunition crates were also covered in webs. An idea flashed in his mind. That's it. He turned and gave Sang-A an order. "Sang, a call for the fire mages." Sang-A was startled. "What? Oh, yes, sir." At that moment, Hyuk asked in surprise, "Why fire mages all of a sudden?" The main character explained, "We're going to change our strategy a bit. Targeting the broodmother is impossible. We're going to lure the monsters into the ammunition depot." Hyuk was still confused. "What do you mean?" But Dongchun just ordered, "Get ready to retreat." His eyes were sharp. "Just let the spiders enter the depot." Hyuk said urgently, "Don't tell me." The main character cut him off. "That's right. We're going to blow up the entire depot." Hyuk then understood, his face filled with determination. At this point, a group of people had been gathered by Dongchun to discuss the plan. They reported all 7 fire mages have assembled. Sir Dongchun immediately discussed the plan with them. "Let me ask you guys something. Can you use your magic to delay an explosion for a bit?" One of them asked, "You mean delay the detonation time?" How is that possible? Dongchun wasn't sure either, but he still decided. "Then delay the time and cast your magic on the missiles and artillery shells. Delay it by about 3 minutes. Start when I give the signal. The people outside have other missions." They started shouting for everyone to scatter. "Get the survivors on the vehicles first. Lure the spiders inside." Everyone hastily coordinated and gave orders. "Get the steel doors open and lead them in." So Hyuk and his team were now carrying out the rest of the plan. "Driver, as soon as everyone is on board, start the engine and drive as fast as you can. Get as far away from the armory as possible." Meanwhile, Dongchun was fiercely holding off the spiders at the armory. "Luckily, the spiders aren't actively attacking us. It seems their priority is to protect the queen spider." The queen spider was still observing the main character's group with its glowing eyes. Dongchun didn't take his eyes off the queen spider either. "It probably doesn't think we're going to blow this place up." Just then, someone ran in with a timely report. "Sergeant, the mages are ready for the signal." Dongchun, Cha-Ae, and Kang-In immediately took action. "Good, light it up." The fire mages were now activating their fire magic formations. "Everyone focus, you must aim precisely at the target." The entire group strained with determination. Energy began to form within each magic circle. The light of fire started to appear. A glow flashed from within each formation. 3-minute countdown. Dongchun ordered all troops to retreat and abandon the armory. Kang-In and Sang-A, their faces full of determination, began to move. Cha-Ae yelled, "Get out, retreat, that's an order!" Everyone rushed out in a flood, running through the doors and climbing onto the vehicles one by one, despite the swarm of spiders closing in. "All troops are on board. Most of the spiders are inside now. Only the mages and the vanguard are left. Come on, let's go help them." Countdown 2 minutes and 43 seconds left. The main character and the vanguard team remained, holding the line and clearing a path. Kang-In said tensely, "Combat team, wait a little longer. They're almost at the vehicles." Just then the queen spider made its move. Its gaze intensified. Countdown 2 minutes and 28 seconds. The teams outside began to report in. "All forces except the vanguard have assembled and are starting to move. Vehicles that are ready go now." The vehicles started to depart. The commander over there gave the order to run. "Get as far away from the armory as possible." The vanguard finally made it outside. They yelled to close both doors. "Don't let them escape. We can't let them push us back." Countdown 1 minute and 52 seconds. Dongchun slipped outside with agility. "All right, everyone's safe." But before he could feel relieved, a pair of glowing eyes appeared right at the closing doorway. It was the queen spider. Its front leg shot up, sending all the soldiers who were closing the door flying. They were all stunned, unable to fight back. "It's the queen spider," it shrieked. A purple light gathered in its mouth. Countdown 1 minute and 37 seconds. Its powerful front leg lunged forward like a spear, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind. Even the soldiers who dodged in time were utterly terrified. "It's too strong. Push harder. If that door opens, we're all dead." "Shield unit, protect the soldiers. The rest of you draw its attention now." The shield unit struggled to block the tip of the monster's razor-sharp claw, but they were all knocked away by it. Someone quickly reported to the sergeant, "Sir, I've imbued the sword with fire as you instructed." "Good, bring it here quickly." The man ran over. He asked doubtfully, "Won't this be too hot for you?" Dongchun didn't flinch. He just took the blade and said, "It's fine." He held it tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. After all, a chef is more than used to high temperatures. Countdown 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining. He charged forward, ordering everyone. "Everyone fall back, now I'll finish this." One person was surprised. "What, but—" Dongchun just ordered, "Hurry up. If the warehouse explodes, this whole area will be destroyed." The other person retreated, acknowledging the order, understood. The main character's blade glowed with the power of fire. The soldier who had just retreated signaled for everyone behind him to fall back quickly. Everyone take out dried meat number 4 now. We have to run as fast as we can. As everyone else retreated, Dong-chun alone rushed forward to clear a path. A system notification appeared, although its skin is very tough. When exposed to heat, it will soften and become easier to peel off. Dong-chun's eyes were filled with determination. Then a sharp glint of light appeared. Countdown timer 57 seconds remaining. Dong-chun charged forward. His flaming blade swirled with power towards the beast that was being restrained. Trapped by the flames, the monster let out a roar. Full of resolve, Dong-chun swung his blade down. The flames soared into the sky. At this point, only 45 seconds remained. The main character's blade plunged straight into the top of the monster's head. With incredible strength, the blade dug deep inside, piercing its cranial shell and pushing further and further in. Dong-chun gritted his teeth, driving the tip of the blade down as far as it would go. You can finally rest now. The fire from the blade erupted as if incinerating it from inside the queen spider. The main character sliced the monster's belly open from top to bottom with a single stroke. Everyone stared in shock, turning their heads back to look. Then they managed to reach the vehicle just in time. The countdown timer showed 33 seconds left. Dong-chun was now frantically hacking away at the monster. Then he immediately ran from that spot. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and ran back towards his comrades. As he ran, he cursed, "Damn it!" His footsteps grew more and more frantic. Only 11 seconds left. His eyes were filled with determination. Man, military life is harsh as hell. 7 seconds left. The exit was right in front of him. Dong-chun pushed off the ground and launched himself forward. His speed was so fast it seemed to break the sound barrier. The final 4 seconds. The fire magic circle was about to activate. Just 1 second left. The flames finally erupted from the ammo depot. A few days later, everyone began to gather here. The commanders started giving orders to each group. All right, gather all the unusable equipment and put it aside. How are the vehicle repairs coming along? We're going to reorganize the duty roster. One of the soldiers accepted the order. I'll go check on it. Our protagonist was now standing on the tallest building in the barracks, completely lost in thought. What a relief. I can't believe everyone recovered so quickly, and that no one was hurt after that horrific explosion. Just then Chai appeared, looking quite pleased with himself. He checked on Dong-chun's health. So you're awake. Feeling any better? While you were out, everyone was working their butts off on repairs. You did a great job, Dong-chun praised. Chai replied, Hey Dong-chun, from now on, try to avoid dangerous missions like that, okay? Everyone was in shock when they saw you collapse. Dong-chun scratched his head and chuckled. Don't worry, I don't have the guts to do something that crazy again. Chai leaned against the railing and revealed, Oh, by the way, word is, we're going to be using this ammunition depot as our new base. Here, Dong-chun asked. That's right, Chai continued. The officers' living quarters are just temporary, and they're too exposed. With a larger number of people, we need a bigger space than this. The explosion damaged many of the buildings, but we don't need to use those places anyway. Besides, there's a spring inside the ammunition depot. There are also fields near the entrance. We can secure a water supply, and maybe even start farming. Dong-chun, curious, huh? Well, I'm all for it. Chai was thrilled. Awesome. I'll let the others know too. Dong-chun thought, speaking of a base, it reminds me of the Big Mama mobile fortress that I received when I first awakened. I still don't know how to summon it. Just then Chai spoke up again. Also, there's a lot of usable ammunition. We're still in the process of organizing it all. Dong-chun asked, For real? Chai replied, Yeah, everyone's working really hard. Oh, and while opening another armory, we found quite a few unhatched eggs. The main character was curious. Spider eggs. Chai answered, Yep. I told them to handle them with extreme care. Don't break them just in case they're needed. Dong-chun laughed, just as I'd expect. You're the best when it comes to taking care of my ingredients. I'm going to make a really special dish with them. Chai looked uncomfortable. Sorry, but I'll have to pass on spider eggs. But Dong-chun thought differently. As long as it's delicious, that's all that matters. So, how about a spider egg frittata? Chai sighed. Oh, please. With some free time, Dong-chun reviewed his system. It announced, You have defeated Ketlanjal, the final queen of Azrael. Achievement. You have partially fulfilled the conditions to achieve King Slayer. 1 out of 3. Reward. Stat enhancement card ×1. Dong-chun thought a stat enhancement card. The card displayed stat enhancement card. Enhance one of your existing traits. The effect of the enhancement cannot be previewed. You only have one chance, so choose wisely. 4 traits. Low knife proficiency, low cooking proficiency, low ingredient identification, low fire affinity. Dong-chun considered in combat. Knife proficiency or cooking proficiency would be more useful. He brought his finger to his temple. Then he started talking to himself again. Besides me, there are plenty of others with excellent combat skills. I'll enhance ingredient identification. System notification enhance trait. Low ingredient identification. Do you wish to proceed? Rongchun reached out his finger to confirm. Selection received by the system. Initializing pure energy. An invisible gust of wind swirled around Rongchun. System notification trait has been enhanced. Low ingredient identification has been upgraded to enhanced low ingredient identification. The skill automatically activated in the main character's eyes. He was surprised. Did it really change? I need to find something to test it on. Just then Cha-E suddenly returned. He said, Rongchun, I almost forgot. Take a look at this notebook. The main character turned around. Another notebook. Cha-E came closer. Suhi-uk found it. It belongs to the garrison. System initiating. Skill. Enhanced low ingredient identification activated. An invisible shockwave shot out. The wave scanned Cha-E while he was talking about the notebook. It seems this is a journal written by the commander of this ammunition garrison. I think you should see this. The main character was still focused on the system screen. What are you so surprised about? I can't believe it. The diary entries appeared. February 2nd, Thursday. New recruits transferred in. A dispute with Sergeant Lee Dai. Liu and the soldiers of the protection company were dispatched, but it was resolved peacefully. February 17th, Thursday. Interviewed 5 privates and the battalion commander. In the morning, everyone claimed nothing was wrong, but they acted awkward when I asked if they were telling the truth. He read on completely absorbed. The notebook was his. Minchi. He gave it to me. It has various folders like military journal. The text continued. February 4th, Saturday. While walking the dog around the base, I was attacked by a strange creature. It looked like a large white insect, with blade-like forelegs. It was about the size of a mid-sized car. Communication with the outside was cut off. Confirmed all communication systems are inoperative. Most of the soldiers were killed in action. He continued to read. It also recorded the details of the day they were attacked by the monsters. The main character kept flipping through the diary's pages. Casualty list: Kim Han Ino Dungkok, Kim Dong Chan, Han Sungwan Dung Suho Kim Dujin, Hajiho Kugi. Missing persons list. Dongshan was lost in thought. The journal entry continued. Maintaining the defensive line is now pointless. Therefore, we are organizing a counterattack. Death before surrender. Life through death. Even if we die, we will not truly die. Cowering before these damned monsters. Dongchun slammed this notebook shut in frustration. The file lay silently on the table. He then went to the old blacksmith. Good heavens, it's too damaged. Is there no way to repair it? The old man picked up the knife to examine it. It can't be repaired. Zhangchun asked regretfully, really? Mr. Back touched the blade. Assessment. Contact with high temperatures isn't a problem, but the blade's long cooling process is another story. Its internal structure must have been altered. Zhangchun said regretfully, is that so? Mr. Back explained, yes, the very nature of the metal has changed. In other words, even though it looks like the original knife, it's actually a completely different knife now. Zhangchun sighed in disappointment. What a shame. I was used to it and it was so helpful. Mr. Back placed the knife on the table. Then he said, I'll make you a new one. Zhangchun perked up. Really? Mr. Back said, you've awakened so it shouldn't be too hard. He glanced over with a suggestive look. In return, you'll have to allow me a few things. Yes, Zhangchun asked, surprised. Allow you what? Mr. Back immediately said, I mean Hyojin and Hyunjin. Temperature control is essential for forging weapons. I need their help. Zhangchun agreed, not a problem. I'll pass the message to Minche. Mr. Back smiled and nodded. And I need a bigger workspace. A workshop if possible. I think we need to renovate. One of the armories here. Will you allow it? Zhangchun smiled as he thought to himself, the equipment team leader, Sangha has helped us out a lot. If Mr. Back joins as well? Then he said, all right, please go right ahead. Mr. Back beamed with a satisfied smile. Thank you. Zhangchun then asked, do you have any other requests? Mr. Back said slowly, there is one last thing. Zhangchun listened intently, looking curious. But Mr. Back waved it off. I'll let you know later. Meanwhile, outside, everyone was renovating the ammunition depot. They were shouting, dig the hole a little bigger over here. This place will work as a forge, right? Oh, wait a minute. This was all part of Dongchun's plan. As per Mr. Back's request, we've converted an empty ammunition depot. Mr. Bak was also busy teaching Hyojin how to control the flames, while Dongchun had something else to take care of. I looked at a few options to replace my knife, my sashimi knife. Daggers come in all sorts of lengths. He picked up a kitchen knife, but it was a little too long. Then he finally found one he liked. A tuna cutting knife is also about this long. I guess it could be used for cooking, too. As for Mr. Bak's final and most cherished request, Mr. Bak pointed to something behind Dongchun. Could I use that? It was the foreleg of the Spider Queen. Dongchun was confused. Isn't that the Spider Queen's scythe? Why is it here? Mr. Bak explained that the explosion had also blown the spiders to bits, but the scythe wasn't damaged in the slightest. The legs of her underlings were also melted down to forge weapons, but I thought I'd need the commander's permission for this one. So what do you say, can I use it? Dongchun gave an awkward smile. He thought that with a material like that, they could create an incredible knife. He replied immediately, "Of course, please go ahead and use it." Mr. Bach laughed heartily. "Really, I knew you'd say yes. I'll use it to complete your knife." A razor-sharp blade was completed. Lone Wolf, a masterpiece blade forged with all the skill of a blacksmith. A low-level blacksmith, yet its quality is high-grade. A sashimi knife made from the notorious foreleg of the white spider Azakron. Imbued with the hatred of the Spider Queen, the matriarch, it increases the probability of landing a decisive blow in battle. Our hero noted that the feel of the blade was completely different. Then he turned and noticed something else. Mr. Bach said, "And I made another one for you." For Dongchun's left hand, he was holding the chef's omnipotent black sword, the most versatile chef's knife. Dongchun gracefully swung the two knives in his hands, the cleaver in his left hand and the long slicing knife, the simi, in his right. He smirked with satisfaction as he stopped his movements. "I can't believe Mr. Bach's skills are this good." Bach then asked Dongchun for his opinion on the knives. "So, are you satisfied with them?" Dongchun replied, "Ah, yes, of course, thank you so much." "They're fantastic," Bach reminded him. "The Spider Queen only had 2 forelegs as weapons, so I could only make 2 knives. So he could only make 2 knives from them." Dongchun was surprised. 1 knife per leg. Bach continued. "It seems that due to the system's influence, one material can only be used to create 1 item. If you find any other useful materials, bring them to me. I'll make more for you." "Yes," Dongchun said reluctantly, "but 2 knives are already plenty." Then he changed the subject. "I'm going to go check on the other team members." Outside, everyone had finished their preparations. Someone reported, "Commander, all vehicles are in good condition." Dongchun confirmed, "Good, very good." The subordinate asked, "We didn't run into too many problems." The level 5 newcomers were also quite useful. Dongchun was surprised. "What, really, those lazy bums?" Over here, Quartermaster Bach was yelling at the level 5 group. "I told you to handle it with care. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Do I have to repeat myself?" The guy cowered. "We're sorry." Quartermaster Bach yelled, "Slow as snails. We're the ones taking the heat for this. Get your act together and move out." The guy acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." Outside, the others were laughing at the young brats. Dongchun says, "At least now that I have a few subordinates, things have gotten a lot easier thanks to them." Bak Guntrang suddenly sniffled. "That's right, we've really had it rough." Rongchun, watching from the outside, remarked that those slackers had finally found the right boss. "You have to suffer to grow stronger." Kang In next to him asked, "But are you planning on awakening them right away?" Rongchun answered indifferently, "I don't know. If they get powers, they might just slack off again." Kang In understood what he meant and said, "Ah." Over on this side, Bak Gunjang was still relentlessly scolding the slackers, causing them to resent him. The main character watching from the outside decided he needed to keep an eye on them from now on. Then he asked Kang In, "Want to go check out the new mess hall?" The scene changes to a desolate, ruined street, where a group of people were talking. "I'm just glad we're all still alive. We're really lucky. The people gathered here aren't the type to die so easily." A group of sinister-looking individuals were having a discussion inside a house. It was dark, old, and falling apart. One of them spoke up. "All right, let's start sharing information." The group began to talk. "There's a group active near the town hall." "Isn't that right?" "The one with 2 awakened people, yeah. I heard they're on the move to join a large organization up north." The man with the chin strap, Beard asked. "You mean the large-scale survivor organization from the rumors?" The hooded figure replied, How many is that now?" "It seems more and more people are starting to leave." The first young man said, "Our food supply is about to run out. We'll have to make a decision soon." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. A girl put her hand on the table and said, "It's my turn." "According to information our group just confirmed, it seems there's still a military unit out there. A pretty large one." The whole group was shocked. "What is that for real?" "A military unit actually survived, and they're right near here." The messy-haired guy crossed his arms doubtfully. "Hey, Sua, actually, there's something I've always wondered. How are you able to get such high-level information?" The girl asked, "What do you mean?" The guy continued, "Well, you know, most of the military bases have been overrun by monsters, so they're nearly impossible to approach. If we can't get close to them, then obviously we can't gather any related information. Who knows, right? Maybe those deserters that we, heard about, who used to operate around here were just pretending to be military." The others around them started murmuring, "Yeah, that's right. This seems pretty suspicious. Where do you really get your information anyway?" Sue said calmly, "I understand everyone's concerns, but I can't reveal my source. Have I ever provided false information to you all before?" The guys were taken aback and fell silent for a moment. Then they said, "No, thanks to you, we managed to stay alive last time." "That's right. If it weren't for Sue's information, our whole group would have probably starved to death a long time ago." Sue continued, "Don't interfere with the work. or abilities of others. That's been the rule of our group since we started, exchanging information, so I can't reveal my source. Everything I bring it to you is the truth, and I have no reason to spread false information. The men pondered for a moment and then acknowledged that's true. If Sue intended to do that, she would have done it a long time ago. Gyeong-su, you're just being paranoid this time. That guy. Gyeong-su hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I apologize for that. Sue ever so calmly said, I accept your apology. Then she spoke up. In that case, I have a proposal. How about we try to contact that military unit? The whole group was stunned. What, isn't that too reckless? Isn't this decision a bit rushed? Even if it is a military unit? Besides, we don't even know if we can trust them. The guy with the goatee continued, and Kang, what guarantee do we have? That their situation is any better than ours? The guy with the split lip agreed. That's right, and even if it is better, there's no guarantee they'd even accept us. Sue spoke up, I understand everyone's point. So our group will go and meet them first. We can make contact and confirm things, right? The guy with the split lip chimed in, that does make sense. But then the hooded guy also spoke up. Wouldn't that be incredibly dangerous for Sue's group? Sue admitted it is dangerous. But this is a risk worth taking. All three of them, the hooded guy, the split-lipped guy, and the goatee guy, were all deep in thought. As for that guy, Ji-un-soo, he was scheming to trade with a military unit. This absolutely cannot happen. His sinister gaze fell upon Sue. I think it's time to put an end to this information exchange. At the barracks, it was now 10 days after the operation to retake the ammunition battalion. Dong-chun was thinking to himself. The base that's become our new stronghold has now been renovated to be more suitable for living, and the weapons that Mr. Bach and the engineers in the workshop created have been distributed to all the Awakeners. Everyone was thrilled to receive their weapons. This is awesome. It's also really convenient for using magic. Right now, everyone was discussing strategy. One person spoke up. But isn't it still incredibly dangerous to venture into the city? Dong-chun confirmed, yeah, it would be a lie to say it's not dangerous. But the system is requesting that we carry out an occupation match. Che agreed, that's right. Expanding our territory is inevitable. Soo-hyuk added his opinion even so. Since we don't have any information yet, how about we start with a reconnaissance mission first? Kang-in agreed, I'm with Soo-hyuk. Dong-chun and Sang-ae were also pleased, because everyone was enthusiastically contributing their opinions. All right then, let's prepare for the reconnaissance mission. And so the expedition began. On a desolate street, a voice was heard. Has everyone finished their rations? Report immediately if you hear anything. Someone confirmed, yes, sir. That was Sang-ae leading the scout team. She complained, no matter how much we search, the only things left are dead bodies. Dong-chun confirmed, in a way. This isn't too surprising. While we were at the base, there must have been a fierce battle on the surface. Cha-e asked, Dong-chun, what do we do now? Do you think it'll be hard to find any survivors? I can't hear a thing. Dong-chun was also worried. Yeah, I also thought there'd be at least some survivors here. Then he thought, to carry out the occupation, we need to increase our forces and recruit. Survivors are a crucial factor in that process. If that gets delayed, we might be at a disadvantage in our upcoming operations. Well then, let's head back. Just as he said that, suddenly everyone sensed movement. The sharp-eared Dong-chun thought, is that the clash of metal? Someone shouted, over there, it's not a monster. It's people fighting each other. One group of people was desperately trying to escape from another group. Damn it, can't we shake them? Don't give up, just a little more and we'll... The group stopped short. Wait up ahead. A guy named Deong-soo cried out. What's that freak in the straw hat talking about? Suddenly soldiers appeared. So what should we do now? Should we take a detour? The bastards behind us are finally catching up. One of them sneered, oh, running away now, that's right. You should have done that sooner. Suddenly he also noticed the situation up ahead. He was curious. Who are they? The main characters' group stood imposingly in their path, leaving them astonished. Soldiers, and there are quite a few of them. Damn it! They must be the deserters who fled to this area. The other guys stopped looking hesitant. The group being chased couldn't even catch their breath. In front of them was Dong-chun's group blocking the only way out. Dong-chun was bewildered. What the hell is going on? The guys in the back whispered, but Dong-chun could still hear everything they were saying. Damn it! We were so close to catching them. What rotten luck. Can we even take on these soldiers? Are you crazy? How are we supposed to beat armed soldiers? But we can't just let them, the ones we just caught, get away. The squinty-eyed guy in the back said, they probably don't want to fight us either. Just watch. Then he quickly stepped forward. He said loudly, greetings, comrades! You all must be working hard. These people stole from our group and ran off. They're criminals who harmed us, so we'd like to handle this matter ourselves. Could you please step aside? Dong-chun was skeptical. A theft, you say? He turned and asked Chai, what do you think? Chai replied, looking at their faces. It seems like those other guys are the real bullies. I'm not so sure. Maybe it's best to just let them go. The bearded man retorted, "He's lying. We're just an ordinary group." Those guys suddenly attacked us. The chasers yelled, "Shut up! Who's gonna believe a bunch of thieves? Tell us where the supplies are and be quick about it." Dongchun vaguely guessed that their stories didn't add up. Then he began to use his ability. "All right, then let's see. Activating advanced identification. System scan initiated." The squinty-eyed guy was still acting aggressive, pointing a finger at Dongchun's group. "If you just look the other way and let this slide, we will give all the items that these guys stole to you for." The system displayed information on the squinty-eyed guy. Occupation: Novice Murderer Level 7. Stats: Strength 14. Dexterity 16. Magic 5. Luck 3. Traits: Low-grade Dagger. Proficiency: Low-grade Stealth Movement. Low-grade Acting. Skill Bone Stab. Erase Traces. The squinty-eyed guy continued, "So what do you say? Let's resolve this peacefully, shall we?" Dongchun's mood was hard to describe at that moment. He thought, "It's a good thing I upgraded my identification attribute." His gaze was sharp. "From now on, nothing can escape my sight." He turned around and said to his group, "Everyone raise your weapons." The group complied, "Yes, sir." The squinty-eyed guy got nervous. "Wait, why are you doing this? We didn't come here to cause trouble. Do you want compensation? If so, then let's talk. If a firefight breaks out here, all kinds of monsters will be drawn to it." Dongchun spoke up, "Retreat peacefully. Leave while you still can. If you resist, you will get hurt." The squinty-eyed guy cursed, "Damn it." These guys refused to listen to reason. He looked at the Signal Corps group and weighed his options. "It's too risky to face this many soldiers. We'll definitely get caught if we do this." Sua was also on guard, lost in thought. The squinty-eyed guy shouted to his underlings, "Let's fall back." The other guys panicked. "Are you sure?" The guy replied, "Yeah. Unless the big boss is here, we have no choice but to retreat." Dongchun was surprised. "What, they're running away?" "At least they're not completely stupid." Then he ordered, "Boys, get them." A sharp "Sir" rang out and the squad of soldiers charged forward. The pursuers panicked. "Boss, they're catching up fast." The squinty-eyed guy swore, "Damn it. We can't win against armed soldiers. Just run as fast as you can." The entire group went from being the chasers to the hunted as they fled. They disappeared from sight. Dongchun scoffed, "What a waste of time." By now things had settled down. Everyone got the situation under control. "What the building they ran into has monsters," said the soldiers who gave chase. "Yes, so we turned back," Dongchun replied. "Good call. We could have been in danger too. From now on, stand guard over this area while we finish interrogating these people. Understood?" Cha-E ran over breathlessly to report the situation. "Dongchun, I've gathered all the survivors in the building, so would you like to meet with the captain privately?" "Yes," Dongchun replied. "Arrange a place on the second floor. I have to check some messages first." Cha-E confirmed, "Understood. I'll prepare it right away." Dongchun was surprised. A message from Taejun." "Go ahead," Dongchun answered. "What is it, sir?" Taejun said, "I've received a prophecy." Dongchun said, "You received a prophecy, sir?" Taejun replied, "I'm not sure who the people you met are, but they know about us and in quite a bit of detail." Dongchun was skeptical. "Really?" Taejun said, "That's right. I don't know for sure, but I'm certain of it." Dongchun was at a loss for words. Ending the conversation, he rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "Are going to have some fun." He goes up to the room, where the leader of the survival group, Sue was sitting there. He approached her, still thinking, "They said she's blind. Maybe it's true. Taechun already warned me, so maybe I should approach slowly." Dongchun stopped in front of her. Then he asked, "What happened?" Sue replied, "It's not that complicated. They suddenly attacked us while we were working. The things they said about theft were all lies. We've never seen them before." Dongchun crossed his arms and said, I was suspicious too." Sue asked, "What do you mean by that?" Dongchun was very skeptical at this point. How did she know they were lying? What kind of power does she have that I couldn't detect? Sue spoke up. "Anyway, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you..." Dongchun interrupted, "It's nothing." He didn't expect her to thank him so directly. She was surprised. "Huh? Isn't it natural to thank someone who helps you? Is that not a given?" Dongchun explained. "People these days don't have a good impression of soldiers. Some soldiers who deserted their units have done a lot of bad things." Sue sympathized. "Oh, I see. So you're not like them, are you?" Dongchun replied, "No, at least not right now." Sue became relieved. "Then there's no problem." Dongchun pondered. "I can't see her eyes, so I can't tell what she's thinking. I have to check right now." An invisible light flashed. Activating enhanced material identification. Occupation Spirit Mage. Status power level 14. Trait Spirit Human. Dongchun was surprised, his face showing confusion. The shock was clear in his eyes. Would you like something to drink? We have tea and instant coffee in the car." The coffee was then poured. The protagonist thought, no matter how insistently I offer, she's bound to refuse anything I give her. Perhaps it was a polite refusal. But just as Taechun had warned, she probably knows that we've awakened. She might even know I'm a chef. That spirit person trait is very concerning. It means she can see despite being blind. Dongchun speaks up, you seem wary of my food. Sue stammers, that. Dongchun agrees, This world is dangerous. So being cautious about potential poisons is a good thing. But I don't think that's the reason. Are you refusing because I'm an awakened chef? Sue narrows her eyes. What's going on? Does he know that I know his unit's identity? Dongchun says silence is an admission. Sue doesn't say anything either. Dongchun goes to the window and says, I don't know what you've learned or seen from my unit. But I have a guess. Sue is surprised. I guess what are you talking about? Dongchun turns back. It's because of your eyes, isn't it? Sue is so shocked she drops her cane. Her eyes widen as the cane falls to the floor. Dongchun says calmly, oh dear. Did I startle you? I didn't mean to. I was just curious because it seems like you know everything, but pretend not to. He smiles and turns back to look at her. Sue picks up her cane and composes herself. Dongchun continues to think. All right, it's time to lay all the cards on the table. I'll soon find out if they're an enemy or not. Dongchun waits silently for a response. Sue finally speaks. It seems you know everything. Dongchun also confirms, more or less. Actually, I don't know the details. Sue says I didn't approach you with any ill intentions. Dongchun smiled and said, so you're not denying that you approached us. Then explain why you approached us. All right, she says, getting up slowly from her chair. Then she activated her ability, because it seemed like you would. No, I was going to introduce this anyway. Dongchun was surprised. Sue's ability gradually formed a bright blue orb of energy. It was like streams of water, which then gradually swirled into a small mass of water. Sue introduced it. This is a water spirit. I named her Bangun. Dongchun's identification skill activated. Identify ingredient. Freshness, excellent. Species low-level water spirit. Secret cooking method, lowest level. You have learned the insight for handling low-level spirits. Dongchun was bewildered, looking at the water spirit in front of him. Sue remarked, that's strange. Bangun seems to be afraid of you. Dongchun was surprised. What? But what did I do? Sue touched the water spirit and said, it seems the problem was the look in your eyes just now. It was as if you were looking at her like prey. That's why she's trembling. Dongchun pondered. Did she realize she was being observed? By my identify ingredient skill, for a spirit, she seems extremely sensitive to mana and things like that. He spoke up. So you've been observing us with that spirit? Sue admitted, yes. It's like a contract payment. I can see through Bangun. She sent the water spirit forward and said like this. The water spirit flew out the window. It shot straight outside, flying high into the sky and surveying the entire area. Sue remarked, it's surprising. There are almost no monsters or zombies here. I can see snipers positioned in various places. I can also make out the vehicle routes. Dongchun watched in amazement. This is actually a drone. According to her, that's what it is, right? Although the water spirit's vision is limited by distance, it can see farther in places with water. She happened to come in and was observing our unit through a stream that was flowing inside. But when the unit descended into chaos because of my food, she decided joining them would be difficult. Instead, she aimed to approach us with the goal of making a trade. Dongchun then continued to speak with Suha. I see, and then, unfortunately, we were all attacked by raiders. Right, Suha? We were suddenly attacked by the raiders. But I'm not sure if it was just bad luck. What do you mean? Dongchun asked, surprised. I think we were betrayed, Suha said. There was a group we shared information with, and we had shared what we learned through Bangun. The only ones who could have revealed our location and our destination were those very groups. Dongchun was lost in thought. It seems there are more survivors than I expected. Furthermore, Suha continued, some of our group's members were even captured by those people. They capture people and use them as slaves. What slaves? Dongchun asked in shock. Yes, Suha replied calmly. They really are horrible people. Dongchun was once again lost in thought. He spoke up and asked, you mentioned a large group of raiders, an armed one, right? How large of a scale are we talking about? We need to expand our territory, so we can't just ignore this, ma'am. Don't you want to bring your team members back? Why, you should want to get revenge on the traitors, too. Suha was surprised for a moment before replying to him. Cha, that's true, but it's probably impossible. They're a pretty large force, so there's no way we can do it. The protagonist set a condition. If that's true, we can help you, but on one condition. Suha listened in silent curiosity. Dongchun immediately said, let's do it. If we can save our captured teammates. The next day, a force was assembled. The vehicles were ready. Dongchun gave Suha a quick rundown of the situation. These are the survivors we found during this expedition. Suha was amazed. Oh, so should we consider them new recruits? Dongchun replied, not yet. First, let's just show them somewhere decent to rest. Then Suha added, the distance I can see with my spirit vision also changes, depending on the condition of my eyes. I've been using my spirit vision too much lately, So, the distance I can see has really decreased. Dongshun thought to himself, I need to find a way to improve the condition of Sua's eyes. At that moment, Dongshun explained the situation to the leaders. Cha was surprised. What? You're saying we need to make a dish that's good for her eyes? Dongshun replied, yeah. We need to feed Sua a lot of food that's good for her eyes. That way we can find those raiding bastards. Cha immediately asked, have we caught any monsters that specialize in eyesight? Among the ones we've hunted so far. No matter how powerful the cooking skill is, the ingredients still have to have a major effect, right? Dongshun replied, that's right. If the ingredients aren't good for the eyes, then there's no point in feeding her delicious food. Just then Kang In reported, the scout soldiers, and have brought back some strange ingredients. Yongjun excitedly said, excellent, bring them all here. Kang In agreed, yes sir. The protagonist thought expectantly, I hope there's something useful. A moment later, the carcasses of the beasts were brought in. First was the corpse of a mutant elephant. Trait crisis detection, vision. 10 miles. Next were shrimp with the nocturnal activity trait, vision darkness. Finally, there was red meat. Trait red fury, infrared detection. Yongjun started preparing the food. Unfortunately, none of the ingredients had abilities related to eyesight. We'll have to make do with what might be useful. Yongjun spun the chef's knife in his hand. Slices of meat were cut perfectly straight. He grinned, if quality doesn't work, we can just increase the quantity, right? At the cafeteria, Sua was now eating ravenously. So good. This could be sold in a high-end restaurant. The eggs are so rich, and how is the broth this delicious? Yongjun seemed very pleased with himself. At first, she was so reluctant, but now she's eating so well. The system's light flashed again. A la carte meal completed. A common trait was found in the ingredients used in the dish. You have completed a themed meal. You have received the title a la carte chef. Yongjun was surprised. Whoa, what's this? Suddenly, Sua trembled and dropped her chopsticks. Oh, why am I suddenly feeling like this? My eyes are so blurry. Yongjun tried to reassure her worriedly. Hey, don't worry. That's the effect of the dish kicking in. A system notification appeared. The taster's vision has been significantly restored. A huge reward has been offered for all vision-related abilities. Sue screamed in pain. Ugh, my eyes! Dongshun was also surprised. I didn't expect it to react so quickly. He was still watching her. Sua caught her breath, tears streaming down. As she blinked, she could faintly see Dongchun's silhouette. He immediately asked with concern, does it hurt a lot? Sue, still amazed at having her sight back, answered, no, I can see everything clearly in front of me. Dongchun was overjoyed, smiling brightly. Really? Sue replied, yes, I can see very clearly. Did you do this? Sua was astonished that her vision had returned. Dongchun was also joyful and amazed at his own ability. Oh my God, I can restore a blind person's sight. Both of them now stood there, stunned by the excitement and amazement. Meanwhile, at the raiders' camp, located in a villa in Gangwon Province, someone announced, the brothers from Combat Team 3 have returned. The leader snapped, so, why are you making such a fuss? Coming all the way to the officers' barracks. The other guy stammered, well, the leaders spoke up, Team 3. You mean those guys who just joined recently? Are you talking about that guy Ji Yongsu who betrayed his own group to join us? Is that right? The man who entered admitted, yes, that's him. They went to capture that group with the blind woman who uses strange abilities. The leader asked curiously, so did they catch them? The messenger hurriedly said, forget about capturing them. They couldn't even steal any supplies. Apparently they were with some level 5 diggers. The leaders were shocked. What level 5 diggers?